my kitty. She wants pets. Look at her. She's so angry. She's an angry girl. Look at her. She wants to murder. She wants murder. Isn't that right, budgies? Isn't that right? It's like I want to kill. You want to be pet? No, pet my head, says Pepper. Pet my head. Why don't you pet my head? Oh boy. This stream's gonna be crazy. This is gonna be a crazy stream. I can tell you that right now. It's gonna be lit. What, do you want more pets, Pepper? Come on. Oh, what is it, little lady? What is it, little lady? Yeah. Yeah. Pulling up my stuff here. What do we got? We got the hot takes. Why am I getting mentioned? What is going on? What's rights? What rights? Okay. Okay, so I got my musings, and I gotta pull up the trans debate FAQ. There it is. Okay. All right. 6:22. It's almost time. Almost time to start. Let's see here. Hopefully I don't have any degradation of my upload speed. That was so annoying when I was dealing with that. What do we have here? What is this? Oh my. Got something interesting to fight. Let's try a basic lightning and see what it does. Okay, that only dealt 12 damage. What about lightning? That deal any damage? That healed it. Okay. Ice Sword. Ice Sword's pretty strong. I'm hitting the base. What does that do? That healed it. Alright, so you just have to attack it like normal. Oh, it's taking damage from the... Yeah, alright. Lifesaver. HP goes to 1. Well, that's not good. We need that healed. Let's get Marl to heal that. I think we have Cure too. We should be able to just cure him. Let's see what happens if I hit the top with just a regular attack. Only 22. That's like nothing. Okay. And move is that. Does it deal any damage? No, we're fine. Ooh, but it does confuse. Let's see if we can fix that. I think it's a heal. That's what I need. God, I have like no heals. Should probably have a bunch of more heals. Alright, so let's do like a lightning on it. Let's see, is that going to deal any damage? Okay, yeah. He's weak to magic. All right, so let's slam him down with a good old-fashioned ice too. Rook Spinnerd says, "Are you ever going to be finished with this game?" The answer is yes. Why, you don't like this game? Do you not like Chrono Trigger? My goodness. You have offended me, Rook. I'm kidding. You're great at Rook. But no, this game's really fun. I enjoy it a lot. I'm curious as to like what else I'm going to play. Like now that I think about it, like what game should I play? Like I've been playing the Silent Hill 2 game. I don't think that's very good for a stream. And I've been playing Black Myth Wukong. I don't know. Maybe I'll play... I'm thinking... I don't know, Super Metroid sounds pretty cool. Doesn't that sound cool? I would love that. Super Metroid's a great game. Let's see. Shock. Damage all enemies. Max shock. Melt beam. Multi-punch. Yeah, let's hit that. Let's see. Does it? That may not even deal any damage because it's all physical. Yep, there's your problem. We need magic. So let's keep Ice Sword 2ing there. Oh, it's what? Well, we got 5 minutes. We got 5 minutes. And then we'll start. Okay, he's healing himself, which is... That's fine. That shouldn't be a big deal. How much damage is that? Woo! That's actually kind of surprising how much damage that dealt. Let's see here. I believe he can cure. Heal beam? Heal beam. Sure. Rook Spinnerd says, regardless of which it is, it will be strange to see anything else running in the background. Really? You think? If I just become the Chrono Trigger guy? Where I just play Chrono Trigger? That's funny. Let me write down streaming live now. Check it out. Let's see. Let me see here. Let me go pull my YouTube. Sorry, just give me a sec. I have just so few people that are interested in my work, but that's okay. That doesn't bother me. But I got to get the word out. You know, we plan on growing. We're about ready to start. We're about ready. How's my nose? It doesn't look too... No, yeah, it looks fine. I didn't have to put on makeup today because I didn't have a giant wound on my nose. Plus, I'm going to be showing up on the Modern Day Debate. The Modern Day Debate YouTube channel. So I got to be careful. I got to really be on top of my game for that. Where's my tip page? Hold on. Where is it? There it is. What happened to your nose? Yeah. So my nose, once in a while, I just get like pimples, and naturally I just pop the pimple, and then it gets like a slight infection, and then I just scratch at it, and then it makes a scab. And because there's a scab, I just want to pull it off. I'm sorry. It's a bad habit. And then I have a wound on my nose, and then it heals, and then the cycle starts all over again. So sometimes I just put something on to kind of like make that problem go away. All right, let me see here. Ice Sword 2. So I think I'm going to try... I know that my interlocutor is not going to be respectful. I think I'm going to do what I can to be as respectful as possible to him. I think it will make a difference. I really do. I hope that makes sense. All right. I need to get a... Let's see here. A mid-ether, maybe? How much does that do? Only 30. That's not that much. That's okay. Ice Sword 2 is too good. Damn, man. That doesn't even hit that hard. You would expect that that does, but it doesn't. Oh, shoot. I gotta heal. Gotta heal Marl. Oh, wait. We're starting. Crap. We're starting. Start. Also let everyone know. Yes, we're starting. We are beginning. Every freaking time this screws up my sound. I don't know why it does, but it does. So I'm just going to close out of Discord and reopen it. Hey, Daniel, can you hear me?
Hello.
Daniel, can you hear me? Of course not. Of course not. I have to close out of Discord every time. Every freaking time. I don't know why it does that. But it does that. She do be like that. Connect. Okay. And then we're just going to speak on stage. All right. Can you hear me okay? How you doing?
Now it's good.
Hey,
Now
Daniel, what's up?
You weren't... I couldn't hear you before.
Yeah. Let me see here. I'm working on having two things open, right? So like I need to have a virtual camera open where it's just me and then myself streaming as well. And I believe I have that figured out.
For the,
yep,
yeah.
I believe I have that figured out. So I'm just going to try it right now, right? So if I turn it on, start there.
Yeah, now I
see that?
Yes.
Okay, so we know for a fact that it works, right?
Yeah.
And
you need to do something with the background, by the way.
Really? Like, you don't like it?
Background? And the cigarettes kind of ruined the whole thing. Because I used to be a heavy smoker, right? Like I used to smoke like 2 packs a day.
It's like the idea was like the Constitution's being ruined and I'm here to protect it. But
no, I get it. I'm just like, it's like Vietnam.
I mean, if
things,
you want me to change it,
no,
I can.
Dude, it's like I was just,
No. Here we go. We're gonna change the background. All right, I'm gonna do it right now. Ready? We're gonna change the background. There we go.
That's like the hypnotoad. It's like.
This is gonna be the best. Yeah. Imagine I just show up and I'm just busted out this Powerpuff Girls looking unit like.
Oh my god!
All right, so get my strategy.
Dude, this guy today is going to be
rough. I know.
I don't know if. Yeah, because the guy is like really good. He's gonna
go straight into personal attacks.
And that, yes.
So here's what I'm gonna do, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to start by honoring him, by being really nice. I'm going to do everything I can to not interrupt him, kind of like I was doing last time because of the gish galloping. I'm just going to let him gish gallop, right? And I'm going to let the moderator control the situation, right? So like if he's gish galloping, right? I'm sure the moderator will recognize that, right? And so I think
not necessarily.
Well, maybe not, but I think it will help with my rhetoric. You with me?
I mean, that's for sure. But what I'm trying to caution you is that most likely the moderator is not going to recognize that if you're being too nice about it. Yeah. So if you don't reclaim your time,
then how do I do it? How do I do? Just write down
I mean,
everything he
you
said,
can,
and then just address every single one of his points.
yeah, yeah, and do it
To be
as
fair, though, it is a
prolonged as you
one-on-one,
can.
so it's going to be a lot easier in that
Yeah.
aspect. Shellshock, I do see
Oh, but
your invite. Just keep your
I'm
hand
telling
up,
you
and I'll
what to
bring you
do.
right up in a bit. Okay.
So write everything he does, right? Because he's gonna talk a lot, right? So it's like you need to write everything he does, he
I
says,
mean, will
and
he
then you need
talk a
to take
lot?
it point by point.
From what I've
Yeah,
observed, like he
might.
does a lot of personal attacks. He doesn't talk a lot. Like not like that other guy. That other guy was really bad.
Yeah, but no, I think it's fine. If he does Gish galloping, the best thing to do is let him do the whole Gish gallop. Note everything down and then go point by point, but take your time doing it because you need to become frustrating for him. Yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of like a dishonest tactic, but you should only do it if he's doing it. Okay.
I'm gonna treat him really nice. I'm gonna be really nice to him.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll work out.
I think that's a good tactic.
I'm gonna try not to be so worried. All right, so here we go.
I mean, you have two people that want to talk.
Yeah. We got two people that want to talk, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna invite. I believe that there was Shellshock that wanted to have a discussion. So give me 1 second, okay? Shellshock, you are being invited to speak.
Hello.
Hello. Now,
What's up?
what did you want to talk about, Shellshock?
Nothing too significant. I don't want to do a full debate as a preamble that's gonna be exhausting on you, and I don't want a time limit that's gonna just stop.
No, let's just have the back and forth. We could just both talk like normal. We don't have to have a formal debate.
So I saw your debate with Rob Noir and the other guy.
Yeah.
Not fully. I admit I didn't watch the entire debate. I think I watched like 45 minutes of it.
Okay.
1stAmender. Is your name 1stAmender? Or is that just like?
Yeah. I just go by 1stAmender.
Yeah. I mean, American names are crazy. A, B, C, D, E is like a thing now. I don't know.
I used to have FIRST, but I found that it just worked better to have just 1stAmender, just one ST.
Yeah,
so I just changed it back to that.
Yeah, so a couple problems right off the bat from the chat and the debate and just the overall demeanor. My first question is, do you think Andrew Wilson is a good debater?
I mean...
Okay, is Ben Shapiro a good debater?
Yes.
Okay. Can you agree that Ben Shapiro can be bad faith?
Yes.
Okay. Is Andrew Wilson a good debater?
I don't know. We'll see after this.
Okay, so the only question that I genuinely have is you saw the debate between Andrew Wilson and Matt Dillahunty, right?
No. Oh, wait. Yes, that one. Yes, I have seen that one.
Did you see it fully or just up until Dillahunty's
I saw the whole thing.
quit?
I saw the whole thing.
You think Dillahunty was justified?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, can you explain that to me?
Well, I mean, I think that if you're going to get into a debate, I think what you need to do is that you need to be able to address the arguments and not personal attacks of the person, right? He went straight into, I mean, it was basically a God argument and talked about like their trans relationship. And like, to me, like just as like another debater from one debater to the next, you don't ever attack the personality of the person or, some sort of personal characterological feature that is nothing to do with the actual argument. You address the argument. And I think like Matt Dillahunty, he was expecting a decent debate, but ended up just getting derision, right? Based off of just that personal feature. And I think it looked really poorly on him. I mean, Andrew Wilson for making that.
Gotcha. So what personal attack did Andrew Wilson make?
He made fun of the fact that he's in a relationship with a trans person.
Before that?
I don't know. It's been a while.
I mean, we got 90 minutes. We could go through it.
Can I answer like a short thing?
Yeah,
Because
sure.
one of the things Andrew Wilson did there, he was literally not talking about the subject they were supposed to debate. He was
Highly
literally,
disagree.
yeah, I think he just avoided entirely the subject matter.
No, he was entirely
As
on.
far as I remember. Yeah, you can go through it then.
I can defend Andrew as much as I don't want to, but yeah. Okay, so 1stAmender, Andrew actually never gave any personal attacks during the debate. When Dillahunty was already getting up and leaving, he then insulted him personally after Dillahunty insulted him. He didn't make any personal attacks during the debate.
That is not what I observed. I do not recall that at all.
Give me an example. Then give me an example.
I can't remember off the top of my head. We would have to sit down and watch the debate. But I recall specifically he did insult him and his wife. And I was thinking about that where, and that of course, justifiably, that would anger anybody.
No, I understand that, but Dillahunty was already leaving the debate. I need you to give me. You can't use a post leave as a justification.
I'm telling you that happened during the debate.
It did not.
Right? He was so upset that he said that he needed to. That modern day debate needed to moderate, or at least that they needed to vet who is coming on to modern day debate. He was so upset that he was willing to say that he didn't want to be on modern day debate anymore. And fair enough. I mean, I understand his concern.
No, that doesn't answer anything I just said. So the question I asked was that when did Andrew Wilson,
I don't know off the top of my head. It's been a while.
I get that you don't know. I'm explaining the full. So I asked what insult did Andrew Wilson said during the debate. You said you don't remember, but you're pretty sure that he said, you and your husband have a good day, which was the insult that Andrew Wilson said.
No,
would you
I
agree
don't
with
recall
that?
No.
No, that was the insult that Andrew Wilson used.
I don't recall that. I'm almost certain that it was much nastier than that. I am almost certain.
You gotta show it to me, because in regards to personal attacks, that's the personal insult that he did.
All right, fine.
Put Yelkras up. I wanna maybe
fine.
He wants
we
to
have
talk
to sit
to me,
there
or
and spend the time to do this. All right.
I mean, we got 90 minutes, right? Because I find it amazing. I really do. I've never seen people try to defend Dillahunty's actions so much in this debate when he's so obviously in the wrong. I've never seen that.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and then we'll go over it together.
I think you should start at Andrew Wilson's opening argument. And also keep in mind what the topic of the debate was. Because as far as I remember, he wasn't really on topic.
Yeah, so here we go. We're gonna start here. And you can see my stream, and I'm going to go ahead and also share it on... You made me pull away from my game. You're getting me into a bad mood early in. you're
Andrew Wilson starts around minute 14, by the way.
Hold on. Is it a minute 14?
No, minute 14.
All right, hold on.
Because Matt Dillahunty went first with his opening argument.
All right.
Yeah,
so
Matt Dillahunty,
minute 14.
His opening statement was pretty insulting too. If Andrew Wilson's opening statement
starts at minute 14. That's not even. Hold on.
Yeah, so his
I have
opening.
To change my output. Oh, I gotta remember about that.
Before we watch, I have a couple other one quick question for you, Amanda. Have you read the comments on that video?
No.
They're universally in favor of Andrew.
I don't care.
Do you think that?
No, I don't believe that because a group of people don't like something, or because what can happen is that a group of people that have a particular ideology, they can decide that they're going to just dogpile, and you can end up with like a false equivalency, right? Because when you have enough people that really deride somebody, you know, anybody who comments in favor, you know, may get derision, and that, you know, it could just be like a minority majority situation. I don't believe mob rule is going to determine what's right and what's wrong. Anyway, let's see.
I really do appreciate Manifold is the online play prediction.
So he's talking here.
So you don't use any real money. You don't have to risk any
straight
so much, James, and thanks, Andrew, for being here, and all of you for showing up. Humanism has as its focus the betterment of humanity in this life,
so I believe
while Christianity has as its focus adherence to a God and the disposition of souls in an afterlife.
It's not a minute 14.
Our best efforts in this life are, according to the Bible, like filthy rag. Our best attempts at righteousness and justice are portrayed as vile and disgusting when compared to a bumbling God constantly failing
minute
to get his
14, not 1 minute and 14. 14 minutes in.
14. Oh, okay.
14.
All right. Sorry.
Yeah. It's fine.
Daniel's getting more upset than you are.
Thank you so much for your introductory statement.
No, I was saying, I just realized that you said it
we
poorly.
can say like, will secular humanism beat Christianity is the debate topic. So here we go.
Wilson for 10 minutes. So thank you for being here, Andrew, and the floor is yours.
You're welcome. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Andrew Wilson. I am the host of the one and only Crucible, the fastest growing debate channel on the internet. James, I just in case you didn't know. Appreciate that very much. Appreciate everybody being here. All of you are way too stodgy in this room. Very low energy. Just wanted to let all of you know that. Ladies and gentlemen of all pronouns, the Z's, the Zers, the hims, and hers, I would like to thank you for tuning in today for this exciting in-person
Pause 1
conference
second there.
on modern day debate.
What's up?
He started by insulting everyone in the room.
Z's and Zers and hims and hers.
I don't know if you... No. If you go just a little bit, you're all low energy right here. He said something like that.
Yeah.
That's how he started.
Anyway, let's keep going.
My name is Andrew Wilson. There's a few ways this debate can go. The topic is Christian ethics versus secular humanism, which has a better foundation. The funny thing is, I already won that topic because, as Matt explained to Jay Dyer, he has no justification.
Mind you, that's not even actually the question, right? Already he's getting the question wrong. You can actually see it at the beginning of the video. Why are you putting your hand over your face?
It's still part of the topic, even if it's slightly misconstrued. The topic
okay, but
is
like already from the get-go, right? He's getting the question wrong, but that's beside the point. The question is whether or not that he's insulting people, right? But just so you know, already right from the gate, he's already getting the question wrong.
Gotcha.
Under the skeptical belief structure to give an accounting for any meta-ethical presupposition he may have. He just kind of grants himself stuff. He grants himself logic, he grants himself reason, he grants himself an entire worldview, even though he's using an unjustified starting position for it. So I'm not honestly all that interested in doing the God not real dough debate because one, it's boring, and two, it's also really boring. It goes like this. I don't see enough evidence and remain unconvinced there's a God. Then I say, but you use a theistic worldview of justification like there is a God, grant yourself logic and everything else. So instead of that, I'm just going to grant Matt's entire worldview. 2/3 or more of this entire planet are all operating inside of a shared delusion that they were created by a sky daddy who loves him some slavery and murderousness. He thinks it's funny to kind of cosmically with people. That's his deal, kind of his whole thing. That's Matt's worldview. So now Matt's right, and the question becomes, should we let them to continue to believe in this nonsensical Stone Age madness, or do we stop them from engaging in it? My contention is, even if God isn't real at all, that people acting as though he is still superior to whatever nonsensical egalitarian worldview Matt can come up with. See, Matt also just acts as though the things he believes are true. He believes, and therefore acts as though logic is real, math is real. Everything is real based on his presuppositional belief that they are real. You see, human flourishing, the cornerstone of Matt's ideology and that of secular humanism, is totally meaningless. Flourishing by whose metric? From my perspective, for instance, attempting to lie to people who claim men can be women isn't human flourishing.
All right, right there, right? I don't know what that has anything to do with the question, will secular humanism beat Christianity? So why is he bringing up trans arguments regarding secular humanism?
Okay. So the reason he's bringing up trans arguments, because in his worldview, believing in the trans ideology is complete nonsense. It's like believing
being trans
that the
is
earth
not
is
an
flat.
ideology, but that's beside the point. The problem is that has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not will secular humanism beat Christianity. He needs to sell me why Christianity is better than secular humanism, and bringing up a derision towards trans people from the gate is not an argument in Christianity beating secular humanism. Do you understand?
I understand what you're saying. I'm saying that you're wrong.
So
that's the problem.
Are we aware that right away he's deriding down into insults?
That's not an insult.
Right here, what I just heard is tacitly an insult. It's an insulting rhetoric.
Shell shock. If we're talking about debate, right? So this is a debate with a question, right?
Gotcha.
Let's say we go by your question, which is better, secular humanism or Christianity, right? We have one guy that is for secular humanism and the other guy is for Christianity, right? The opening arguments should be about their own position, right? Like even if you are charitable with him, the fact is like he's not starting his opening arguments by defending his position. He's starting his opening arguments by bashing the other argument. Look, the other argument could be totally wrong, and you could still be totally wrong.
Yeah, I understand that, but the problem here is that he's not debating a third party. Whether or not Andrew Wilson's position is wrong or not is dependent on Matt Dillahunty's response. Matt Dillahunty needs to prove Andrew Wilson's position is incorrect.
Why is he bringing up a trans? Yeah, but you understand that by him bringing up a trans argument, now what he has to do is spend his time trying to defend the pro-trans position when the end of the day is we're not talking about trans issues in this debate. We're talking about will secular humanism beat Christianity? It is so far from the topic, it's just not relevant, right? He can, and just so you know, he initially starts with the predicate of presuppositionalism, which is something that is thoroughly disputed, with no answers to the disputes. You know, it's the same tired argument. You could sit there and watch any Darth Dawkins video that is going to be the same issue and then go straight into insults regarding trans people, right? So obviously this person is not acting in good faith. We're I think about a minute in and he goes straight into the trans topic. They can't help it. The topic is not trans issues. Now I'm going to be joining this guy and be talking about trans issues, but this particular issue regarding Matt Dillahunty has nothing to do with trans issues. I'm sorry.
Okay, so now I'm going to respond, and I'm going to need you to not interrupt me this time. Can you do that?
Go ahead, dude. I don't want to play this meta.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the reason trans issues is related to the topic is because it's downstream from the argument of secular humanism versus Christian ethics, right? So the debate today is, will secular humanism beat Christianity? So what we're debating is whose moral worldview is superior, the Christian ethical worldview or the secular humanist worldview? With Dillahunty defending secular humanism, with Andrew Wilson defending Christian ethics, right? Would you agree with me on this?
No, I don't believe it's on topic at all.
No, not that part. Just the last two lines I said.
I don't agree with what you said. I don't believe you need to bring up trans issues in order to defend secular humanism.
Okay.
Or against secular humanism. I'm sorry.
Let me first ask you a couple examples. Let me first ask you a couple questions. Do you think abortion is related to Christian ethics versus secular humanism?
No.
Do you think self-defense?
No, I mean, because there's a lot of people misinterpret the Bible where they say that it is not in favor of abortion, when the reality is that the likely candidate of where people preserve a right to life likely comes from Lockean theorem or Hobbes theorem, where they're bringing up the right to life, liberty, and property. However, if you observe the Bible, there's plenty of instances in the Bible that are perfectly okay with killing children. For example, there's a psalm that says, "Happy is the one that dashes babies against rocks." There's another one that's the tribulation of the bitter water, which is an instance where if you find that your wife is cheating on you, that they can just take them to the tabernacle and force them to abort the child based on God's decree. There's Noah's Ark story where every single human being was killed from the flood. God is not afamiliar to a good baby killing or fetus killing. I'm sorry, it's just not in the Bible that it is not okay to abort a fetus.
Okay. 1stAmender. I want you to understand that you're gish galloping right now. Okay, this is what a gish gallop is.
I merely brought up about 4 or 5 examples.
Okay. Going back on the trans issues, the reason trans issues is related to the topic from a broader perspective is that these are one of the bullet points that Matt Dillahunty believes that that trans people are real and should have protection from the law. Because when we argue about the moral principles of things, we're talking about what should the moral worldview of an average, reasonable individual should be, right? So, for example, you and I can agree that murder is wrong. If, like you just said, that the Bible supports killing, you said wives if they cheat on you, right?
No, it basically the tribulation of the bitter water is where if you feel that they're cheating on you, you could take them to the tabernacle, and then there's like a ritual, and then they make you drink the sand of the tabernacle mixed with water, which the sand of the tabernacle is where the sacrifices happen. And so basically what you're drinking is bloody water filled with pathogens. So if they drink this, there are some Bibles that say that the thigh falls away. Obviously, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. There are others that correctly translate it by saying that the uterus or the baby falls away. The point is that it is supposed to induce an abortion and force the woman to become barren as a result. Because now, if they do not become barren and that they're perfectly healthy after the bitter water, then obviously they did not cheat on the wife. That's the entire purpose of that ritual, right? The point is that an abortion is induced. Right. So where they're getting in, I have no idea where Christians get that the Bible is against abortion. It's not.
No, I don't. I'm not even disagreeing with what you're saying. Right now, we're having a discussion, okay, on the meta ethic, on Andrew Wilson's ethical debate strategy in this debate, right?
Yes, that's correct. And right away, he goes into insults.
What was the insult again?
He started degrading trans people when the topic is not related.
Okay, so that's not an insult. That would be irrelevant topic.
That is an insult.
That's not an insult.
By saying that, by making the argument that men cannot be women, you're tacitly insulting trans people. Yes. Right. And by the way, he is aware that his wife is trans. Right. So why is he bringing that up?
Stop saying wife is weird. It's his girlfriend, right?
Or girlfriend. I'm sorry.
Okay. So I actually won't disagree with you that saying that trans people are not real or that trans women are not women is not an insult. I'm actually not going to disagree with you. It is an insult, right? But the problem here is that in a debate, you're going to be insulted. It's a debate, right? Every time Matt Dillahunty says God is not real, he's insulting every religious person. He's insulting every religious person that believes in a God. Every time Matt Dillahunty says that your worldview is this, your worldview is that.
Do you typically insult people in a debate?
I'm saying that you're going to feel insulted.
Was that not insulting?
I said yes, didn't I?
Okay, so he did insult. You said that earlier that he was not being insulting. Now you are saying he is insulting. So obviously he is being insulting.
the argument I'm making, well, no, actually, I said that he didn't personally insult Matt Dillahunty.
Yeah, he did.
Will you stop interrupting me? Thank you. So the problem here is that in a debate, you are going to make arguments that are going to offend your opposition. That's what a debate is. It's going to happen. Every time I have an abortion debate and the other guy complains about how I want to control women, like that's insulting me. But in his purview, that is what I'm doing. And likewise, in my purview, he is indirectly supporting the death of babies, right? So I'm implying that he supports killing babies, so that he would feel insulted that way, just like I would feel insulted in his viewpoint. But that's okay, because in a debate, some level of thick skin is required. It's a debate, right? You should recognize in a debate that you aren't really trying to personally insult each other. You are making arguments that can be insulting and can feel insulting, but that doesn't mean that the debate argument isn't invalid either. So now to finally bring home the point on why trans issues is related to the topic, okay?
It doesn't actually matter. You've conceded your point. You said initially that it was insulting. You said initially that he did not insult. However, it is insulted. And so you are now saying rather that not that he didn't insult, he did insult, but instead is now insulting towards a general sense, not directly towards Matt Dillahunty. So your original claim was he being insulting? And I said, yeah, he was being insulting. If I recall, he was being insulting. You said, no, he was only insulting towards the end when he was already getting up and walking out. And I've already gotten you to effectively concede that he was indeed insulting. So you going back to this, to your trans argument into how it's validated is actually already disproven by your own metric.
Okay. Would you get upset if I change my argument?
Not at all. You can change your argument. You're free to do so.
Okay. In my viewpoint, and I think that Andrew Wilson did not solely insult with no valid argument behind it, only at the end. So if we want to count trans people are not real as an insult, I think that's fine, and I'll concede that it's an insult, in which case I will say that it's still valid to the debate, hence not justified for Dillahunty to leave. He should address the debate, address the arguments, just like how Andrew Wilson should address every time Dillahunty said God is not real. He should address the fact that Dillahunty implied that Christian people will execute women for lying about being virgins. He should address all the other points that Dillahunty made that could be seen as insults, which is fine. Is that okay?
I'm not exactly following.
During the debate, I don't think Andrew Wilson said anything that was not related to the debate. When Dillahunty had already gotten up
so
to
you
leave,
believe that trans issues is directly related with why secular humanism will beat Christianity? Why don't you explain that for me?
So thank you. Finally. So downstream from both secular humanism and Christian ethics is a subset of belief towards LGBT people. Whether or not gay marriage should be legal, whether or not
secular humanism doesn't actually imply anything regarding LGBT people.
But Matt Dillahunty's secular humanism does, right? Are you an atheist?
Yes, I'm an atheist.
I don't think it does, by the way.
It does not mention anything regarding LGBT people, but rather that you give humans the basic inalienable rights. Just effectively, what they would refer to it as golden rule: treat others as you would want to be treated. Right? If I were a trans person, I would likely not want to be derided for being trans.
Okay, I'm going to explain.
Also, if I may interject, one small point, there isn't just one Christian morality out there, right? There isn't like this one Christian morality, because there are Christians, there are sects of Christianity that actually accept LGBTQ people of all types. They have no problem, right? They have gay marriages inside those churches, right? So the thing with Andrew Wilson and this is why we have opening arguments, is for him to actually expose to the world what his morality is. What is he meaning when he's saying Christian morality? And he's not doing that. What he's doing, he's bashing on LGBTQ. He's using words that he knows are going to trigger some form of response because he's purposefully being insulting, right? When he's trying to do that. But what he's not doing is what the opening argument should be, which is present his argument for his position. He's not doing that at all.
His argument in his position is that in his worldview, being trans is immoral, and he would not be in support of that. That's his
He literally
position.
did not say that. He literally did not say that. What he said is that Matt Dillahunty's position is crap. And also, just one thing from your morality, just saying, "Oh, I'm against cigarettes," right? Okay, what does that tell you about the overarching, thing you have there, like moral worldview? It doesn't tell you that much. It just tells you your position on one thing. Why do you think that? It's like that. He didn't say anything about that, because if you go back to what Matt Dillahunty, right, like his opening argument, he's actually explaining his position. He's explaining his moral viewpoint, which Andrew Wilson doesn't throughout this whole thing. I think you should continue maybe to watch this thing, because he literally doesn't.
Oh, he also gets even worse with these insults, right? This is this one. Sorry, Boss Clips says this 2v1 is crazy. So I apologize.
Yeah, sorry. I will stop doing it, but yeah.
No, again, the problem here is that you're not looking at it from the other person's perspective, and that's why you think that you're presupposing your argument is correct. This is an issue. The debate is secular humanism versus Christian ethics. So, for example, Dillahunty doesn't believe that Kyle Rittenhouse acted in self-defense. He doesn't believe that. He thinks it was murder, right? So I think it would be completely valid for Andrew Wilson to talk about the topics of self-defense and then use an example like Kyle Rittenhouse to showcase why Dillahunty's argument fails, right? Another way to do that, and again, no specific details, but the broad perspective is that being LGBT is a moral wrong. That's why he's saying that believing in the delusion of trans people is a moral wrong. That's why believing that trans women can be women is incorrect. And he gave other arguments as well. It wasn't just trans people. So, and the thing is, in this debate...
Let me ask you this question. What does the Bible say about trans people?
I don't know. I'm not Christian.
Okay, well, I got news for you. It doesn't say shit about trans people. Now, what does secular humanism say about trans people?
I don't know.
It says absolutely nothing about trans people. So, the topic is, will secular humanism beat Christianity? What relevance does transness have to do with this argument? It is not mentioned in the Bible, which is the predicate of the entire of all Christianity. And secularism has some pamphlets that you can read to determine what it is that they believe, which also doesn't mention anything. So what relevance does this have other than a derision or an insult?
It is. Do you think that two human beings, do you think you share the exact same moral values as Matt Dillahunty?
No.
Right. So if I was debating you on secular ethics, I would be debating your version of secular ethics. I wouldn't say, well, Matt Dillahunty believes in this. How do you justify that? Well, you don't need to justify it. That Matt Dillahunty believes in it. I would need you to justify your belief. And Matt Dillahunty would need to justify, Andrew Wilson would need to justify his Christian beliefs. Mm-hmm. Andrew Wilson has said that during the Q&A section, he said that Christian ethic, the church is in universal agreement, right? Let's say for whatever reason, let's say abortion is acceptable according to the church. The one that Andrew Wilson follows, the Western Baptist Church, I think.
Isn't that the one where it says we should abort as many black babies as possible so there's more white people?
That's the one. That's the one. 100%.
Great.
Let's abort all black babies because that's the superior ethical worldview.
Great.
Dillahunty could bring this up during the debate and say, well, your church believes that you should abort as many black babies as possible. How do you justify that? And he says, well, I disagree with my church on this. That would actually lower Andrew Wilson's viewpoint, because Andrew Wilson is also not just defending his Christian ethical worldview, he would also be defending the Western Baptist Church, because that's the church he follows. So, and that would reduce the value overall of Christianity. So again, the trans issue is related because he's not debating a pamphlet, right? He's debating Matt Dillahunty. He's debating Matt Dillahunty's secular worldview. He's debating his worldview on abortion, his self-defense, ownage of property, race relations. Like, what if Matt Dillahunty said that white people are superior in his secular worldview? Do you think it would be fair for him to bring that up?
Yeah.
Andrew will. Yeah, exactly, right? Because it's his worldview. Believing in trans people is Dillahunty's worldview. Not believing in trans people is Andrew Wilson's worldview. That's why it was related to the discussion.
I still fail to see how it's related to the discussion. The predicate of Christianity is simply not there regarding trans people, and neither is secular humanism. The entire purpose of this is to insult Matt Dillahunty. That's why he's bringing this up. Right? And it gets worse from here, by the way, right? Like, I know this appears to be relatively benign, but it does get worse. Why do you keep keeping your hand on your face like you're so frustrated? Like, I'm just talking to you.
I feel like I'm being very, very clear with what I'm saying, and I feel like you're being intentionally disingenuous. It's really upsetting.
I'm not.
If you're not, well, okay, maybe you're this stupid normally, okay? Now that's a personal insult. I'll explain again. I'll explain one more time, okay? Is Andrew Wilson debating a pamphlet, or is he debating Matt Dillahunty?
He's debating Matt Dillahunty.
Does Matt Dillahunty believe in trans people?
Yes.
Okay. If Matt Dillahunty believed white people are superior than black people, and that's how that's how the world should reflect that, do you think it would be fair for Andrew Wilson to say, well, in his secular humanist value, he believes white people should have more rights than black people, but in my Christian ethical worldview, white people and black people would have the same rights? Do you think that that's a fair argument to make?
I think if like you make it under this argument, the issue that I'm having with your argument is that obviously Matt Dillahunty doesn't actually believe in that. But if I operate under your hypothetical, I suppose it could make sense. But then again, even then, I would just simply say that he's not a humanist. He's not a secular humanist because it is antithetical to secular humanism, right? But that's still not even the discussion, because the discussion is, will secular humanism beat Christianity? Not whether or not that his secular humanism is incongruent with real secular humanism.
Okay. So you agree within the hypothetical, though, right? That it is related to the discussion?
No.
Or no? No. Okay. So how about, okay. If you don't think so, then I guess this is a fundamental disagreement. Why don't you tell me what Andrew Wilson should have brought up? Maybe I need to understand that.
I don't know. I'm not a Christian.
Okay, so maybe, when Matt Dillahunty,
maybe he could have stayed on the precept argument. That probably would have been better, right? Because at least then we would just have a precept debate. It's a little off topic, but at least it wouldn't be derision. I don't believe that Christianity actually has a valid argument against secular humanism, because I believe that secular humanism results in better outcomes overall.
But I thought you were an atheist.
That's correct. That's why I said secular humanism results in better outcomes overall.
Sorry, better. I thought you said bitter.
Yeah.
Okay. Why? Okay, so when Matt Dillahunty brought up gay issues in his opening statement, you think that was related?
When Matt Dillahunty brought up gay issues? He brought up gay issues?
He did, yeah.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. I mean, you're talking about the inalienable rights of individuals and respecting people just as how you would want to be treated. So if you are gay, you have a right to live your life as you see fit, right? Because I wouldn't want to be derided or treated badly. But again, we're talking about the predicate, not in essence being gay.
Okay. So if gay issues are related to the topic, and you've agreed that gay issues is related to the topic, why isn't trans issues related to the topic? Why can't Matt
I did not agree that gay issues is related to the topic. I said that you can bring up somebody who is gay and then talk about why we ought care for a gay person, right? Based on the golden rule. Do you understand? It's not necessarily related to gay people. It's more based on treating people with respect, regardless of the fact that they are gay or not. It's anybody. If they're gay, Indian, black, white, brown, doesn't matter.
I understand the argument, but so would you also agree that Matt Dillahunty, at least this portion of Matt Dillahunty's debate, was not related to the topic? He didn't bring up a specific gay person. He talked about gay issues.
Do we have to go over
like,
Matt Dillahunty's as well? Like, is that necessary?
I'll tell you what he said. He said,
he
Mike
goes
Johnson,
like a full 10 minutes. Let's see. It starts
I'll
at
tell you the specific
5:35. It ends at, it's 10 minutes.
I'll tell you the part I'm talking about. Matt Dillahunty said that Mike Johnson is the new Speaker of the House, and he's going to bring back what's the conversion therapy, because he believes you can pray the gay away.
Matt Dillahunty said that you can pray the gay away? I'm sorry, I did not hear you out.
Let me say it again. Matt Dillahunty, in his opening statement, said Mike Johnson is the new Speaker of the House, and he's going to bring back conversion therapy because he believes that you can pray the gay away.
Yeah, I mean, that's a problem.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's not a problem. I'm not saying it's not a problem.
Okay.
But the thing is, Matt Dillahunty brought up the G in LGBT issues first in his opening statement. So would you say that that's related to the topic?
I've already explained myself. Why are you bringing up the same topic? I said it's related to the golden rule. You can take gay and replace it with any other minority group. The point is that you apply the golden rule, which is directly related to secular humanism. He could have said gay, black, white, Indian. It doesn't matter. It's the same exact thing. There's no difference in the argument.
So your argument is what? That because you think that he's just
talking
using
about
gay
secular, he's using it as an example. Yes.
No, I don't think he's using it as an example. I think he's specifically saying that gay people will have it worse in Christian ethics, which is why secular humanism is.
They would have it worse in Christian ethics.
Did not say that they wouldn't. Okay, my argument is that that Dillahunty brought up gay issues in his debate first. Yet you don't have a problem with that, but you have a problem with Andrew Wilson bringing up trans issues, even though it is related to the topic.
Are those the same thing?
That's my point. Yes. And not only are they
gay
the same
and trans
thing,
is the same thing
as being gay.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe in trans people. I'm not convinced of trans people.
Why don't we just have the trans discussion?
Okay, sure, let's do it.
All right. What makes you think that trans people aren't real?
There's two main arguments to trans people. One is the self-ID view, and one is the sex-brained argument, which is that what if you have a female brain inside of a male body, or vice versa, right? Trans men and trans women.
Okay.
Do you believe in these arguments, or do you disagree with these arguments?
Well, I don't believe in any of my arguments. I know my argument is correct.
Okay. which argument do you think is correct? The self-ID, or do you have another argument you believe is correct?
Well, so from the self-ID perspective, I look at it as, well, I wouldn't want to be treated in a bad way. And if they're going through something in their life, sometimes just a social transition is enough, and just treating them as a human being and with respect is enough to lower suicidal ideation. So it is up to us to reduce that. That would be just the social issue. And then there's, of course, the endocrinological response that happens at an embryonic stage, which results in specific hormone balances in the brain, which is incongruent with your gender or your sex assigned at birth, which is based off of what genitals you have. It is not, of course, based on the chromosomes you had in your body. It is actually just simply, the doctor simply looks at your genitals and says boy or girl based on those genitals. The point that I'm trying to make is both of them are quite valid.
No. I in my view, from how you responded, it seemed to be that you're saying that self-ID is probably not real, but it's the nice thing to respect people's identity.
I mean, to be fair, roughly about 90% of the time they grow out of it. But that's not true for 10% of the time. And there may be instances where it's more complex than just a simple neurochemical link. Right? Sexuality is complex. There's many factors.
Well, there's two factors, but
what two factors?
Male and female.
Really? Okay, let me ask you this, right? Well, let's try some questions, okay? We have an instance where a person possesses XY chromosomes, as in male.
Yeah.
And because of an androgen insensitivity syndrome, which happens at a genetic stage, causes there to be a lack of testosterone. Because of the lack of testosterone, this fetus will grow a full vagina, a uterus, fallopian tubes, breasts, boobs, but as they get into puberty, is this a male?
Does this person, I'm going to say she, is she phenotypically female?
Yes, their phenotypes are female. However, if I'm not mistaken, they have trouble creating eggs. But they have an androgen insensitivity syndrome. Every baby effectively starts as like this
female.
Effectively female. It's a dimorphic form where it's like neither male nor female, but it tends to be female, and it is testosterone that enables the growth of a penis.
Gotcha.
And so I guess
I would say she's female.
Okay, so they're female. That's cool. But do you think that this could cause differences in the brain, such as different hormones in the brain that causes, for example, a desire to feel that they are actually a man in a woman's body?
I don't know if this is, I mean, it's possible that this could cause those feelings, yeah.
Okay, trans people are real.
I mean, no, gender dysphoria is real.
Well, you said trans people aren't real. And so I'm proving to you that trans people exist at an endocrinological and therefore empirical basis. You have acknowledged the existence of this condition, and therefore have tacitly acknowledged that trans people are real. So you would have to concede your argument in order to continue. Or change your argument.
Okay. I concede, okay?
Cool.
Okay.
All right.
Cool. What I meant to say, okay, I apologize. What I meant to say is that gender dysphoria is very real. People can be very, very confused of their gender. That's why we have trans people, right? I don't think the cure or the fix or the idea that you have a male brain or female brain is true, because from the evidence I've seen, which is that typically speaking, most women have female brains and men have male brains. That's true, but it doesn't seem to correlate trans gender dysphoria, but it seems to correlate same-sex attraction. So gay people tend to have female brains, and lesbian women tend to have male brains. So this might cause gender dysphoria for some individuals, but it seems like
I'm curious as to where you're getting your studies from.
I don't have it on me right now. So we can say
I have
this.
3. So this each of these, and I'll just post them in side chat, and I just want everybody to observe. Here, I'll post it. I'll show it on Chrome. There is the first one, which is brain network interactions in transgender individuals with gender incongruence, that is able to observe specific portions of the brain that are different among trans individuals than it is for cisgendered people. There is, of course, a sex difference in the human brain and its relation to transsexuality right here. And I'll post it again in side chat there for everybody to see. Transsexuals possessing strong feelings, often from childhood onwards, having been born the wrong sex, the possible phenotypic or biological etiology of transsexuality has been the subject of debate for many years. Here we show that the volume of the central subdivision of the bed nucleus of the stria terminalis, or BST, is a brain area that is essential for sexual behavior. It is larger in men than it is in women. A female-sized BST was found in male to female transsexuals. The size of BSTs was not influenced by sex hormones in adulthood and was independent of sexual orientation. And then finally, we can look at the neuroanatomy of the transgender identity, a mega-analytic findings from the Enigma Transgender Persons Working Group. So I'm curious as to what studies that you are referencing, because I have just given 3 separate sources operating at a neurochemical level. I can also provide endocrinological findings as well. There's multiple fields of study that provide the existence of trans people. So please explain why they don't, how it doesn't work.
Let me steel man your argument, okay? I concede the part that trans people are real.
Yeah. That's
okay.
Good. I appreciate that.
Okay. I appreciate you. But I still would say that if trans people are real in this discussion, we still shouldn't be supportive of trans affirmative care for youths and adults. Now, before I get into that aspect of the debate, I just want to understand something. If a person so you're aware of neo-pronouns, right?
Yeah.
Do you justify those?
Not really, no. I don't understand the sociology behind it.
Okay, so you do agree those people are delusional?
No, I don't know enough about it to tell you anything. But the reality is I just go in favor of whatever the facts are, and I'm able to prove empirically the existence of trans people and that gender affirming care, even among minors, is actually efficacious. Like I said, you got to understand that the 9 times out of 10, when you just socially transition a child, they grow out of it, right? A lot of the times you don't even need to apply hormone blockers because they don't actually have gender dysphoria. But for those that do have gender dysphoria, they can take hormone blockers, and then when they're 18, they can come to a decision as to whether or not that they want to go through with hormone replacement therapy, which is getting the opposite hormones at 18 years old, now that they're a rationing individual.
Okay. The reason, okay. Do you believe racism is a problem in society?
Yeah, in some instances, sure.
You're American, right?
Yes.
Man, election must have been tough.
It was.
Sorry.
Wasn't too happy about it, gotta say. Wasn't too happy.
If it helps, I can't vote, but if it helps, I probably would have voted for Kamala. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Kamala, but yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
You're good.
Couple points. So you agree that racism is a problem in society. I'm not white, but let's pretend I'm white. Okay. Let's say a black man comes to me and is like, "Hey,
Where's
my
this
dude,
going?
I don't. No, I'm explaining. Hey, my dude, I don't like this racism. Okay, it's suffering. Can you help me?" So I'm like, I got this experimental drug for you. Okay, I'll give you this drug. It will make you white. Do you think it's ethical for me to give him this drug?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat it? I was thinking about when I was going to get my link from for the modern day debate stream. I'm sorry.
Do you think that it's ethical to give a black person a drug that will make them white so they can avoid racism in society?
I think it should be up to the individual to make that decision.
No, I'm asking you if it's morally permissible to do so.
If the individual wants it, they can. But no, not by force. Absolutely not.
No. Well, I mean, I think you agree we shouldn't force transitioning children either, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So the force is not relevant on this. But I'm asking you. I have created a drug, and the black guy is like, "Dude, I'm suffering racism. I don't want to do this." I'm like, "I got you, bro. Here's a drug that will make you white." Is that acceptable?
Sure, if they want to take it.
Okay. So let's go back 300 years. Okay, during the era of slavery. So a lot of black people come to me to give them the pill that makes them white, so they can avoid the problem of slavery. You think would you be okay living in a society with no black people?
I mean, like, why would everybody take it?
Because they want to avoid slavery. They want to avoid being treated like slaves.
I don't think that this would get rid of all black people.
But is there a black person that wants to suffer through the excess amount of racism in the North?
There were some slaves that didn't want to be free. Like I failed to see the relevance.
Yeah, I know, that's crazy.
Well, yeah, I mean, they saw that they were getting free room and board, and they just didn't want to go about it. Now, with that being said, I'm not justifying slavery, but I mean, that is there are written accounts of this. It's horrendous that is even a thing, but yeah. So even if you offered the pill, you would not get rid of all black people.
But you would get rid of most of them, right?
You'd get rid of some, sure.
Some?
Yeah, some.
You think most people would be okay with being treated like slaves or second-class citizens?
Never said that.
So why wouldn't they take the pill?
It depends, right? Depends on where they are, what they're doing, whether or not that they are being subjugated. They may not necessarily take the pill, or maybe they are so prideful that they would go, screw it, I would rather suffer and remain black. Like, there's a lot of factors.
True. I'm asking you if 51% plus would do it.
I don't know.
Come on, man! You're telling me that you can't tell me if majority of black people don't want to avoid slavery.
Why don't you just give me your argument instead of operating this hypothetical?
The issue here is that there are some people that are going to hate their body. That's just reality. A lot of women that get boob jobs hate the way their boobs look. They just think it should be bigger.
Okay.
A lot of people. Like, for example,
you and I. Those things?
My viewpoint on cosmetic surgery is a bit more mixed. So that's a kind of a separate discussion.
But why wouldn't they? Wait, hold on. So just applying golden rule, right? Gotcha. You wouldn't want somebody to tell you what you can and cannot do with. Like, let's say you wanted to go get a tattoo, right? If you're an adult, who's to say that you can't get a tattoo? Why not?
51% of society.
No.
You're right.
It shouldn't be up to 51% of society. We've already decided that we just generally leave people alone so long as it's not hurting other people. You getting a tattoo isn't hurting other people. It's just you, right? So there's no issue with you as an adult getting a tattoo.
Okay, listen.
Right?
First of
no,
all,
I'm saying, should somebody come up to you and restrict you from getting a tattoo as an adult?
if they think that this is a morally just thing to do, then they should democratically vote for it. Yes.
Okay, so you think that people should just democratically get rid of your rights. So let's say if people democratically decided that we want to kill all of, I don't know what race you are, all of your race.
Take a guess. Actually, you know what? Take a guess.
Are you Indian?
Fuck you. I'm Pakistani.
Okay, all right. I don't know. Anyway, so you told me to take a guess.
That's a India-Pakistan relationship. So the FU was a joke. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't help myself. So, I mean, like, what if we just decided, there's 51% of us white people and we're like, oh, we should just get rid of all the Pakistanis, right? Would you be okay with that, right? Because democratically, right? I mean, the problem with this question is that it's really hard for me to kind of imagine a scenario that happens today, right?
Well, wait, I give you the... Well, no, we've had that scenario. Scenarios like that have happened in the past, right? In the very recent past.
Do you think morality is subjective?
Yes.
Okay, so if 51% of people think black people are subhuman, then how do you argue against that? Because that's the morally correct decision.
I use my subjective understanding that you just generally leave people alone if they're not hurting other people.
Right, but...
Right, because like I'm interested in what leads to better outcomes.
The problem is that it's not necessarily about better outcomes.
Yes, it is. For me, it is. It's all about outcomes.
Yeah, but then you don't.
Specifically, you don't really, I use a thing called internal values, but that's a different discussion entirely.
Listen, if morality is subjective, right, then, if majority of society votes for something, then there's nothing really you can do about it, right? Like if most of society thinks that women are property, you can't do anything about that. If most of society thinks...
Well, I would argue that that's wrong and that we should stop that.
If you were born 500 years ago, would you be racist?
Probably.
Yes, thank you. Okay, it's
still
really
wrong.
hard to... But isn't morality subjective?
Yes. Based on my subjective interpretation, it's wrong. You realize that when I say something is subjective, that doesn't mean it doesn't matter, right?
No, I didn't say it doesn't matter.
Well, I'm saying that when you're bringing up subjectivity, you're implying that it doesn't matter, but it does.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry if I'm implying that. That's not what I meant. What were we talking about?
I don't know, man.
Oh yeah,
you brought up your example.
Let me say my full argument and then respond to me.
All right.
Okay, so I think that being black, you should continue to exist as black people. I think that if during the 18th century, when slavery was still legal, I think that being black isn't a moral wrong. And converting black people into white people, even to avoid suffering, is morally wrong. Because if we don't do that...
There's lots of black people that decided to turn white, right? Like Michael Jackson is an example. Is it a moral wrong that he turned white?
Yes, I think there are certain facets of the human experience that should continue to exist.
That's weird. Why?
Because it can get, not only is it a slippery slope, it can get really like, there are certain things in society that are unique, right? So for example, having blue eyes and blonde hair is like considered a beautiful thing because it's considered, it's outside of the norm, right? But that's part of the reason why it's considered an attractive trait. If we give everyone blonde hair and blue eyes, we begin to lose that uniqueness of human society, of being a human being, right? Well, part of the reason we have these unique characteristics and traits is so we can differentiate between what we like, what we dislike, what's good or bad. The idea that
I'm saying that like people can't pursue the things that they find valuable. If you're sitting there worried about what they can control, who can be black, who can't be black. And I'm just simply saying that, hey, if Michael Jackson wanted to be white, who cares? Who am I to say you don't have a right to do that? It's wrong. It's wrong because let's say if I was Michael Jackson and I had like a sudden desire to be white, I don't think it's up to another person to say what I can and cannot do with my body, considering I'm not harming anyone in the action.
Okay, first of all, there's no such thing as an action in a vacuum. Okay, so when Michael Jackson, one of the most widely recognized pop stars, one of the most famous pop stars, well loved for all Black people, when he transitions, when he becomes white, that can feel like an attack on the Black community. Okay, because to them, they lost a representative of a Black world-renowned pop star, and that offends them, right? So also the Michael Jackson example is really, really bad because Michael Jackson needed to get needed to become white because of health reasons, right? I think he had health problems. That's why he had to
wait, hold on. Tinfoil Freak just donated $25. Thank you so much, Tinfoil. It's really nice of you. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No problem. So what was I gonna say? Yeah. So Michael Jackson is a bad example because he had to become white to cure himself of a disease he had. That's why he transitioned into a white man. Okay.
Okay.
So in these instances, right, I'm actually okay with forcing a medical procedure onto an individual to save their life, if that was the medical procedure that was done. So if like an intersex person was on a hospital bed and the only way to save this individual was to give them trans-affirmative therapy or trans-affirmative care, then I think that's completely morally permissible.
Bro, we just turned a guy pro-trans. That was great. Good job, bro.
Okay. Gotcha.
High five.
High five. Okay. So putting that out of the way.
Tinfoil Freak said, you changed my mind and I really value that. Thanks. Wow. Wow. That's amazing.
So again, going back to the essentially transracialism argument, I don't believe that Black people, because the downstream effect of converting Black people into white people is that we will not change our moral perspective on Black people. So if majority of Black people transitioned into white, then we would still be at, socially speaking, we would still be at the era of slavery. We'd still think that Black people should be treated like slaves. There just would be no Black people to enslave. And that's essentially my issue with the transracialism. I think that if trans people are real, gender dysphoria is real, which it is. I think that we should bend society to be accepting of trans people as they are, and we shouldn't find a short-term solution of mutilating their bodies to affirm them of what they think it should look like.
Well, the problem is that there's certain individuals.
Let me just finish this point. Okay. One of the hypotheticals that I use is that what if a baby in the womb was found out to have a male brain inside a female body or vice versa? Would you transition that baby in the womb?
So you're saying that a baby in the womb, first of all, you physically can't do that. I don't know how you.
No, that's a hypothetical.
Like if we magically had the ability to transition.
Yeah, transition children and detect the gender of the brain and gender of the body.
Yeah,
we can detect gender.
Yeah, based. So
you're okay with forcing that procedure to an unborn baby?
Well, you have to think about it this way, right? There's plenty of people. You are under the assumption that you already know, right? So under that basis, we know with 100% certainty that this person will have gender incongruence that is very debilitating pretty much their entire life until they get it resolved. There's also the fact that if transition does not happen at an earlier age, this increases the prevalence of the need for risky surgical procedures when it can just be done naturally. It's quite common, for example, if by taking hormone blockers, let's say if you're born male, by taking hormone blockers, you do not increase your overall testosterone when you are going through puberty, and they decide that, okay, I'm going to transit, they have gender dysphoria. If they have that gender dysphoria, they rather than having a risky procedure such as a mastectomy through hormone blockers, and then by the time they are 18, they can take estrogen and progesterone, which would allow them to naturally grow breasts as they normally would if they were born female. This reduces the overall need of risky procedures. So, I mean, under the presumption that 100%, yeah, totally. Yeah.
Okay. So
this would improve the lives of many individuals.
Do you think there are zero trans people that are perfectly content with their body that they have?
I'm sure there's some. Sure. Why not?
Yeah. Some people can find that like as a beautiful thing, right? Like a lot of, you hear blind people talking about, oh, this leaf has so many veins. Right? I've read every single blind person book.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I would say that that's a moral wrong. Actually, let me kind of further ask the question. Do you think that making people's eyes blue or black or changing hair color?
I think that's up to them. They can make that decision. It doesn't bother me none.
So you're perfectly okay with parents gene editing children. That's not incorrect to you.
Oh, you're saying the parents making the decision to edit the genes of the child? No, I mean, obviously that involves the autonomy of the child.
Wait,
right?
So when I said that you could convert a baby in the womb, whose autonomy?
Under the presumption that 100% they have gender dysphoria, and also under the presumption that they are trans, that we're able to detect the hormone differences in the brain. Yeah, then yes. Under your hypothetical, okay, that works. But in terms of eye color, it's strictly cosmetic. It doesn't really have a benefit to having blue or brown or green.
Okay, so a couple things. I didn't say that this child was trans. I just said that the baby in the womb has a male brain, female body.
Yeah, that would be a trans individual.
Yeah, but you said that some trans people would be okay with having a mismatched brain body, right? So when you said trans,
depends.
I thought that...
Again, when it comes to the endocrinological responses, it's complicated. It's not a black or white. It's a spectrum of things that can occur.
Okay, right? So at one end of the spectrum, you're okay with, some trans people would be okay with having a mismatched body.
You said that we could analyze it with 100% certainty, and that was the predicate that you operated on. So it seemed like a pretty simple answer for me.
Yeah, but okay. Do you agree that there are some trans people that are okay with having the incorrect brain with the wrong body?
I'm sorry. It sounded like that you had like a double negative there. Incorrect brain and wrong body. Like I'm not following.
All right, you're right. There's probably a trans person that has a male brain, right, and is in a female body.
Okay. Yeah.
Femboys, right?
No. That would likely
correct.
be that would likely be a trans male.
Yeah. Male brain, female body. That individual could find that to be like a beautiful, unique aspect of their identity and life. To them, it's not a curse, it's a blessing, right? They could feel that way. Would you agree with me on that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it? I was looking for the modern day debate link. We're actually about to get started on modern day debate. Hey, what do you guys think? Should I just curious, should I just like chat it out and play Chrono Trigger while
actually
I debate this guy? I just sit there, I'm like, huh? What? Oh yeah.
Amanda, there's a lot of people that want to talk. How about
No, we're out of time. We really are out of time. I'm expecting a link any minute to be able to join Zoom.
Okay, last question. Okay,
Go for it.
and then we can move on.
Yep.
Do you think some trans people exist that have the incorrect brain, that have a brain that doesn't match their body, but they're completely okay with that happening? They don't see it as a curse. They don't want to kill themselves every day. They find that as a blessing. They find that as a unique, beautiful thing about their body.
Repeat it one more time. I'm so sorry. I was chatting to people in side chat. My fault.
That's okay. I'll do it again. I'll say it again. Do you think that there are some people that have a brain that don't match their body, that find that to be a unique, beautiful thing about themselves, about their identity?
Based. Trans people and positive pilled. Love that.
Wait, what's positive pill?
Positive. They're thinking positively about their body. I like that. I think that's a really good thing to have.
Okay, yeah. So, like, would you agree that some trans people that have never transitioned, that have a mismatched body to brain gender, they're completely, they find this to be a blessing, not a curse?
Well, maybe. I don't know. Good question.
Okay. Okay. I guess that was the final question. Yeah.
Based.
Good luck with Andrew, man.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna do my best. Wish me luck.
Word of advice. You can insult Andrew back. You can be with Andrew.
Okay.
Good luck.
I don't want to do that.
No, you're gonna need to. That's his.
That's
if
his
you
MO?
don't do that, no. If you don't, you need to try and match his energy, because if you don't do that, he'll steamroll you.
Okay. Maybe.
Okay, don't forget the moderator. He doesn't exist. Okay, it's a 1v1 unmoderated debate.
Jeez, you're making it seem scary.
Dude,
I'll be all right.
Even if I defended Andrew in the first 45 minutes, okay, I don't personally like the guy.
Yeah,
but
I know.
He is
I was actually warned. I was warned that apparently the guy is like a really nasty debater.
Multiple times by multiple people. I should add.
Yeah, including the guy that defended him for the first 45 minutes is telling you that.
Did you ever debate him?
No, he doesn't know I exist.
Okay.
Good luck, man.
Oh, thank you.
I guess probably is the debate going to happen here or somewhere else?
Yeah, I'm streaming it on my YouTube channel. I know it's also going to be on the modern day debate, but I'm really tiny, and this time I swear you're going to be able to see the full thing, right? Not just my face like last time. So just go to my stream, right? I just posted it on side chat. It's streaming live now.
1stAmender, Boss Clip asks you to let him up quick.
We're ready. I gotta go. I really do. I'm so sorry. I gotta go. Anyway, join me on my stream. I'm streaming live now. Check it out here. Modern Day Debate has plenty of people. Let's do it on my side. Come on, let's go. All right.
Already there, man.
All right, let's see here. So we're gonna go straight to Zoom here. Open Zoom meetings, and then I'm gonna replace that portion here. This my dolphin. We're gonna replace it with. Oh, I'm sorry, not dolphin. Where is it? So let me see where it is. I call that SNES. All right, hold on one second. I'm gonna join real quick. Nice. All right, and then I'm gonna share the stream here. I don't know if it shows up I don't know how it's going to show up, if it's in one window or another window. So hold on. I'm just going to, I'll share the window in just a moment. Join with computer audio. Let me just make sure I'm on the right thing.
Gentlemen.
Hello, can you hear me okay? How you doing?
I can hear you. Let me just see if I've got my volume too low. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sure can.
Excellent. There, okay. All right. First Amender, can you give me another hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, now we're good. Okay. Let me just look in OBS, see if it's even on the volume. Let's see. If you could do a quick 1, 2, 3 for me, Andrew.
1, 2, 3.
Thanks. And then Amender.
Hello, 1, 2, 3.
Good. It might be slightly lower.
Am I lower? I don't know why my mic does that.
Don't adjust it too much because most people overdo it. So
okay,
maybe just slightly. If you do a quick 1, 2, 3 for me again, please.
1, 2, 3. Testing, testing.
That'll be good. Cool. All right, let me just flip this.
By the way, I'm live right now, James, just so you know.
So am I.
You got it. No problemo. We're going to start in just a moment. So I think we're all on the same page. 5 to 10 minute opening statements, and then the open dialogue, the Q&A. First Amender going first. What I'll do, First Amender, I think Ryan does the same way, is I'll go on with a cold open. I'll say, hey, everybody, today we're debating whether or not trans women are women, and we're starting right now with First Amender's opening statement. Thanks for being with us. First Amender, the floor is all yours. And then once I say that, you are free to pick up the ball and start running. So,
okay,
yeah.
Sure. Sounds great.
Cool. Any questions?
Nope.
Good.
Who's
Thanks
opening?
Here, guys.
Yes?
Yep.
Okay.
Let me just adjust this. Let's see. Oh, let me just.
Did you write another poem for me? Did you write a poem for me tonight, First Amendment?
I wish. I should have written you a poem.
Should have written me a poem.
You would have loved it. I would have written about beautiful, splendiferous flowers and how it
Dude,
flows alongside.
Is that background just like designed to give me a headache? Do you have any other background you can, like, honestly, that's an honest question.
Would you like a waterfall background?
Just like something that's maybe a little more stagnant. That's actually super distracting.
Does it really bother you that much?
Yeah.
All right, hold on 1 second, okay? Let's see here. I want to let's do
That's better.
Hold on. I wanted to do another one. Hold on, give me a sec. I apologize. You're catching me off guard. I'll add a maybe. I think I know what I want to do. We'll do my waterfall. You'll like my waterfall. It's a nice one.
1 second. I'm having a little bit of a problem here. This is a new error from OBS. I had an error earlier.
What do you think of my waterfall, Andrew? Is that better? Is that not too much animation for you?
Yeah, it's way less distracting than like a pulsating, headache-inducing, whatever the hell that was before. Yeah.
Hearts.
Just 1 second. I'm gonna fix this. I don't know what it is. Okay. Device manager. Enable. Hopefully you guys are having a good day.
I'm doing
Yeah, I'm
great.
having a good day.
Does it seem like this people are taking this election better than the 2016, or does it seem like people are even more or less upset?
I would say more.
The commies aren't taking it well. No, the liberals they're very upset.
Oh, I'm not
They're
a
very
commie, but
upset.
I am a liberal.
I remember I could have sworn. Okay, good. I think I got this sorted out. Thanks for your patience there. Basically, it seems like back in 2016, is it just me? It seemed like it was more chaotic though. Like there were more, like I saw like some small peaceful riot in Chicago, but wasn't like 2016 people were like throwing bricks?
Yeah, I mean, so the thing is you may see this again. Remember, it's still a couple of months away from Trump actually getting seated. So,
Oh yeah, that's right. I think that's maybe when it was actually the brick throwing stuff.
yeah.
That was when he actually, yeah. Okay. Thanks, guys, for your patience, and we're ready to roll. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that cold open, and then I'll kick it over to you, First Amender. And I think I've got you guys both linked in the description. Let me check it out. And good. Yep, both linked, ready to go. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Let me just double check there. Here we go. Hey, everybody. So now we're debating whether or not trans women are women, and we are starting right now with First Amender's opening statement. Thanks for being with us. First Amender, the floor is all yours.
Thanks, James. And I just wanted to say, I wanted to thank both being invited to the modern day debate stage, as well as wanting to thank Andrew, for taking the time to consider my arguments. And I'm glad that I would at least be considered. And so I give him that thank you. So I operate off of some preliminary required understanding. Sex and gender are two different things. Biological sex is defined by your gametes, or more technically, which gamete, be it sperm or eggs, that your body or phenotype has evolved to produce. In humans, the developmental process, which result in you developing a male or female phenotype, are determined by which set of sex chromosomes that you have, be it XX for females or XY for males. There also exist intersex people, though this is an extremely rare situation which can represent several chromosomal characteristics. Some may have one chromosome, or there may be extra chromosomes. Some may have XY chromosomes and due to androgen insensitivity syndrome grow female genitalia as well as a female body starting at an embryonic stage. In general, XX represents female, XY represents male. Gender is represented as the hormone characteristics that exist through your brain. For 99.9 to 99.99% of people, the specific hormone balance that you receive is the same as your sex, but this isn't necessarily the same people with differences in hormone balances, such as trans people and intersex people. There are, however, a rare set of people where the hormone balances that they receive at an embryonic development are different from their sex characteristics. This causes someone to feel that they are a different sex than what they physically are. Sexual development involves two very distinct developmental processes: sex determination and sex differentiation. Sex determination is the development assignment that...
Okay, pardon my interruption. You guys, I totally screwed this up. Okay, the last 2 minutes that we were streaming, it actually went to restream, just had some sort of error. So we're going to just pretend as if this way we don't have your opening cut off, because we're going to start just as if this was the start of the debate. So that first 2 minutes, forgive me, you'll have to read that over.
I have to listen to all that again. All right.
So give me 2 moments and then we'll restart it. Thanks for your patience. Sorry about that. Here we go. I'm going to do that cold open in 3, 2, and then, like I said, First Amender, you can pick up at the very start, so that way it's not cut off. 3, 2, 1, here we go. Hey, everybody. Tonight we're debating whether or not trans women are women, and we are starting right now with First Amender's opening statement. Thanks for being with us. First Amender, the floor is all yours for your opening.
Thanks, James. I'm really happy to actually be here, to be invited back on the modern day debate stage. And I also just want to personally thank Andrew for deciding to take the time to be able to debate a small YouTuber like me. So it's rather an honor that he would consider my debate. Now, I operate on some preliminary required understanding, which is that sex and gender are effectively two different things. Biological sex is defined by your gametes, or more technically, which gamete, be it sperm or eggs, that your body or phenotype has evolved to produce. In humans, the developmental process in which result in you developing a male or female phenotype are determined by which set of sex chromosomes that you have, be it XX for females or XY for males. There do exist intersex people, though. This is an extremely rare situation, which represents several chromosomal characteristics. Some may have one chromosome, or they may have extra chromosomes. Some may have XY chromosomes, and due to androgen insensitivity syndrome, grow with female genitalia and female body, starting at an embryonic stage. In general, XX represents female and XY represents male. Gender is represented as the hormone characteristics that exist through your brain. For 99.9 to 99.99% of people, the specific hormone balance that you receive is the same as your sex. But this isn't the same as people with differences in hormone balances, such as trans people and intersex people. There are, however, a rare set of people where the hormone balances they receive at embryonic development are different from their sex characteristics. This causes someone to feel that they are a different sex than what they physically are. Sexual development involves two very distinct developmental processes: sex determination and sex differentiation. Sex determination is the developmental assignment that directs the undifferentiated zygote to progress into a sexually dimorphic individual towards male or female. In humans, chromosomal sex is determined in the fertilization, which sperm contributes either an X or a Y chromosome to the X chromosome in the oocyte. Gender identity and sexual orientation are fundamentally independent characteristics of an individual's sexual identity. And I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you very much for that opening, folks. We're going to kick it over to Andrew for his opening as well. I want to let you know, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I am your host, Dr. James Coons. I want to say welcome. No matter what walk of life you're from, we're glad that you were here. Hit that subscribe button, as we have many more debates coming up. With that, we'll kick it over to Andrew. Thanks for being with us. Andrew, the floor is all yours.
So this is maybe the first time I have to go near the end of my opening statement and read that first and then go back to the beginning, which is actually bizarre. But I actually never heard a single argument for how trans women are women, not even one. I didn't hear a single argument for that. Just pointing that out. I'll wait for my opponent to come back. It's very rude for him to walk away in the opening statement, because then how can he hear my arguments?
I can hear you. They're wireless.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure. But anyway, ultimately, this debate is straightforward. It falls on my opponent to demonstrate why a woman and a trans woman are exactly the same thing. That's the debate. I contend they're not, and my reasons are as follows. They have a different sex, so they wouldn't be categorized as trans. Simple. In regards to gender, this is a social phenomenon and not a biological one, so we won't cross the two together. This just becomes self-ID and can't be biologically assigned because it's ultimately an empty label. It doesn't point to any useful information about what the category is. With that, you would think I would just win the debate outright, but since I guess we have to have this debate, I'll go ahead. This debate is often hilarious, as with just a single moment of reflection, you can see I already won it before I said a word. The prompt itself says everything that needs to be said. Is a trans woman a woman? Why this needs to be asked if the answer is yes, I have no idea. Clearly, we are drawing two distinct categories here, and only one is taxonomically correct. Let me demonstrate how simple this is. If a male wants to apply his perception of female traits to his own body, we can call that transgender. However, he is still a male. His application of said behavior becomes a social category rather than a biological category. He is a male who engages in X behavior. My opponent uses a rather silly argument that because endocrinologists, who are hormone specialists, agree that changing hormones in your body can affect your mind, that somehow proves something solid about this behavior. It doesn't. In the work of endocrine disorders and psychiatric manifestations, living reference work entry, we'll start with the relationship between endocrine and psychiatric diseases are bidirectional. Most endocrine disorders are associated with psychological disturbances, and conversely, psychiatric entities induce changes in hormone activities. It's a chicken or the egg dilemma. Did the disorder come from the psychiatric disease, or did the psychiatric disease come from the hormone changes? Who knows? What are common endocrine disorders according to the paper? Main psychiatric manifestations associated with endocrine diseases are depression, anxiety, mania, eating disorders, psychosis, suicidal thoughts. We've really narrowed things down, haven't we?
Should we make a new taxonomical category for all of these based on sex of people who have these disorders? How about female anorexia? Does that sound correct? Or woman depression anonia? Does that sound right to you? It's silly. The biggest problem with this behavior is the amount of people experiencing it versus the amount of medical data available explaining it. Doesn't really sync up. From the Cass review, after Dr. Hilary Cass submitted her findings after being commissioned by the British government to do so, she said, quote, "There's no simple explanation for the increase in the numbers of predominantly young people and young adults who have trans or gender diverse identity. But there is broad agreement that it is a result of a complex interplay between biological, psychological, and social factors. This balance of factors will be different in each individual." Further explaining, the use of masculinizing, feminizing hormones in those under the age of 18 presents many unknowns. Despite their longstanding use in adult transgender population, the lack of long-term follow-up data on those commencing treatments at an earlier age means we have inadequate information about the range outcomes for this group. Clinicians are unable to determine with any certainty which children and young people will go on to have enduring trans identity. And of course, from the same report, while considerable amounts of research have been published in this field, systematic evidence reviews demonstrated the poor quality of published studies, meaning there's not a reliable evidence base from which to make clinical decisions or for children and their families to make informed choices. While this is in regards to trans children, the same sentiment can be applied across the board with most of these soft sciences, which are more akin to trial and error on an individual level than they are about group treatments. The science is very much not settled. This also puts into doubt the gender affirmation model my opponent uses to reduce harm. Very typical model, by the way. So what does any of that have to do with a trans woman being a woman? Literally nothing. But just like intersex, my opponent will try to pretend that complex medical and sociological issues can be reduced to some kind of ought claim. So I just wanted to jump in front of it. Ultimately, like I said, the debate is straightforward. It falls on my opponent to demonstrate why a woman is a trans woman are exactly the same thing. That's the debate. I contend they're not. My reasons are as follows. They have a different sex, or they wouldn't be categorized as trans. Simple. In regards to gender, this is a social phenomenon, not a biological one. We won't cross the two together. This just becomes self-ID, can't be biologically assigned because it's ultimately an empty label. Doesn't point to any useful information about what the category is. That should be the end of the debate if we use logic, but somehow it's impossible to do so with these little left-wing Fruit Loops. So, I don't know. I guess we'll just keep going, even though I have no idea why. The general public already knows what this actually is. It's a bunch of gay dudes that like to dress up like girls because it gets them off, and they usually suffer from autogynephilia. If, of course, you don't treat them like women, they can't get off, so they endlessly demand you treat them like women, or they will self-delete. It's called emotional hostage taking. Do what I want or else. And I take the or else path. I will not affirm your lie, as it will do damage to me to do so. And if that ends in your choice to self-delete, I don't give a shit, and neither does the entire working class of the United States. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. Looking forward to getting into this debate.
Thank you very much. And we're going to jump into the open dialogue. I want to say, folks, I'm going to put a poll in the chat, letting you vote on where you stand on this topic, and then a poll later on during the debate on who you thought was more persuasive. With that, thank you very much, gentlemen. The floor is all yours for open dialogue.
Yeah, so just very quickly, why are trans women and women exactly the same thing?
Yeah, I'd hate to answer my question with a question, but I think some leading understanding.
Don't do that then. Just answer the question.
Hold on.
No. Don't ask me a question. Answer the question.
Well, so leading, you have to understand, I suppose, my logic, right? And I don't need to understand
your logic. I need you to answer the question.
Take care of some questions. So let's start off.
I'm not going to answer your questions before you answer my question.
Well, I feel like I'm at least owed. If you walk along my train of logic, I should be able to ask a simple question to explain it.
Can you remind me what the question was, Andrew? And
very simple. I need to know what makes a trans woman exactly the same as a woman.
Yes.
That's what I need to know.
So, they're not exactly the same as a woman. But
okay, well, then that's the end of the debate. Saying a trans woman is a woman,
it's not the end. It's unfortunately not the end of the debate. I have to ask you.
No, that's the end of the debate.
As a leading question, how do you determine somebody to be a woman?
Okay, so just so you understand, I don't know if you can read or not, but the debate prompt says, "Are trans women women?" Mm-hmm. I asked you if they're exactly the same thing. You said no. That's the end of the debate. I'll take your concession now.
Well, no, not necessarily, because we have to discuss what it is, how you determine somebody to be a woman. I think it's very important to understand that, to then understand the answer to my question. I can, of course, answer your question, but we need to go over some basics. So
Okay,
for
go over it
starters,
then.
how do you determine somebody to be a woman?
What does that have to do with anything? I asked specifically. I just want to make sure I got this correct.
Regarding
okay, I want to make sure I got this correct.
My claim, I'm asking how you determine somebody to be a woman.
Here we go.
Very simple.
Let's try this again. I asked the question, is a trans woman the exact same thing as a woman? Your answer is no. That's the end of the debate, sir.
I've already explained it to you. So I guess if you're not willing to answer the question,
are they the same exact thing or not, sir?
We're going to go ahead and start over then. So typically how you determine somebody to be a woman is that you generally look at them. You don't pull their pants down. You do not take their blood and then determine that they are a woman based on having XX chromosomes. You look at them. That means that you observe typical phenotypes that are typical of that of female to determine whether or not that they are a woman. So one good example of this is you observe that they have breasts, hips, a facial structure that is vindicative in a specific way that would indicate that they are, in fact, a woman. You yourself would look at somebody and based off of those phenotypes, determine that they are a woman. And
but
so
are they a real
under
woman?
that basis, well, but that's not the question. The question is, are trans women women? And so if you are able to look at somebody within about half a second.
My turn,
well, no, because you're not understanding the logic, right? You're interrupting me.
Debate, bro.
I'm not filibustering the debate. I'm simply explaining my position.
Andrew.
I literally just patiently listened to your entire stupid diatribe. So here's the thing. Very simple question for you. Can you draw a woman on a piece of paper?
I sure can.
Is it real? Is that a real woman?
I mean, it's a picture of a woman. It's not a real woman.
Is it a real woman? No, it's not a real woman.
It's a picture of a woman.
So when you say, is a trans woman a woman, do you mean it that a trans woman is a woman in the same way that a picture drawn of a woman is a woman? Or do you mean that a trans woman is a woman in the same way, objectively, a female is a female, a woman is a woman?
Well, again, I've explained to you that you determine somebody to be a woman based on their phenotypes. And so if they possess those phenotypes...
expression. A phenotypical expression.
Well, sure. So if they are taking hormone replacement therapy and they possess the same fat distribution and they're effectively, it's called the passing trans person, according to you, by your very own metrics. They are a woman because that's how you determine somebody to be a woman or a man. That's correct, because you won't answer a single one of my questions.
Well, how can you then say then by my metrics anything?
One more time.
Bro, how can you say by my metrics anything?
Andrew.
Okay, so
answer the question.
Okay, I'll answer the question, but stop for a second because we still got to get some clarification here. You're on the yes position. You're making the affirmative claim here. The affirmative claim is that yes, they are women. I need to know what type of woman we're talking about. Are we talking about are they the same type of woman as like my wife, for instance?
No, not necessarily. Is your wife a trans woman? That'd be based.
No. No. Why? I don't understand. Do you think that that's a dunk? So they're different? My wife would be a different type of woman than a trans woman?
Well, I mean, I'm saying that you're saying whether or not that they would be women, right? The fact that you're saying that you're even bothering to call them a trans woman is tacitly calling them women.
Okay. No, well, I don't understand. That's a very
trans woman.
So that's a very strange allocation. Do you understand that there's a term called bitch? What does the term bitch refer to?
Female dogs?
A female dog, right? So we can make an allocation to something which is a female and a classification towards a human too. We call that a woman. That's what that is. That's referring to a human female, like a bitch is referring to a female dog. So with the word bitch, we can now determine it's a dog and it's female. And when we say woman, we can now determine it's a human and it's female. Yeah. So that's how I would classify what a woman is. Well, very simple. Hang on, shut up, man. Shut up so I can... Bro, I'm trying to give you my definition, and you won't even shut up long enough to get it.
I mean, you wouldn't even answer a single question, but... Okay.
I'm answering it literally right now.
You weren't.
Okay, what's your question?
Let's let Andrew finish his point, and then we'll come right back to you, First Amendment.
Not only am I answering your question, right, but I'm answering it concisely. If bitch is a reference to a dog, which is also a female, then we can use the word bitch anytime somebody uses it. It refers to dog and female. Just like when we use the word woman, we're referring to a human who's also female.
right? Very simple by your own logic. Now we know exactly what Andrew Wilson thinks a woman is. Now, what do you think a woman is?
Well, I don't think women are bitches. I think that.
What does that have to do with anything?
You're referring to women as bitches. I'm simply.
I didn't refer to women as bitches, you idiot.
Well,
what did I refer to as a bitch? What did I refer to as a bitch?
You were talking.
What
about
did I
female
refer
dogs
to
and
as a
back
bitch?
to humans, obviously.
As a classification. Oh, dude.
And so we can go right back to the topic. How
no,
exactly
I'm afraid I can't let you get away with.
I
can't let you get away with that. When did I call any women bitches?
Question? This is
I just did.
Simple
I literally answered it.
Answer within 2
okay,
seconds.
ask the question again. I'll give you the same answer.
Andrew had asked, when did he ever call them that?
Yeah, when did I ever call him that?
What you called? You were referencing as an analogy, bitches. And regarding female dogs, we're not talking about female dogs. It's not relevant to the discussion.
I asked you what a bitch is. You said a female dog.
The only relevancy is that we need to be talking about trans issues, or I'm sorry, whether or not that trans women are women. Trans women, as well as say your wife, a biological woman, they're not dogs, right? So it's fair to say that making a comparison regarding dogs is not analogous. So we can go
that
back
is the
to
dumbest. Listen, bro. Okay, so I'm going to answer to that. You can't filibuster the debate. Let me respond. Okay, so this is really simple. The reason I asked you the question of what a bitch is, you said a female dog, is so that I could show you that we have a word which would refer to both a dog and a female at the same time. So it's a dog and it's a female dog at the same time with the same word. It gives us two criteria for information. I then said, if I use the word woman, it's doing the same thing. It's saying this is a human being who's also a female. Same exact thing. Female, that is not calling women bitches, you fucking lunatic.
Well, that would be an argument as if that dogs are analogous, or the definition is analogous to trans.
It's a taxonomical classification. That's it.
Well,
taxonomical classification,
right? I mean,
it's totally we're talking about taxonomy. We're talking about taxonomy.
Not at all. We're talking about trans women and whether or not that they are women.
That would be a taxonomical classification.
No, there would
yes.
be.
Why don't you tell me what taxonomical means?
What they would? I mean, we would be Homo sapiens sapiens. I mean, that's. I don't see.
And you can also be female or male. That would be taxonomical. You could talk about all sorts of different reductions within taxonomy, which are necessary. No, that's literally what we're talking about. That's the question you asked.
Sexual differentiation, and
Lord have mercy.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. How do you determine someone to be a woman? It's very simple. Very simple question.
They have to be a female.
Okay, so
they have to be a female who's an adult.
Get this straight, right? When you're walking to this person. Right, that you don't know whether or not that they are male or female. The way that you determine that they are female is that they have to be a female. That's circular. So why don't you explain to me, how do you determine that they are a woman?
Okay, you're asking two different questions.
Nope, that's the same question.
Bro,
how do you determine
if you don't want me to answer, then keep talking. Okay, so you're asking two different questions here. That you asked, how do you determine it, right? And then you said, how is it not circular? So these are two very distinct questions. So first of all, even if I make a determination on what I think is a female based on a phenotypical expression, I could be wrong. Just like I can't tell the difference in sex between dogs often. So I could say, come here, girl, and it's actually a boy, and I just don't know the difference. But the truth of the matter is still the same. So you're saying, well, wait, you make a heuristic determination based on what you phenotypically see. I wouldn't even dispute that. It just has nothing to do with the truth of the matter. The classification of a woman is still female, even if I subjectively can be tricked into thinking a male is a female. That has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah. We're going to have to, unfortunately, be stuck on the same question because you've answered with a circular understanding. So I asked you initially, how do you determine someone to be a woman? And your answer was, if they are a female. Unfortunately, if you are going to approach a person, you don't know whether or not that they are male or female. The way that you determine that they are female is if they are female. That is a circular response. So I'm going to ask you one more time.
How do you determine somebody's black?
How do you determine that
Hang on, how do you determine someone's black? How do you determine someone's black?
I look at them.
Okay, and so when you look at them, you can determine that they're black, right?
Yeah, you look at
okay, but is there a
scientific
scientific way?
whether or not?
Is there a scientific
it's done within
way?
about half a second.
And is there a scientific way to make the determination that they're black?
Sure, you can.
Okay, so then there's 2
test.
Yeah, so then there's 2 different types of determination that we're using here, which I already told you. One is a subjective versus one is a subjective versus objective metric. When you say to me, Andrew, how do you personally make this determination? Right? I say a woman is female. That is true. You say, well, wait, it's circular. Shut up, bro. Let me finish. You say that's circular. All subjective categorizations for a thing are circular. All of them. There's not a single one, an interpretive subjective personal interpretation of a thing which is not circular. I determined this can to be a can because it's cylindrical in shape. Well, what does that mean? Well, it means it's cylindrical in shape. What does that mean? Well, it means it's cylindrical. It's the same shit. But the truth of the matter is an entirely different determination. So if we're asking the question, this debate is not how Andrew Wilson subjectively determines whether or not you're a woman or a male, and can he be tricked? It is, in fact, objectively, is this person a woman or a man? And if woman is alluding to sex as the priority, then you have to be an adult human female to fit that categorization. What is your refutation to this?
Yes, I'm going to try to see if I can pull you out of your circular logic here. You said, how do you determine someone to be a woman? You've unfortunately doubled down, and you said if they are female. Unfortunately, you approach them, and the way that you determine is whether or not that they are female is that they are female. Is circular. So unfortunately, I'll try to help you.
No. That you would be.
Are there a series of?
You would be asking me then, what is a female? You would have to ask what is a female from there.
That's correct. Yeah. That's
Yeah, you didn't ask me what is a female. You asked me what is a woman.
Pause. That's what
asking me what is a woman. I say a female. You say it's circular.
Andrew.
That's the stupidest thing I ever heard, bro.
Well, no, because you're applying circular logic. So I'm trying.
It's not circular logic.
Pull you out of your circular logic.
Nope, it's not circular logic.
Over here, right? We have to. You're saying
what is circular? First, let's start with this. I know we know what we're talking about.
How do you determine?
I actually don't understand the question unless you explain to me. What does circular logic mean? What does that mean?
Circular logic is where you're using the logic in the form of the question as its predicate. So it's circular. It's recursive in its position. So
would you say that is the case with? Hang on, I want to make sure that I'm correct.
I need you to answer.
Bro, I need to know what we're talking about. Would you say that all axioms?
If you
bro,
can.
you have to.
Hold on. I think
if I can't clarify these terms, we can't get anywhere.
First, I got from where you're coming from, 1stAmender. I want to give Andrew a chance for someone to respond before we go to the next point.
So, wouldn't all axioms fall into the category of circularity then?
Would axioms fall? No, they are axioms. By their very definition, they are not circular.
Okay, so for you, what is circular logic is just that you use thing X and come back to thing X in a circle, right? That's what we're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, got it. Can you describe anything for me that doesn't do that?
Huh? Well, I mean, an axiom.
Anything.
You just said it yourself.
But does an axiom exist in objective reality?
Sure. Yeah, it can exist in an objective reality.
Where? Show me where it can exist.
So if I measure this side of the book and this side of the book, I would know what its hypotenuse is.
Yeah.
Right?
How's that axiomatic?
Well, it's axiomatic in the sense that we live in a Euclidean world and that this three-dimensional space works. So there you go. We just can operate.
That's not. So is that subjective or objective? Is that subjective or objective?
It is independent.
What makes it objective? Well, what makes it objective?
It's independent of our perception. But we're getting off.
Wait. Hang on. Wait. It's not. I got to make sure we're clear on our terms, bro. I have to make sure that we're clear on our terms. Do you understand that? Like, do you want to be talking past each other this whole time or not?
Not at all. I want to.
Okay, great. So then I just clarified my terms.
You determine somebody to be a woman.
You have to stop talking long enough to just answer a few questions so I understand your actual position here.
Well, okay, you've been over talking me this whole time. I'm trying to ask a simple question.
Bro, I still can't. Okay, I'll tell you what.
I want to give Andrew a chance because
it's impossible for us to make any determinations here unless I do. So here's I guess what I'm asking.
I'm asking if there is an objective versus subjective context for reality, a thing which exists in objective reality versus a thing which exists in subjective reality.
Subjective reality is kind of weird because, like, reality in its basis is from an axiomatic perspective.
Like a social
objective.
construct. Is a social construct objective?
It's subjective.
It's subjective. Okay, great. Would you consider gender to be a social construction?
Well, it's complicated. Some of it is predicated off of objective constructs and neurochemical constructs, and in others it is not. It just depends on what specifically you're referring to.
So it's a case-by-case basis.
No, it's based on very specific positions. For example, there's some sex-typical behaviors that emerge, which are social constructs, however, have a neurochemical basis behind it. Take, for example, the existence of that people tend to hang out with same sex, especially, elementary, middle school. You tend to hang out as friends with the same sex. This is typical not just among humans, but as well as among other mammals as well. They tend to hang out of the same sex. And
so what?
Well, that would be a social construct that is based off of a neurochemical balance, right?
So the neurochemical balance would be what would be objective, not the social construction.
Yes, correct. Yes. But
okay,
I'm saying
great.
That the predicate,
so then gender,
the predicate is what's important.
Yeah. So then gender is pointing to sex on either end of its spectrum. Yes. It has to be. Otherwise, we must know what female is and what male is, or we can't have a gender.
It tends to be that sex is what is beginning. And then what emerges from that is gender. Yes.
Okay, great. So this idea of sex that gender is pointing to is objectively true?
Well, the predicate is, but
yes.
The gender can be subjective. Again, it depends on.
It is subjective. Sure, I agree. So then the ends that is pointing to male and female. All I want to do is get a simple definition of what those terms are. And then we're not speaking past each other anymore. So what is a female?
Like what is a woman? Is that what you're
asking?
A
female. What is a female?
It's typically XX chromosomes that result in phenotypes that are typical, that come from XX chromosomes, such as a vagina.
They don't have to have XX. They don't have to have XX chromosomes.
Well, that's correct. I mean, they could have androgen insensitivity.
Yeah. So then that doesn't fit the criteria of female. So we're back.
Well, I mean,
that's weird.
It's the point is that's fair. I mean, it's complicated. It's a complicated position.
So right? You can't tell me what a female is?
Well, actually, I've asked you specifically.
Don't ask me. Answer me. What? You can't tell me what a female is?
Well, I did. I just did.
No, you didn't. You said somebody with XX. I said, but you could have XY and be a female. You said, yeah. So how's that tell me what a female is?
Because there's a difference there, right? There's additional features. It's complicated. You're talking
about
so then
what is a female?
Endocrinological response. It's not a simple
that doesn't tell me anything, bro. What is a female?
I've already explained it. XX
no, you just said
that typically result.
Can you be an XY female? Can you be an XY female?
Yes,
but
it is.
To be fair, I think Andrew said, aren't there cases where there's also an XY?
And you said yes.
There are. Yes.
So then so I'm not getting anywhere in this definition. It's not telling me what a female is. If you can be XY and not XX, and you say XX is the requirement for female, then I don't understand how that's a female.
Well, again, it's because you're talking about the phenotypic characteristics, and this is kind of why I wanted to figure out your position based off of just some quick
okay, well, let's do
questions.
phenotypic. Okay, sure, we can do phenotypic.
Hold on. So
what phenotypic
back,
expressions?
Right? Like you said, that how do you determine somebody to be a woman? And your answer was if they are female. Okay.
I actually haven't gotten an answer on female yet. I need to know what a female is, or we can't move.
I've explained it 3 times. I would like to go back because you've been stuck on the same circuit.
Can a female have XY or XX chromosomes?
Hold on, pause.
I don't know what we're talking about, so I can't even engage with you, bro.
I just want to have a discussion with you.
I can't have a discussion with you if we can't define our terms.
What? No, we can, and I did define it. I defined it 3 times.
You said if somebody has XX chromosomes, but also could have XY, So
yes,
I mean,
yes,
that doesn't tell me
have,
what a
for
female
example,
is.
Androgen insensitivity syndrome. They grow with female genitalia and a female body, starting at an embryonic stage, and the doctor looks at their genitals, and if they don't have any genital aberrations, and they just happen to have a labia and a vagina, we look at them, they go female, right? Even though that they are XY.
Well, what makes them female then?
Person's, well, it's a series of phenotypes that we determine whether or not that they're female. That's how we do it.
What phenotypes?
They could, for example, have a vagina,
or they could not.
Uterus,
or they could not.
Fallopian tubes. Well,
or they could not.
That's correct. You use a collection. It's a collection.
So wait, they could have none of those things and XY chromosomes and still be female?
Well, now we're talking now you're talking about regarding woman, which is different from female.
No, female.
Yeah, we're talking about different things though. So going back, I wanted to say, you said that if they are female, right, that is how you determine somebody to be a woman. So what are the things that you look at? What is it that you do to determine that they are female and not male?
That they're in regards to the sex that's typically associated with reproduction. That would be female.
Okay, so you look at the sex that is typical to
reproduction. Yeah.
So okay. So let me get this straight. You go up you're in an alley, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you get to meet a person. You don't know whether or not that they are male or female. And the way that you determine that they are male or female is that you pull their pants down, and you take a magnifying glass and you look at their.
No, of course not.
So what?
There's plenty of ugly women who I think are men. Yeah. There's plenty of ugly.
Like, what do you do to
Me?
determine
So
that
I
they're a
don't
woman,
understand.
Right? You usually
I actually don't
about half a
understand.
second. So what is it?
Okay. Very quickly. Because I can be tricked, the truth of the matter of whether they're male or female is not in dispute. That is not what's in dispute. Mm-hmm. You saying that a really, really fucking ugly woman can trick me into thinking that that's a male. I agree. I can be tricked into thinking that people are males and females who are not. So what? They're still either male or female, right?
Yes, the sex doesn't change.
Well, then if that's the case, then a woman is still a female who is an adult. And that's what we mean when we say woman. And when we say trans woman, we're talking about a male who is pretending to be a female who's an adult. That's it. Case closed.
Oh, but sir, you're still stuck, unfortunately.
On what?
And I said, how do you
what am I stuck on?
Somebody to be a woman? You said if they are female. So I ask, okay, what do you do to determine that they're female? You say
I already told you.
Reproductive organs.
Nope, that's not what I said.
That is
what
exactly
did I say?
What you said.
Nope, what did I say?
Okay, then clarify what you said. What
I said it's I would associate it as the sex which is typically associated with reproduction. Doesn't mean they have to be able to reproduce. A 90-year-old woman can't reproduce, but she's still very much a female, still very much associated with the sex which can reproduce. You don't need to have any sort of reproductive organs, because if you don't have reproductive organs, you're still associated with the sex which can reproduce. Yes?
Great.
Just to be sure, I understand, just because I want to be able to track with the conversation as well. By reproduce, you mean like give birth? Like
can have children. There's only one sex which can have children, and all of the other sexes which are associated with that sex are female. And there's only one sex that's female that can do that.
Are there, would you say that there are women that can't have children?
I literally just walked you through this. Of course there are.
Okay. So
they're still associated with the sex that does.
So I wanted to figure out exactly what it is, because we still haven't really figured it out, right? I ask, how do you determine someone to be a woman? You said if they are female. Great.
Yeah.
And then I said, okay, well, how do you determine somebody to be a female? You said,
I gave you the definition of female. You want a scientific way to define it?
Hold on, relax. I said the sex, which you said, the sex which is typically associated with reproduction. So
yes,
going back to my original hypothetical, you meet some random person out in the street, and you obviously probably aren't pulling their pants down. You're talking to me right now, right? You're not in prison, I hope. So you probably aren't really looking at their reproductive organs to determine if they are female and therefore a woman. So I'm going to ask you again, what is it that you do to determine someone to be a woman? You usually do it in about half a second.
I take a look at all of the different traits of the sex which is typically associated with reproduction.
You look at them.
Sure.
Is that what you do? You look at them?
Yeah, sure.
All right. I like that.
And do you agree with me that people can be tricked?
Hold on.
Do you agree with me that people can be tricked, sir?
You just said.
Do you agree with me that people can be tricked, sir?
Yes, it is possible for people to be tricked.
Okay, so then the truth of the matter is not whether or not I, Andrew Wilson, can be tricked into believing that a male is a female or that a female is a male. The question here is, what is the truth of the matter? Is it a male or a female, or is it not? And whether or not you can trick me has no bearing on that whatsoever. If you and I agree there are males and there are females, and there are not any third sex, there are males and females, and that's it. And if that is the case, then everybody on planet Earth you meet is going to be one of those categories or the other. And if they are, their ability to trick you has no fucking bearing on that whatsoever.
That's unfortunately beside the point.
How's that beside the? That is the point.
Well, it is because you said the argument is whether or not trans women are women. And I said,
a woman is a female.
How do you determine someone to be a woman? The answer is you look at them. And more scientifically speaking, you're going to be observing specific phenotypes. And the collection of the phenotypes will determine whether or not that they are a woman within a half a second of you looking at them. Therefore, if a trans woman passes by you, your very metric, Andrew, would associate them in that moment as woman.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that it's possible for you to categorize Asians as being white by accident?
Yes.
What is the truth of the matter, though?
Well, I mean, I would probably say, like, are you white? They say, no, I'm Asian. That'll probably be it.
Great. So there is still a truth of the matter?
Well, I mean, if they told me, actually, I am white, then
so just because I called them white, and the subjective way in which I determined that they were white was incorrect, there would still be a truth of the matter?
Well, again, it's more complex.
No, it's not more complex.
Example,
would there still be a truth of the matter, or wouldn't there be?
What race am I?
I have no idea.
Why not? Why?
I don't know. You look like a white dude.
I'm a white dude? Are you sure?
Yeah, so I'm guessing like somewhere around Western or Eastern Europe, really? I would guess.
Huh, interesting. Both of my parents come from Chile, so I am Chilean.
Who came from, and the base for Chilean is European.
How did you figure that out, though?
Because I looked at you and that's what I saw.
Okay, so that's kind of what we do when it comes to women.
Nobody disputed, bro. Nobody disputed any of this.
Right? You associate
Holy
them
shit!
with women.
Why are you trying to evade this so hard? One more time.
Well, no, it's
one more time.
That's the logical.
How do I concede all these points and you still go back to them as though I didn't concede to them? They just have no bearing on the topic.
Well, it does have bearing on the topic.
So listen, I want you to know what you just said. I want to let you know what you just said.
You've just tacitly.
I said you're a white guy.
Here, one second. Let's hear from Andrew.
You said I'm a white guy, or I'm not a white guy. I'm Chilean, right? So you corrected me with the truth of the matter. So the thing is like whatever my subjective metric is, I say you're white, you're not white, you're something else other than white, whatever that is, you agree with me there is still a truth of the matter, regardless of how I subjectively interpret it. For instance, do you think that you can mistakenly sex an animal? So you could think that a female dog was a male dog or a male dog was a female dog.
Sure.
Does that somehow make them male or female?
No, because we're not talking about male or female. We're talking about woman.
We're talking about a social categorization of self-identification.
Well, it could be social categorization, or it could be genetic in basis that then result in typical hormonal.
So let me for a moment grant your argument to you and say, okay, that's how we determine them to be men or women. Okay, fair enough. I'll just grant this for the sake of argument. So does that mean that anytime I meet a trans woman who I think is a man, that I can then categorize them safely as a man, and that's fine?
Well, unfortunately not. And the reason why is it really just comes down to a level of respect. I mean, I would imagine that we observe the golden rule that, say, for example, if you yourself were trans and you cared about this very much, and you found it very distressing if somebody did not call you by your preferred gender, I would see no issue in treating them with respect as you.
Well, this is fantastic. So wait a second. So just so I got this straight, you expect me to believe
that the categorizations that Andrew Wilson has in his mind of how to categorize a person comes off of a phenotypical expression, not the truth of the matter. And then if your phenotypical expression is incorrect and I categorize you as the thing that you are, so I'm still wrong?
Well, if they say I'm actually it's she, her, you could just go, okay, well, I'll refer you as she, her. It's just
I understand you can do that.
decorum.
This doesn't answer to my question. If it comes from Andrew Wilson's subjective categorization that you are a woman, based on the fact that I mistake you as being one, therefore you are one, then if I don't mistake you for being one and see clearly that you're a man, why is that not just as good of a social categorization as the opposite? I don't understand that.
I don't understand your question. That seemed kind of all over
If
the place.
all women in Andrew Wilson's mind are female, and I can categorize every single one of them based on phenotypical expression, and the ones who are actually males, who I think in my mind are females, then wouldn't that mean that the ones who are males that I categorize are males are actually males?
I don't understand your question. I'm so sorry.
If I can tell that you're a dude and call you a dude by your logic, I should be right.
Yeah, generally speaking, that is right 99.9% of the time. But
so then if I categorize you as being a man, I would be correct by your same logic.
Well, but I'm not trans, so you would be correct. But
if I call anybody
calling them a man,
anybody who said that they were a woman,
then it would behoove.
Well, then the debate's over. So all you're saying,
not the question is whether.
So all you're saying is this. I'm going to summarize your entire position. Super simple.
Pause.
Here's your no pause. I'm going to summarize this. You tell me if I got this right or wrong.
I mean, I do want a back and forth. I really do.
This is great. This is fantastic. So by your logic,
I'll give you a chance to summarize, Andrew, and then
I'll summarize and kick it back. Here's the summarization of your entire position. The summarization in your position is, Andrew, if they can fool you, then they're a woman. If they can't fool you, then they're not. That's the summarization of your entire position.
No, it's not, because
I'm
willing to respect individuals and their gender identity. It doesn't bother me or harm me in any way to respect their gender identity. So if it's entirely does not possess the phenotypic consensus, really, it's just a matter of whether or not that you walk out your door and you kind of want to be a jerk all day, or if you want to just, have some social decorum amongst yourself. I mean, I imagine if you step outside your door and you wear clothing, you probably already adhere to a level of social decorum. This is just one extra step. But by the original debate was whether or not that you determine somebody to be a woman. The specific debate.
That's not the debate prompt. Tell me the debate prompt.
I apologize. That was my initial question, not the debate prompt. But
yeah, what's the debate prompt?
It's are trans women.
Right.
So,
are trans women?
Yes.
Are they the same category or not? And by your own admission, multiple times now we've discovered.
Well, I'll take you through the train of logic, because you've actually given me your self-defeater, unfortunately.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it.
I said, how do you determine someone to be a woman? And your answer was, after me picking and prodding, that you finally came to the correct answer, which is you look at them. And if they possess specific phenotypes that are typical of that of female, you yourself would refer to them as a woman. Therefore, if there is a trans woman that passes, you, by your very metric, Andrew, would say that trans women are women.
So let me make sure that I got this correct, right? Within the summarization, what you're also saying then is that if I mistook a person to be an elf because they had elven ears glued onto their head and lived in a woodland forest, as long as I mistake them for being that thing, then they are that thing, because there's no way for me to determine that thing other than my subjective experience around the thing. Correct?
Well, elves don't exist from a taxonomy.
Oh, they don't exist. Oh, wait a second. They don't exist. So wait, I don't understand. Trans people are not all that is a construction of the mind. All that exists
That's
in objective
not true.
reality.
It exists at a neurochemical level.
It's neurochemical meaning what? Mental illness?
No. There is a neurochemical balances that are able to be observed not just in the brain chemistry itself, but the hormone differentiation, as well as different portions of the brain that are differently sized based on male or female typical
fair enough.
traits.
I'll grant this. I'll even grant this argument too. So if there was such a neurochemical disorder as to make people
not a
glue,
disorder, it's just differences.
okay,
in the genetic
neurochemical
responses.
that if everybody had this neurochemical ratio inside of their fucking brain, they glued on elven ears and demanded to be called elves. Would you call them elves?
I mean, if you're talking about are they getting like upset if I don't call them an elf?
Mm-hmm.
I'll just call them an elf. I don't care.
Yeah, you would just call them an. So basically,
Yeah,
so
Doesn't
again,
bother
your position just reduces to this. No matter what, no matter which angle we go at it from, right? It reduces to the truth of the matter is these are just males and females who are dressing up as the opposite sex. But because sometimes you can't tell, and the way that you classify them is the only way that you know how to classify anything that you're looking at. Therefore they're that thing. I need you to understand that not only is that a stupid argument and makes no sense, but we can apply this to everything on planet Earth, literally everything on planet Earth, and that would not give us a good taxonomical categorization. In fact, I'm willing to even grant all of this. I'm even willing to grant all of this just to move into the harm element here. Do you agree with me, sir, that Christians feel like they are harmed if they have to lie to people?
Well, that is understanding under the predicate that you are lying. I don't believe that you are lying because I believe that.
No, I'm not asking what you believe. I'm asking if the Christian doesn't believe the trans is trans. Does the Christian believe he's lying?
To answer the question, not be interrupted.
Yeah, well, okay, fine, dude. Straw man it, and then I'll ask it again.
Well, I'm not straw manning it. I'm explaining.
Then give me my position back. If you're not, steel man it.
I'm not going to be able to memorize every perfectly. Exactly
yeah, you can't steel man it. You don't even know what my position is because dude, listen to my actual question.
Is that you don't believe trans people?
I want to answer. I want you to ask this question. Do Christians?
You don't want to lie, but that's
do Christians feel harmed if they feel like they are lying to people? Do they feel harmed?
Predicate. You're not lying by your very metric.
Do they think they're lying?
No, by your very metric, you're not lying.
Does the Christian think he's lying?
Lying requires intent.
Yes.
As in
and
malice.
If they don't believe that you're a man or a woman.
Pause.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Lying requires intent or malice. However, being mistaken does not actually indicate the intent of malice. So if you were tricked based on the series of phenotypic responses by the very fact that you have just mentioned that the way that you determine somebody to be a woman is that you look at them, therefore they effectively, trans women can be women by your very basis, you tacitly saying that they are women and calling them women is not you lying, it's you being mistaken. Therefore, there is no harm.
Great. So then let me ask you this question. You just agreed with me that if I categorized a man who wanted to be called a woman a man, because I could tell clearly it was not a woman but a man, that you would do it anyway to be nice. In that case, you would have to admit that the Christian would have grounds to note that they were lying, correct?
Well, the question is not whether
answer
or not
my question. Don't rephrase it. Answer it.
The problem is with your logic is that not all trans women, right, to you, but rather if trans women can be women. So all I need is a tiny subcategory.
Why aren't you answering my question, bro?
Well, because you're already defeated by predicate logic. I have presented.
What predicate?
Yes, the predicate is how you determine someone to be a woman. You said that you look at them.
Bro,
therefore,
that's a secondary question to the one I'm asking you.
Have a trans person
just for the sake of argument. The First Amendment, just for the sake of argument, and I'll allow you to ask a question similar to Andrew's that's kind of adjacent but still relevant. In terms of taking the perspective of whoever it is, whatever group, Christians or otherwise, for the sake of argument, if they believe otherwise and they're having to say out loud, they're pressured to say other than what they believe. I think Andrew's saying, like, is this good for people, roughly speaking? And
I have no empirical basis that it causes any harm. whatsoever to be polite.
Okay, so just real quick, I just want to make sure I got this right. You agree with me, then, by your own logic here, that if I were to run into a person who wanted to be called a woman, but I could clearly tell that they were a man, I could clearly tell this, that there are going to be many cases where that is the case, correct?
Well, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question one more time?
There are going to be many cases where it would be correct that somebody who wanted to be identified as a woman, I could clearly tell they were a man, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you generally will look at
Yes.
somebody to determine whether or not that they're
So
male
if
or
that
female.
person asked me to call them a woman,
Mm-hmm.
that would be requesting that I tell them something which was untrue, correct?
Well, unfortunately not, because it could exist at a neurological level, not necessarily outputting to general.
But from a
phenotypes.
biological level,
Well,
level.
that is biological, because
Yeah,
the
from a
neurological level is in fact biological.
Okay, then
I
all
can,
you
for
have
example,
to do is
present you
demonstrate for me right now that anybody would ever be able to make the distinction versus self-ID. So, for instance, what if, for instance, you and I could agree to these terms, very simple terms, right? Most trans women have never had a neurological test to make a determination as to their transness.
Well, the question is not whether or not that they are all 100% trans or not,
Yeah.
but just that there is a percentage of them that are. And so, by
Yeah,
your
but
very
if-
metric, it is
But if I had the
for
so
trans women
there's no
to
reason
be
for me to
women.
assume it, though.
Well, but it's not really rather an assumption. I'm simply pointing out that there
It is an
do
assumption.
exist the differences in brain structure as well as at neurochemical levels that causes someone to be more female-like, even though, say, they are more male. You could, for example, observe their external phenotypes in the combination and assume that they are a male. However, their neurochemical basis is not there. It doesn't matter whether or not that they have been tested, because unfortunately if they do have that, you have tacitly admitted that trans women can be women. Therefore, you have lost.
So wait, I want to
argument.
make sure I got this. I want to make sure I got this right. Right. Just making sure on this particular section of the argument I got this right. You agree with me that the way that I would make a determination as to whether you were a man or a woman is with my eyeballs, right?
The way that you determine somebody to be a woman is with your eyeballs. Yes. You
Right.
Look at them.
Okay. So if that's how I determine a person to be a woman, and you're saying that if I'm tricked into believing a male is a woman, I should treat them as a woman, right? Because that's how I would perceive them as being.
Mm-hmm.
Then if I perceive them as being a man, right,
Mm-hmm.
then clearly in that case, if they asked me to call them a woman, I would be lying to them.
No.
I would literally be lying to them
No,
because I
because
could
there can
see with
be
my own eyeballs that they were
differences
telling me
in-
something which wasn't true.
Well, there could be differences in the neurochemistry. It would not be a lie.
Okay,
It
well,
would
my
be
neurochemistry
entirely
tells me.
within logical boundary, even by your own metric.
Couldn't
And you do
Christianity
have, let's
also
be fair,
be?
right? You have
Couldn't
a very
Christianity be
strict
based in
metric, which is very
neurochemistry?
important.
Couldn't Christianity be also based in neurochemistry?
I don't know.
Couldn't it be
I
a
don't know
deliverance
if
system?
I don't believe.
I mean, it would
that
have to be if it's
Christianity-
biological.
Well,
We
I don't-
evolved to be
I don't believe
Christians.
that- I don't believe that that it is. I believe it is socially constructed, mainly because
Oh, so 3 billion
can
or
observe-
3 billion people are Christians, but you don't think that there are neurochemicals inside of the brain which assist with being a Christian, only with being transgender?
Well, that's a different question, because you said whether or not that there was a basis in Christianity being.
Yeah, there's no reason for me to
neurochemically linked.
assume
And-
that
well,
the
hold on,
thing
you
that
gotta
makes
allow
people
me to
Christians
finish. You
isn't
gotta allow me
neuro.
to finish, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
We're talking about
dude.
over 2 million years, or I'm sorry, I think the modern human is over 250,000 years old. Obviously, Christians had only existed in the past 2,000, so it is fair to say that it is not biologically linked. It's socially.
No, you
constructed.
could be wired towards a social construction of
Yes.
any kind based on a pre-predicated social construction like Judaism from Zoroastrianism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That doesn't mean that your neurochemical structure based on biology from evolution wouldn't follow that trend, correct?
I'm sorry. you will have to repeat your question. I could tend to get very distracted at times, so I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm only going to repeat this one more time. At this point, I think you must be trolling because this is fucking ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Not trolling with you. I have walked you through your own logic. How
Bro.
do you determine someone to be a woman? You say you look at them, and based on
but that doesn't mean that they're a woman.
But that's
just because they're tricked. That doesn't mean they're a woman.
You're not an endocrinologist. And you're not a neurochemist.
Why do I need to be either of those things?
And you're not a biologist. And you're not doing a lab test on them. No, you don't have to be those things.
Yeah, you're saying it's just by me looking at them, right?
Well, that's correct.
But by the same metric, then I could just determine that they're not a woman.
The answer is that you're not lying, right? It could be something as simple as
how do you know?
Mistaken,
you don't know that.
They genuinely do have that neurochemical link that causes the gender incongruence. It is, and by your very metric, that would make transgender women women. You have
so I'm going to give you the
lost the debate.
I'm going to give you the
by
fault
the basis
in your
of the basic logic.
Yeah, I'm going to give you the fault in your argument again, right? Because it makes no fucking sense. There's a truth of the matter and then a subjective metric. All your argument is reduced to is saying that based on the fact that you can be tricked, that makes it so. That's it. And so the thing is like, no, that doesn't make it so. Well, the truth of the matter is there's still stop, bro. Shut up, bro. Let me talk, bro. Shut up, bro. Shut up. Stop talking. Anyway, so back to this before you cut me off, right? The answer to this is very simple. A male and female have specific categorizations. You've admitted it yourself, XX or XY, or they produce small or large gametes, or et cetera, et cetera. The truth is there's only two pathways a human body can take. One is male and one is female. All human beings on planet Earth are either male or they're either female. That's it.
Well, that's not the case because
it is the case.
Well, no, it's bimodal. It's not binary. There's different. There's different. Well, you've even admitted
that's still okay. They give me the
threshold
breaker.
They give me the threshold breaker yourself, and you've acknowledged that, for example, a condition such as congenital adrenal hyperplasia or androgen insensitivity syndrome exists, but still maintain being.
It's not its own sex, though.
No, it's bimodal. There's
it's not its own sex. It's still either male or female.
Result in someone being male or female.
You're still male or female.
Well,
that's it.
That's why it's bimodal.
But bimodality has nothing to do with what I just said.
Bimodal means that
bimodal would still be a spectrum,
and then there's a bit of a spectrum in the middle, right? And that's where trans.
Are you saying there's a third sex, sir?
What? No, I did not ever anticipate. I did not.
Great. Then there's only two sexes, and there only can be males and females.
There's bimodal. There's aspects where the typical things that you can see of someone being male or female, and then there are parts of it which could differ, such as congenital adrenal hyperplasia or androgen insensitivity.
But that doesn't create a new sex category.
Yes, because it's bimodal.
So then you still would fall under male or female, correct?
It's bimodal.
So you would still fall under male or female?
The basics.
Could you fall under male and female, or is it always male or female?
There are people who are intersex where the genital aberration is so intense that it is difficult to establish whether.
I notice you use a loaded word there. Difficult.
Yes,
it's difficult. Yes. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter the difficulty level. I want you to give me an example of anybody on planet Earth who's both male and female, and it cannot be discerned which.
Yes, allow me to explain.
Show me a chimera real quick. Go ahead.
Yes. So typically the way that we determine, I'm unfortunately, I should not be showing you that on stream. I promise you do not want to see it. But I'll explain it to you. So there are certain instances of genital aberrations that
like
make it very difficult to determine whether or not that they are in fact male or female. The way that we determine somebody to be male or female is typically we look at their genitals and then observe whether or not that they have a penis or a vagina. Very simple.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is very simple.
Yes. However, there's instances where that's not necessarily obvious. Take, for example,
I agree.
We look at somebody and we can observe that their labia is perfectly fused together to form a ball sack. This is an instance where somebody is neither effectively male or female.
Oh, yeah, they are. They still have XY or XX chromosomes.
That's correct, but that
Yeah.
doesn't result in that specific.
Yeah, it does.
What
it does. All of them go down only two pathways.
Pause. What typically happens in a situation like this is that the doctor has to take a genital aberration such as this. They usually do an X-ray, and say, for example, in this instance of congenital adrenal hyperplasia, and they have a fused labia to create a ball sac, they do an X-ray and they determine that, say, there's at least a uterus as well as a vagina inside the labia. Well, the answer of what they do is they simply cut it open and then they suture together a labia, right? And they walk along
because
the
they're
way.
females. Because they're females.
It's totally possible that they could be XY, for example. That could happen.
They would still.
That happens.
You would still.
Congenital
it's okay. You could still make
it.
You could still make the determination based on gamete pathways.
Okay,
you still could make the determination.
Again, it's bimodal. It's not as simple.
All you're doing is making my point for me. So let me go ahead and make my argument now. Okay, so what he just said to you was, yes, Andrew, it is true. Sex is bimodal. I say, no, it's binary. The way that I can prove to you that it's binary is because every person on earth is either male or female. He says, no, except for intersex cases like chimericism. Nope. He then goes on to say, actually, Andrew, what it is you can have chimericism. And let's say, for instance, that your labia grows into a ball sack. They will then, after they determine that you're a female, which is actually pretty simple to do, based on your physiological pathway, you can only have one reproductive pathway. They go, nope, you're supposed to be a female. And so then they'll go ahead and cut your ball sack open and it'll go back to being a labia. That's an aberration, a mutation. Doesn't make them any less female, any more than a woman who had all of her arms and legs cut out and her ovaries blown out and all of that is still a woman and still a female. Well, this idea, stop talking, bro. My turn to make the counter argument. Didn't interrupt you once. The idea here that, for instance, we cannot tell whether or not these people are male and female is insane. We always can. In all cases of chimericism, we have been able to. Every single one of them we've been able to. And it's so rare, by the way. There's like 10. There's like 10 on all of planet Earth, maybe. And on top of that, these intersex mutation conditions have nothing at all to do with transgenderism. Zero to do with transgenderism. It's a classic intersex bait and switch on the trans question. Because when we try to identify what is female and male, we know exactly what female and male is. We know, and we can determine it 100% of the time for 100% of people. That's the big lie that he's trying to peddle you right now. All of these people that he can show you have an intersex condition have all been determined to be female or male, even if it's with XY chromosomes or XX. Even if it's with these aberrations and mutations, we can always determine if they're male and female. Therefore, we always know what the standard of male and female is. Him asking me subjectively how I categorize and if I can be tricked into somebody being a woman, even though I literally give the definition of it has to be an adult female. Yes, I can be tricked to the contrary. It doesn't make it true, though. There is a truth of the matter.
Well, I've already, unfortunately, explained it to you, and I did try to stay on topic regarding whether or not that trans women are women. And I've walked you through the logic and got you effectively to answer that trans women are, in fact, women by your very metric. And so we decided that we were going to move.
Okay. Well, dogs can be cats, too. You could trick me into the dog being a cat, too, right?
Well, hold on. Unfortunately, I'm not going to allow you to take.
Yeah, you go ahead, and then I'll make the argument afterwards and destroy you again.
I wanted to read you a quick passage of a.
No, how about you don't, and you just give me an argument?
Well, this is the argument, right? I think
great.
It's a very good one. We ask new parents, is it a girl or is it a boy? And assume that the answer will be easy. Penis and scrotum define a boy, clitoris and labia a girl. However, parents and even pediatricians sometimes find it difficult to answer this seemingly simple question. This is because some children are born with intersex conditions where the external genitalia are ambiguous, neither clearly male nor clearly female. This type of intersex condition where the genitalia are so ambiguous that the sex assignment is difficult probably occurs in 1 in 12,000 births. In addition, The incidence of intersex births depends to some extent on how intersex is defined. Certain conditions that involve less extreme genital aberrations sometimes are also referred to as intersex. These include, for instance, hypospadias, where the urethra does not reach the tip of the penis, but the genitalia are clearly those of a male. If all such syndromes are included, intersex births can be thought as frequent as 1 in 100. So you said that there's like 10 of them. Unfortunately,
chimeras, not intersex.
Well, no,
chimeras.
Again, I've already explained to you.
Those aren't chimeras. What's a chimera?
So I wanted to go back, unfortunately, to transgenderism and the circular
I said
logic.
chimeras, not intersex.
I don't know what you
by
mean
the way,
by chimeras. It doesn't make any sense.
You don't know what a chimera
We're
is?
talking about intersex people.
Lord,
the point
this
that I
guy.
was trying to point to you is whether or not that you're determining somebody to be a woman. You've already tacitly admitted.
Let me ask you a question.
In
all of those cases of intersex, did they determine whether they were male or female?
Look at them, and then the way that you look at them is depending on the phenotypes. And if they have those phenotypes, they, as far as you're aware, are a woman. Therefore, trans women are women. You have tacitly agreed with that. You have lost the debate.
Okay, so then I just want to make sure. Can dogs be cats?
That's a taxonomic classification. That's not the same as trans women.
Answer the question. Can dogs be cats?
Again, I've told you that's a taxonomic classification.
Can you answer my fucking question with a yes or no?
Dogs can't be cats from a taxonomic category.
Okay, yeah, great. But can they be from my subjective category?
You could mistake a dog as being a cat.
That's the end of your argument then. I'm making the same. So you're making the same argument I'm making to you.
Humans aren't dogs or cats.
Let me show you. Let me show the audience.
About a human,
let me show the audience.
Yeah,
let me show the audience the bait and switch. It's really simple. Here's the bait and switch.
No, you're doing the bait and switch.
My turn, bro.
Dogs
my
and
turn.
Cats to
my turn. I just let you go through your whole quote and bullshit. My turn. So here is where he's making the bait and switch, right? And this is very low tier even for a leftist. No leftist would ever accept this, by the way. No actual progressive or scientifically minded person would ever accept this in a million years. Here's the classification difference. He says, if we're going to categorize cats and dogs, that's a taxonomical categorization. And so subjectively, sure, you can be fooled into believing that a cat can be a dog with your eyeballs, but you would be wrong. However, when I make that same argument to him about men and women, that's a taxonomical categorization, because it is. Male and female human beings, taxonomical categorization, I can be fooled in those categories. He says, well, then therefore you must accept that they're men or they're women. It's a great bait and switch, but it doesn't mean anything. Actually, your logic, what you're making right now, is called a categorization error. It's a fallacious form of argumentation. The category is to say that because subjectively you can be fooled, the truth of the matter no longer matters. The truth of the matter still does matter. You saying that if I can mistake a dog for being a cat, it's still not the case that it is the same argument that I'm making to you, that I can trick you into believing perhaps that I'm a woman, but it would not make it so.
Yeah, it's interesting. You said that the category is wrong, which is actually interesting because I used your category, which is unfortunate. I allowed you to walk yourself through it.
What was my category?
Well, because I was talking to you on how you determine somebody to be a woman, and by
female.
Your very own metric.
They have to be female.
Because we're talking about whether or not trans women are women.
Yeah,
and
that
so
would be a female
you,
as my
how
categorization
do you determine
for woman.
Somebody to be a woman?
I told you they have to be a female.
Was you look at them.
And they have to. No, that wasn't my answer. What was my answer?
Defeated in your argument.
What was my answer, bro? My answer was they had to be a female. That was my literal answer to you.
Yes, you started by saying that they are a female, the sex that is typically associated with reproduction, but we've already come to the conclusion that you don't pull people's pants down because you're not in prison right now.
We don't need to.
Well, okay, so then how you determine somebody to be a woman?
This would apply to the same argument for cats and dogs, though.
Organs.
This would reply the same way for cats and dogs. That's why you're making a category error.
Basically,
so the reductive logic you're using is silly.
They are, in fact, a woman by your metric.
No, by my metric, they're not, because they have to be female. No, here's your argument to me. Your argument to me is just simply this. Your argument is, Andrew, what is a woman? Well, I say a woman has to be a female. You say missing information that this person is a female. Could you categorize them? Still, absent that and be tricked into believing something which is not true? The answer is yes. But if I use the same logic with cats and dogs or anything else, you would agree and say, no, you're wrong. You can faultily come to that conclusion, but that doesn't make it so. That's my argument to you. You're not even engaging with it. You're trying to go through a bizarre like a philosophical logic tree that actually doesn't work in this case because it's a fallacious category error.
Well,
here's the category error. Woman must be female. Woman must be female. Now, can me, Andrew Wilson, subjectively categorize somebody falsely as being a female who is not? Yes, just like Andrew Wilson could falsely categorize a cat as being a dog, I would still be wrong. So the thing is like, that does not prove that trans women are women if the category of woman requires female. Why are you not getting this?
Well, yeah, because I asked you how you determine somebody to be a female, right?
Yeah, so we would use the determination
if they have
of female.
The reproductive organs.
No, I was
so I said,
nope.
okay, so
that's
the
a
way
bait
that
and
you
switch
determine
too.
somebody to be a female is that no,
I never said that.
Yes, you
I never
did.
said
I
reproductive
wrote it down.
organs.
I
never
wrote
said
down
reproductive
what you
organs.
Said. The audience will be able to see.
Yeah,
that
they'll
you,
hear my
in
definition
fact,
15
did
times.
say
It is one who
yes,
is typically
it is the same
associated with the ability
definition,
to
and I've gotten
reproduce.
it written down. Yes, the sex typically associated with reproduction. I wrote
Yes.
down exactly what you said.
Yes.
And so,
but you're asking me for a
obviously you're
definition
not
of female,
pulling
not
their
a scientific.
pants down. No,
Oh.
the question is whether or not trans women are women, not what females.
They're not
are.
women.
We
Yeah, they're not
already
women.
Talked about females.
They're
the
not
other
women.
problem is that you said that that I am taking you through some philosophical logic theory. Unfortunately, that's also incorrect because I can prove it to be the case, not just from not just from your perceived logic theory, but actually your own logic that you just walked yourself through and refused to acknowledge the fact.
So give it to me in a syllogism. Can you give it to me in a syllogism?
Also proven at a neurochemical level. Yes.
Okay, let's try it this way.
Can
you give it to me in a syllogism so that I can actually understand what you're talking about? Because it literally just sounds fallacious
the logic
to me.
Tree, right? I don't have a syllogism ready for you, but I mean, if you want, I could spend the time to.
Yeah,
write
no,
it,
give me.
really
Yeah, take a minute. Take a
for
minute
me
and put it in a syllogism.
For me to write it. Okay. All right.
Because it's just plain equivocation. I don't even understand what you're talking about at this point.
Give me a quick moment, okay?
I'll give you a quick moment to put it in a syllogism because I actually don't understand this. It makes no sense to me.
Yep.
You're just saying that if a person can trick you, that makes it true. That makes no sense. Then you asked me for the definition of what a woman is, and I gave you the definition of one who is typically associated.
How you determine someone to be a woman, not whether
That's
or not
different. So you're asking me about a scientific
I
versus.
said, how do you determine somebody?
Well, you would determine, and I gave you the criteria for the determination too. It would be all sorts of different things. It'd be XX. It'd be large gametes. It would be all sorts of different things, which would make such a determination scientifically. However, you could make the determination absent, something scientific. But all you're saying is that if I can trick you, I'm the thing. That's insane.
Yeah, give me a second to come up with my syllogism. If you could just give me
just
a moment.
go over to Google AI and put it in a syllogism.
I'm not putting
just
it
do
in
it that
Google
way.
AI. I'm
yeah, you
writing
are.
it
Come
down.
on, dude. Don't
moment.
fucking lie. You're going to put it in a Google AI.
Give me a moment. Allow me.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, we're going to just have to wait for a sec. Sorry.
No problem. In the meantime, I want to remind you folks, first, we'll have the Q&A shortly. We'll read through your questions. You can submit those at the live chat here at Modern Day Debate. And I also just put a poll in the live chat here at Modern Day Debate on YouTube. It is, whose arguments have you found most persuasive tonight? So feel free to log in at that poll and let us know who you found most persuasive tonight. As 1stAmender gets what he's looking for, I want to remind you both of our guests are linked in the description, so you can find more content of 1stAmender as well as Andrew in the description box below. That includes at the podcast. So we do have a podcast for Modern Day Debate, and at the podcast, we put our guest links in the description box as well. Ready for you, 1stAmender.
Yeah, I apologize. You're going to have to give me some time to come up with it.
No problem.
It takes
More
time to come up with a
things.
syllogism, unfortunately. I'm so sorry.
We want to remind you folks, if you haven't yet, hit that like button. We do appreciate that support. Thrilled to have both of our guests tonight. It has been a while. We had 1stAmender on maybe last week, but Andrew Wilson is back. We are collaborating. We don't, let's see. We think that grudges are effeminate. And so we said, hey, no hard feelings. We're open to collaborating. We hope all the best for Andrew, just like we do for all of our guests. Come on to Modern Day Debate. And you have a lot of questions. So I will give you a chance, First Amender. We are going to, let's see. We're going to go into the Q&A probably. You guys cool with maybe going in at about 9:30 Eastern time? So in other words,
That's perfectly
yeah, we
fine.
can. I wouldn't mind extending this though. I actually, because at this point, there's so many fallacies which have been used in this debate that I'm actually having trouble understanding this position of, and I actually do need this one written out. I don't usually ask for this in a debate, but this one I don't actually even understand what the hell this guy is talking about. It makes no sense to me. Like I literally actually need this one written so that I can see it because it makes no sense to me. So all that I hear is that there's two. Well, I don't even know. At this point, I'm confused. There's way better trans debaters than this, but this one is something else, man. This one's something else. Anyway, yeah. To the MDD audience from the Crucible, let's see here. Let me just double check, see where we're at. I think we're sitting somewhere around 5,000 live over on the Crucible side. Just wanted to say, take a moment, go over, subscribe to James's channel. It was very kind of him to welcome me back. I totally agree with him in every capacity. I do not hold grudges, and there's no good reason to, not in this space. And by the way, Trump won, and so we'll do like the Jubilee thing, right? If Trump wins, and let all former debts be paid, right? Because Trump has won. And so maybe me and James can at least come together on that, right? You voted for Trump, right, James?
Well, I do want to say thank you for your recommendation for people to subscribe. And I do want to say, folks, Andrew hosts debates at the Crucible. It is a debate platform similar to Modern Day Debate. So if you are watching Modern Day Debate, got to tell you, we want, regardless of where the debate happens, we do want to give people awareness of where those debates are occurring, because even if they're not a Modern Day Debate, we want people to hear both sides on these different issues. So,
and we don't host as many as MDD does. We host, we host maybe 4 or 5 a month. You know what I mean? We don't host nearly as many as we used to. So the platform of the Crucible has moved over to an entertainment platform. Part of entertainment, of course, is debates, and we will always do debates here, but we'll never do them in the same frequency MDD does.
So you
I encourage you though, folks. There are plenty of debates to check out over there. And forgive me, First Amender. I'm so sorry. I just want to address it just because it's been almost a year or so. And I had an old football coach. We were like 9th grade. He said, I was like, guys, if you get in fights, it's just like men can, they punch each other, and then 5 minutes later they're like, oh, it's done. Move on.
It's over.
So that's how we are. But First Amender, I want to give you a chance. Go ahead. The floor is all yours.
I did have somebody say that I use ChatGPT. What a shame. I like to write. I write quite a bit, and I am capable of making my own syllogisms. So, premise 1, you determine someone to be a woman by looking at them.
Stop. Hang on. You do it real slow so I can write it out so I can actually see the argument.
Mm-hmm. So, premise 1, you determine someone to be a woman by looking at them. Right? Because initially you said if they are female, and as in the sex typically associated with reproduction, unfortunately, that's not possible because, Premise 2, woman is based on the phenotypes which are typical of female.
Okay.
Premise 3 is trans women can possess phenotypes typical of that of females. Premise 4, if a trans woman has enough phenotypes, they appear to be a woman.
Okay.
Therefore, you determine a trans woman to be a woman.
So the conclusion is, therefore, you determine trans woman to be a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me make sure I got this right. Premise 1, you determine somebody to be a woman by looking at them.
Yes.
Okay, I reject premise 1.
Oh, so now you're contradicting yourself on your initial basis on how you determine someone to be a woman.
This is why I wanted it
hold
in
on,
a syllogism.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
You're rejecting because, unfortunately, you're contradicting yourself. I said, how do you determine someone to be a woman? You said that if
Who
they
is,
are female, stop.
Well, I just need a clarification of who you is in this case.
You, Andrew.
Me personally,
yes,
right?
You personally.
Okay, me personally.
Yes, you personally.
Okay, so you is not being used in this case as like a collective of us, right?
Correct. So how you are determining somebody to be a woman is you initially answered saying if they are female. And I said, what does that mean? And you said, if they have the sex, which is typically associated with reproduction. I said, okay, so you're walking down the street, you go up to a person, you pull down their pants and you observe them. Well, we've come to the conclusion that you're not in jail right now. So you probably do not, in fact, use sex to determine that if they have reproductive organs to determine if they are, in fact, a woman. And so I finally, after enough look.
I'm actually fine. I'm fine with this syllogism.
You look at them.
I'm fine with this. Listen, I'm fine with this syllogism. All I'm doing is just asking clarifications. So just real quick, very, very clear clarifications. You in premise 1 is Andrew. So therefore all yous after this is referring to Andrew, correct? So it would be you, Andrew, determine someone to be a woman by looking at them, right? That's premise 1.
I don't
you,
think it
Andrew.
If it's Andrew or if
no,
it's
it matters. It matters. Can you just clarify? Is you, Andrew, in premise 1 or not?
Let's say it is collective. It is a.
Oh,
it is a syllogism.
well, it can't be. Oh, bro. Okay. Well, then here, I'm going to give you the counter syllogism.
I'm not aware of anybody that is.
I'm going to give you the counter syllogism.
Maybe somebody is blind and they smell.
Ready? Hang on. Stop, bro. Stop. It's my turn. I'm going to give you the counter syllogism. You determine somebody to be, or a dog to be a cat by looking at them. Premise 2. A dog is phenotypes based on whatever a dog is. Premise 3. Trans women can possess the phenotypes of females. A cat can possess the phenotypes of a dog. Premise 4, if a dog has enough cat phenotypes, they appear to be a dog. Therefore, you determine cats can be dogs.
Again,
correct?
The problem is...
No. Let's walk through it. We're going to walk through it.
You're talking
How do you
about
determine? We're going to... Nope, stop. We're going to walk through your syllogism.
Taxonomic differences.
We're going to walk through your syllogism. Stop, bro.
Specific phenotypes.
Stop, bro. We're going to walk through your syllogism.
Talking about the
let's do premise 1. Bro,
let's give it a chance just to walk through.
Premise 1, you determine somebody to be a woman by looking at them. Sir, premise 1, how do you determine a cat to be a cat?
How do I determine a cat to be a cat? I look at their phenotypes.
By how they look? By looking at them?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So great. So premise 1, write it down. You determine some cat to be a cat by looking at them.
Yeah, but the problem is...
Okay, stop, bro, stop. We're going through your syllogism, bro.
What? Because...
Stop, bro, stop. We're going through your syllogism. We're going through your syllogism. We're going through your syllogism. Stop.
It's an invalid critique.
How? Bro,
because
I don't understand.
Taxonomic
I don't understand.
I'm talking about
I don't get it. We're going through... It's your syllogism.
Homo sapiens sapiens. I'm talking about Homo sapiens.
Why won't he let me go through the syllogism,
because
James?
It's invalid. Your premise is not
your syllogism is invalid?
No, your syllogism is invalid because you're applying differences in taxonomic classifications when I'm stuck.
So the fuck are you, stupid? Listen, you dumb fuck.
Oh my god.
First Amender, if you want a kind of a critique on Andrews, but I do want to give a chance just because it is your own syllogism that you laid out.
It is his own syllogism. I'm just walking through it.
Yeah, by
how do you determine a cat to be?
Yeah, it's
invalid. I'm sorry. Can
First Amender, I need you to work with me here. Let's give Andrew a chance.
Apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, no great. So premise 1, you determine a cat to be a cat by looking at them, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Premise 2, you say a woman is phenotypes based on female, right? Correct? Yes. Okay, so I'm guessing that a cat is phenotypes based on feline.
Yes.
Okay, great. So that's premise 2. Premise 3, trans women can possess the phenotypes of females. Premise 3, cats can possess the phenotypes of dogs.
Those are different taxonomic classifications.
Can you answer my question,
No, it is
please?
Invalid. Your premise is invalid.
Cats can't possess the phenotypes of dogs?
No.
They can't?
They are different taxonomy. First of all, no, the premise, the entire premise, not that they can't possess phenotypes of dogs, but that the premise itself, because you're talking about differences.
Okay, great. No, I'm just asking you.
Oh, yeah,
stop with that. But now it's my turn for the counter syllogism. Can cats possess the phenotypes of dogs?
Yes.
Okay, great. So if trans women can possess the phenotypes of females, so in this case, premise 3, right? Cats can possess the phenotypes of dogs, correct?
No.
They can't?
Some, but it is possible.
Okay, well then
that
they can. Okay, great. So then premise 4,
no.
if a cat has enough phenotypes, they appear to be a dog. If a cat has enough phenotypes, they appear to be a dog. That would be correct, right? If a cat had enough dog phenotypes, they would appear to be a dog.
The way that we kind of determine a cat to be a cat and a dog to be a dog, being that phenotype, if I suppose, like if they had enough phenotypes, they
would be a dog. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. So if a dog,
but unfortunately, we're talking about differences in taxonomic classification, so this whole thing is invalid.
Stop. We're just going through the syllogism. So if a cat had enough phenotypes that they could appear to be a dog, right?
That is how we typically taxonomically
Okay, great. So premise 4.
Yes.
So then therefore, my
conclusion.
Okay, great. So my conclusion of this is then, therefore, you can determine that cats can be dogs. So just to give you your syllogism back.
Of the difference in taxonomic
hang on, stop, bro, and then you can respond. Just stop, and then you can respond all you fucking want. Just stop for a second. So here's your syllogism back to you, just so that you understand, because I've been writing it down.
Basis of everything.
Yeah. You determine cats to be cats by looking at them. That's premise 1. Premise 2, a cat is the phenotypes based on feline. Premise 3, a cat can possess the phenotypes of a dog. Premise 4, if a cat has enough phenotypes, they can appear to be a dog. Therefore, you determine that dogs can be cats. That is your syllogism back to you, you fucking idiot.
Hey, Andrew, for the final time, and the 12th time now, we're talking about taxonomic differences. I'm stuck on just Homo sapiens sapiens. So just on the basis of your premise, it doesn't work.
Why? It's the same exact argument.
Because we're talking about Homo sapiens sapiens.
Yeah, and in this case, we're talking about feline felinius.
Categories.
Yeah, listen, it is a taxonomical category. Do you agree with me that Homo sapiens, that you have males and females who are Homo sapien?
Huh? What?
There are male and female Homo sapiens?
There are, yes.
Okay, and there has to be a way. Specific. So then there has to be a way to make a determination between which are male and which are female, right?
Yes.
Okay, so since we can determine that there has to be a way to determine which are male and which are female, in this case, we're doing the exact same criticism back the other way. I agree with you that we can determine all sorts of things biologically for what makes a cat. However, your syllogism here is just based on objectively observing these things. So if you're just observing it, you can make the mistake. The syllogism you gave back to me is the same one I gave back to you, and you came to an unsound conclusion. Your argument is invalid, and I just demonstrated how it's invalid.
No, because
it's an invalid. It's an unsound. It's unsound. The conclusion does not follow from the premise. You are wrong, sir, and you need to retract this.
No, unfortunately, I'm going to let you know one more time. We're stuck on Homo sapiens sapiens, not taxonomic classifications. I have used your very own metrics.
Is a Homo sapien a taxonomical classification?
By that basis, that is correct. It is a taxonomic classification.
Then what are you talking about,
Because I'm not comparing Homo sapiens sapiens to, say, Neanderthalensis. They are two separate taxonomic classifications. I am referring to
but the argument's the same for both.
A trans woman and a woman are still Homo sapiens sapiens. So bringing up taxonomic classifications in order to make it absurd is a false equivocation.
There's no equivocation. It's your same argument.
So I have fed you a syllogism.
Okay, what is
that way you can
let's make sure we get
this
correct.
And
just real quick. I just want to make sure we get this correct.
Have agreed with the syllogism and so have tacitly
agreed
in fact, I rejected.
I rejected your
I know
syllogism.
you rejected
I rejected
because
your
you wanna
syllogism
be
under the same
transphobic.
basis as
but
mine.
the reality is that your very logic leads you to this conclusion. This is incredible.
So just real quick,
Sorry,
just so
I
you
am
know.
listening. I'm getting water.
Okay. I used the exact same rejection you did, that it was a category error. That was the same exact rejection that I used. What you tried to do was stop, bro. Just let me respond. I used the same exact rejection that you used. It was a category error. I told you it was a category error to begin with. When you wrote this syllogism out, all I have to do is write it back the other direction, and you're completely destroyed.
No, it's not.
What is
by
a
your
valid
very metric?
Bro, what is a valid
I
argument?
used your own metric.
No, you didn't use
a
my
syllogism
metric.
is an example of a valid
No,
metric.
what
and
is
I
a
fed it to
valid
you.
what is a
I
valid argument?
piecemealed it to you.
What is
You
a
forced
valid
me to
argument?
write
Look it up.
a
Look it up if you need
syllogism.
to. Look it up if you need to. What is a valid argument?
An example of a valid argument could be a syllogism. That's an
Yeah, I
example
know,
of a
but what
valid
is a
argument.
valid argument?
A valid argument. That's
Yeah,
such
pull it
a
up.
complex question.
It's not a complex question, but pull it
It
up.
kind of is.
Nope, it's not.
You're referring
Pull up.
specifically to
I
your
would
syllogism,
suppose
right,
if
Andrew?
it's like sound or that. I mean, I would
No.
assume that the
Sound is
Hold
a
on,
different
allow me
thing
to
than
fin-
valid.
allow me to
Sound
finish.
is different than valid.
Allow me to finish. Allow me to
Okay,
finish.
I'm allowing you to finish.
Allow me to
Sound is
finish.
different than valid.
So, I mean, a valid argument. I would have to
Mhm.
say that it must abide by the logical axiomatic premises, such as the law of universal non-contradiction, things like that. And then
What does that have to do with no, you can make valid arguments even if they're they could have contradictions in them, perhaps, and still be valid. Depends on how you want to preference them. But do you know what a sound argument
I don't know where
is?
you're leading me there, I suppose.
Do you know what a sound argument is?
I don't know where you're leading me. I don't know.
I'm just asking you very basic questions.
I mean, I could try my best, but without Google searching, I don't know off the top of my head.
Google search. I want to make sure we're on the same page. Valid versus sound argument, so that you know.
If you think you have a friend who might enjoy this debate, folks, don't forget to hit that share button. You can share it around, and we do appreciate it. We appreciate you being here tonight. Hope you had a nice little day. It was a sunny day, a little chilly here, but very nice, sunny.
Sound versus valid, so that you know.
Okay, so I see what you're trying to argue. Like, for example, if you say all dogs are fish, Buddy is a dog, therefore Buddy is a fish, the argument is valid because the conclusion logically follows from the premises. However, it is not sound because
it's not sound.
Okay, so then your example is not sound, right?
No.
Because
Listen,
I'm referring to
I'm just going to help you to delineate these
Homo
things.
sapiens sapiens, right? And I am not making strict taxonomic differences in classification because trans women and women are in fact the same taxonomic category.
Just stop. Let's just talk at this point so that you understand.
It's your argument that is not sound.
Can we just talk at this point so that you understand? Tell the viewers real quick, what is the difference between a valid argument and a sound argument?
I just explained it.
Yeah, do it again though.
So you could say, for example, a premise is all dogs are fish. Buddy is a dog, therefore Buddy is a fish. The argument is technically valid because the conclusion logically follows from the premises. However, it is not sound.
It is not sound.
The premise is false.
Because the conclusion doesn't actually follow from the premises. So you can have premises which are all valid. So you can have a valid argument which is unsound. In this case, you made an argument which was valid. It was just unsound. That's why I gave you your argument back. Stop, bro. Stop. Just wait.
I'll
let you respond, bro. I'll let you respond.
You agreed with every premise.
Calm down. Calm down. Your cope laughing's not helping you here.
Okay. If
what
I
happened?
Told you all dogs are fish.
Yeah. Just stop. Why do you keep on spurging? Why do you keep spurging? Calm down.
I'm not spurging. I'm pointing
out. You need to chill.
You
need to chill. You need to chill.
All of them are sound. Then yes, the argument is not just sound.
Calm down. Calm down.
All right. Let's go with Andrew. What have you got?
Okay. So in this case, right? Sure, the premises were valid, but it was an unsound argument. The conclusion doesn't follow. You can come to false conclusions with valid arguments. That's what you did. You came to an unsound conclusion. what you've done here is, if you go back and you watch the video, and you'll see, you ask hyper-specific questions like, how do you, Andrew, define X thing? So I define it this way. But then you say, but wait, you didn't use a scientific definition, but you didn't ask me what that was. So as we went through the debate, you were able to come up with a syllogism, which was valid, but totally unsound. That's why the argument is rejected, and that's why I asked it from you in a syllogism form to show you the fault in your logic. You are making a basic category error. Because you're making a basic category error and you're unversed in philosophy, you don't even know how bad you fucked up here. And I'm trying to help you. You might think that I'm the mean fascist, and I saw your DMs, right? Oh, Andrew's not popular, blah, blah, blah. Hugely, vastly popular on the right because I'm really fucking good at this. You, sir, do not understand what you just did. You made an argument which was valid but unsound by your own metric when I gave it back to you. In the future, my suggestion is that you come into these debates a little more good faith, and then you won't make such insane fucking mistakes going forward. And with that, I'll leave it there. Like, I'm fine with the debate ending there.
Go ahead. Unfortunately, Andrew, I've listed to you every premise, and you've agreed with every premise. And
for the sake of argument, yeah.
Okay, so if you agree with every premise, that means that it's sound. If I started with, say, a premise.
No, if I agree with your premises, it doesn't make it sound, bro.
You sat there and said,
so dumb.
Okay, so if I said, for example, that all dogs are fish, and you say, I agree, then you would think it's sound.
No, that doesn't even follow. You're so dumb.
Yeah, that does
You're so dumb, bro. You're so dumb.
All right, man. Well, unfortunately, you've already admitted that trans women are women, so you lost the debate to this dumb guy.
We're going to jump into the Q&A. Do want to say, folks, thanks for your questions. We're going to try to move fast so we get through all of these. And reminder, we have that poll in the old live chat right now on who you found most persuasive tonight. This first question coming in from, some of these are comments we allow during the Q&A, comments if they use the super chat. So Ted Nublet says, respect for bringing Andrew back. Glad to have him back. And thanks for your super chat. Godzilla 37 says, Logic 1, Andrew is its representative. Satan sent a super chat, said, as Bender should too ashamed to ever debate again. I think they mean 1stAmender. Okay, so they said he doesn't even, we're glad you're here, 1stAmender. He says he doesn't even understand what circular logic is. The fetal, oh gosh, okay. Anyway, we'll give you a chance to respond to that, 1stAmender, if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, if I ask how do you determine somebody to be a woman, and his answer was if they are female. And so I said, so let's say you're walking down the street, you go up to a person and you say, are you female? So the way that you determine somebody is woman is if they are female, and they are female because they are female. That's circular. Yes.
It has nothing to do with the truth of the matter. This is the category error you keep making.
That was something that was directed at me, right? That's fine. I mean, you can.
Yeah, that's fine. I can still engage, right? So. But anyway, yeah, so just so you understand, you just made a continuous category error the entire evening. I tried to correct you 100 times. You just won't listen.
This one from Rick's Crystal Making Emporium says, greetings, 1stAmender. We'd like to extend our services to you in the form of a free sponsorship and custom fitted product. If you would, what is your height and size waist of pants that you wear? Thanks. This one from Godzilla 37 says, Mr. Amender, at no point were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. I know what movie this is from. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. Anybody else know what movie that's from?
I do. It's from Billy Madison.
Yeah, that's funny. Okay. First, we'll give you a chance to respond, 1stAmender, if you'd like.
I mean, like, I don't know what to say to that. It just sounded like an insult. I mean, I'm fine. Well, I feel like I made a logical argument. I even had to write it down in a syllogism because he didn't understand it. And then after everything is said and done, we by his own metrics came to the conclusion that trans women can be women. So it's fine. Like, it doesn't matter.
This one from Joe Brandon
I do want you to know, you could take this moment, right? Because I've been blown out in a debate before too, right? One or two. You could actually take this moment to self-reflect, right? And say, okay, wait a second. Hang on. Maybe I can backtrack here because you can make this argument better. I could even show you how to make it better. But Dude, in no way, shape, or form did you even come close. You're not even on the same level. You're not even in the same fucking universe. You should just stop while you're ahead.
Is that why
Your
I had to
cope laughing,
to
your
you
cope
syllogism?
laughing is not doing you any favors.
Is that why I had to explain to you a syllogism? Because I'm not at your level?
Bro, you didn't even know what a valid or a sound argument was. I asked you for a syllogism so I could show you the fault. So I could show you the fault in your own logic. You just don't even understand. You're so stupid. You don't even understand.
All right. But I have
and you still don't understand. You're still doubling down. You could just take the correction, and we could have actually had a good conversation about this if you had taken the correction. You just can't do it.
This one from Joe Brandon says, James, are you a woman? The first, this one's the neo-traditional noose says, 1stAmender lost the debate 3 times at once. Amazing. Joe, you just let me know if you want to respond to any of these. Joe Brandon says, James, if you're a woman, you're a nice looking one. Thank you. It's Quay says, question for 1stAmender. Does the definition used by the IOC in Paris, quote, a woman is a person who has the word woman written in their passport, unquote, justify the loss of 2 gold medals in boxing by cis women?
I don't know. I would have to research it. I'm sorry. I wish I could give you a better answer. I just don't know enough about like the passports and the specific definition you've provided. Unfortunately, I apologize.
Okay. I think they're saying, from one perspective, the gold medal for women's boxing was unfairly the whole competition within boxing, they're saying, because they're defining a woman as anyone who has woman written in their passport, namely the Olympic Committee. And they're saying,
what about James, I just want to let you know you have failed. We never got closing statements.
Oh, I didn't remember talking about doing them, but if you guys want closing statements, I'm open to that.
Wait, don't we always do them on MDE?
Well, philosophy, religion, or like religion, atheism debates we usually do, but not usually for.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind. That's my bad then. I'm sorry.
No problem. John Ruck says Trump won. I remember my first debate, Andrew. This one from John Ruck. They say Trump won. America voted trans women are male. You probably disagree with that, 1stAmender.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that like it is a collection of people that come to the conclusion. That's just a ad populum fallacy. I'd rather operate off of an endocrinological, neurological, a sociological, and a biological basis, right? The science is on my side here.
Oh, okay. So an appeal to authority fallacy?
No, because I gave you the arguments. I can give you the valid arguments.
So, he's wrong because it's ad populum. You're right because it's appeal to authority. Great job there, bro.
Unfortunately, because I gave you the premises.
Yeah, and your premises were flawed. I showed you how they were flawed.
Like the neurobiological ones?
No, we could do that in a syllogism too. Right, God help you if you ever did that. It'd be even worse for you.
This one coming in from Danny Tanner Turner says, 1stAmender, what is a woman? Can men get pregnant?
What is a woman? I'm sorry, was that 2 questions or
2 in 1?
Okay.
What's a woman? And then can men get pregnant?
Generally, it's adult, human, female, but it's complicated. I mean, it would take me a good 5 minutes to explain it, but I mean, adult, human, female, but it's also complicated is the simplest answer. And then as far as what was the second question?
Can men get pregnant?
Yes, there are trans men that can in fact get pregnant.
So not men though.
Well, they are even by your own metric anyway.
Unless they're males. Can males get pregnant?
Unfortunately, even by your own metric, because
can males get pregnant?
I've already explained it.
Yeah, no. Can males get pregnant?
Are you referring to sex or are you referring to gender?
Yeah, sex.
No.
So if somebody considers only men can be males, then if they say men cannot be pregnant, are they incorrect?
But that's not how you determine somebody to be
male.
Yeah,
I mean, can you answer my question?
Yep, your premise is false. That's not how you determine someone to be male.
Yeah, okay, but if a person only determined that a person was a man based on their sex.
You're just repeating the same question.
I know. Until I get an answer, I'm going to ask you one more time. If a person only determined what a man was based on their sex, that had to be included in the criteria for man, right? Could any of those people who they declare to be men ever get pregnant?
Again, it's the same exact question. The way that you determine a man is going to be whether that you're looking at them. That's how you typically determine it, right? And so if a person has phenotypes that are typical of that of male, then of course, if they were, of course, possess reproductive organs, they could in fact get pregnant. Trans men can get pregnant.
Can you answer my question,
men can get pregnant. Anyway, moving on.
No, not moving on. So if
I'm not going to force it. Like, it's the same
just real quick,
problem.
if we're only classifying man as male, could any men ever get pregnant? Yes or no?
I have already
you lying,
explained
gutless
yes.
fuck.
Trans men can get pregnant.
How do you think that this is going good for you? That's what I don't
feel like I'm doing great. This is amazing.
Bro.
This one from Joe Brandon. Thanks, says, James, I respect you. You didn't take my messages to heart. Of course not. Thanks for that. Rachel Wilson says, by First Amender's logic, Susan B. Anthony and Barbara Bush are not women. Andrew wins again. First Amender, you want to respond?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible for a woman to look like a man, and you improperly gender them. In which case, they say, "Hey, my pronouns are she, her, or I'm a woman." Then I would simply just give them the she, her pronouns, right? Because
that
there
refutes
are
your
women
entire position.
that look like men, right?
How do you not understand that you continuously refute your own position?
I just don't want. I don't get up out of bed and then go outside and then think, I kind of want to be a jerk today. That's not what I do. I like to treat people with respect. Even
that is a refutation of your own position.
I've already.
You constantly refute your own position. It's wild how you don't see it.
It's a multi.
You're like, oh, I can tell that you're not a man, but I'm going to call you that anyway, right? But somehow, that's still a valid classification. It's fucking crazy. All right,
we'll go to the next one. This one from Maronite Catholic Aussie says, so a woman is reduced to a costume? How dare you? I'm offended and insulted. How degrading that. All it takes to be a woman is to think and dress like one.
It's okay. It'll be okay. You'll go to bed and wake up. It's okay.
Oh, great argument.
I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's like I'm mad. I'm offended that I have to be respectful towards people. How dare?
Yeah, they get upset.
Oh God, I'm so offended.
Yeah, they get upset that you want them to lie.
Why do I gotta wear clothes when I go outside?
Yeah, they get upset that you want them to lie. Yeah, they get upset by that. I know. And to the modern debate audience, you don't have to. You don't have to lie to these people. Fuck these people. You don't have to lie to them. Because they really, really want you to. It's emotional hostage taking. They basically want you to affirm their lie,
nice.
or else they say they're going to hurt themselves. You don't have to do that, guys. You don't have to do that shit.
This one from Dana McWhite. How small is James's head compared to his body? Beetlejuice character. Thank you.
Okay, so I can attest to this. Hang on, I can attest to this in person. James is properly proportioned. I don't know what the fucking camera does to James. And I see it, but in person, the guy is properly proportioned. Say what you want, he is.
Traits or female typical traits?
These would just be male traits.
The camera must be doing something. I usually think I have a big noggin. Silver Phoenix Rising says, whatever happened to basic human decency and being respectful to those you ask to be caked? I think they mean just, they say, by the pronouns they prefer. Is that a new term, caked?
I'm sorry, repeat that question. I'm sorry, I totally spaced out. I apologize.
I think that, I just don't know why it has the word cake, like ice cream and cake. They say, whatever happened to basic human decency and being respectful to those you ask to be called, not caked, sorry, by the pronouns they prefer.
I love that. I love you. What a great person. Whoever just said that, you get hearts. Hearts. You're a good person. I appreciate that.
No hearts, Andrew? This one from Walter Mellon says, question for 1stAmender. Is pause your safe word? I only ask because you keep repeating it whenever you're getting... Okay, never mind. Made by Jim Bob says, 1stAmender. If I can trick someone into believing I'm a police officer, should I be charged for impersonating a police officer?
you should be charged for impersonating a police officer. That results into a safety concern, obviously. And not only that, usually people who impersonate police officers are really do not have good intentions. So,
well, why aren't they police officers?
Well, it's not analogous, unfortunately. It's a.
But why aren't they police officers? How come
well,
they're
I'm saying
not?
it's a safety concern. It's
yeah, I know, but
really
how come
relevant.
they're not police officers?
Because they didn't go to academy and they didn't they didn't get registered.
Because they don't meet the criteria
officer.
necessary.
Yes.
Yeah.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Chase Hatchett says, can't woman, quote unquote, just mean female or female presenting? All words are made up anyways, and language evolves constantly.
I'm so sorry. I was reading a horrible comment that somebody sent me. I have to look away from the comment.
You want to pay attention to the debate, bro? Be a pro. At least try to be a professional for 5 minutes.
Listen, I'm new to this. You got to give me a little credit here, right? I'm doing everything I can.
I don't need to give you any credit. I need you to be a pro for 5 minutes. You got thousands of people watching you, and probably never they should have.
Thanks, for the subscription. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Sorry.
Chase Hatchett says, can't woman just mean female or female presenting? All words are made up anyways, and language evolves constantly.
Yes, there is an aspect of that. Yes, I completely agree. With that being said, though, I tend to be a little bit more Aristotelian when it comes to my definitions, because I think it's really important to make sure that you have some concrete definitions that you can agree on, so that way you can lead to concrete conclusions.
I don't see why you absolutely refuse to come to terms on any definitions of anything ever.
Well, I did. I mean, I asked you.
No, you took two different categories, a social category, and then you took a biological category and conflated them the entire night, making multiple categorization errors. No, you should stop doing that. It's really bad. It's really bad for you to do that, bro.
No, but unfortunately you did as well.
Okay, give me the example of how I did.
Yeah, so you were talking how dogs can be cats when I'm talking about a specific Homo sapiens sapiens and specifically
no, that's an internal critique.
So
that's
yes,
an
that
internal critique.
Yeah, I understand.
An internal critique has nothing to do with me making categorization error.
You can have an internal critique while also having a category error. Those
yes,
are not mutually
but in
exclusive.
this case, you haven't pointed out what the category error was.
I thought you were the expert on this.
You haven't pointed out what the category error was. You pointed out that I made an internal critique of
your
categorization error, and because I gave you an internal critique of your categorization error, you're making it my categorization error. It's fucking wild.
Yeah. Good talk.
This one coming in from Bezos Anti-Bullying Agency says, while we can entertain the debate in the abstract for fun, in reality, I knew within 2 microseconds of seeing 1stAmender that, let's see. Never mind on that one. Dana McWhite says, is his waterfall in 180p? It's like an animated waterfall, right?
Yeah, it actually comes from a fighting game. I forget which one it is. I just think it's really pretty, so I decided to put it in. It's pretty cool. You like it?
It reminds me of the Jungle Book in Disney. It's when I was a kid, that was one of my favorite movies. Pamela Haystack says, to 1stAmender, why must I recognize tall, muscular, beef-bellied, obvious males in dresses as women? They don't have a fake female phenotype.
Oh, it's simple. It's just a matter of respect. You know, it really comes. I mean, I'll be honest. If there was a big burly person that came up to me and was just like, "You need to call me a woman," I'd be like, "I'm sorry." I would say, "I'm sorry, miss. I apologize." I mean, you can go ahead and do that. I mean, have fun. I mean, you're kind of like a jerk, and you may have some physical repercussion for it.
What makes you a jerk?
Well, because it's just being mean. Like, I don't know. It's just kind of mean.
Yeah. What does mean? Is that subjective?
Yeah.
Or objective?
Well, subjective doesn't mean it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think it's mean. I think it's mean. Yeah, I think it's mean to
yeah.
force. Yeah, I think it's mean to force people to tell people things that they don't think are true. I think that's mean.
Why? There's no skin off your back. It's easy.
Wait. Who are you to make the determination of what is skin off of whose back?
Well, I just think it's easy. It's okay. It's not that big of a deal.
No, that's you making this assertion.
Did you wear
Who
clothes
are
when you
you to
walked
tell
outside
somebody
your house?
else what they get offended by? Would it be okay for me to tell a black person if you called them the N-word? That's no skin off your back.
What? Wait, you're going to approach a black... Wait, hold on. Wait, that's a great example. Why don't you approach a black person and call them the N-word?
Well, from my perspective,
Yeah.
yeah. So I would look at that as a Christian ethics perspective. But
It's mean, isn't
the question here is,
it's mean, isn't it?
If you thought,
is it mean
that there was no, it's not because of meanness. If there was the idea,
it's not disrespectful in any way.
It's not just from meanness. But anyway, if it was from the position that you thought that it was not a mean thing to say, why would that person be wrong and you would be right?
Well, again, like we've come to the subjective interpretation that the N-word is not appropriate to call an African American or any African for that matter.
Wait, you and this guy didn't come to that. Why is he wrong?
The humanity that we live in.
No, you. Why? How can you tell him he's wrong? Well, so you're just going to say, so it's another argument ad populum? It's another argument ad populum?
Do you walk outside your door? Well, no,
it's another argument ad populum?
It's a social norm. Social norms are like that. Yeah.
So it's just an argument ad populum?
No, it's not an argument ad populum.
Then what is it?
Social norm. It's how.
Okay, what is a social norm other than the majority of people do X thing?
That's correct. That's exactly.
So then it's an argument for ad populum.
No.
So all you're saying is
So why don't you go up to somebody
are
and
not
call
allowed
them
to say X word because socially it's unacceptable, right?
This is actually great.
Can you answer the fucking question?
I did. It's fine.
You didn't. You never answer any questions.
I did multiple times.
So I just want to make sure I got this right.
Why are you getting so
If it
mad?
was
Are
a
you
social
okay?
norm, if it was a social norm for you to say the N-word to black men, you would do it?
I'm sorry, repeat it one more time.
If it was a social norm to say the N-word to black men, you would do it? Like in the 1960s?
In your bizarre world where it is socially, it would likely result in that. But yeah, that's kind of
yeah. No, would you do it? My question is, would you do it?
In today's day and age, no. But it likely
no. Would you have done it? If it was a social norm,
likely,
would you do it?
Yes. Everybody is like that.
Great. I love the fact that
you're
you
like that as well.
Would run around and say the N-word to people if you could get away with it. Anyway.
That's not what the argument
is. It is
okay.
what you just said.
This
so
one,
ridiculous.
Mr. Enigmatic says, 1stAmender, how would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast this morning? They said this would be a question on your level. I don't understand. I know I've seen this.
Yeah.
meme.
How would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast this morning?
Well, interestingly enough, I normally have a diet day. Today is not a diet day, so I could eat whatever I want. I would have probably have considered that if I did not eat breakfast today, a bit of a waste, because I'm wasting my cheat day. I enjoy my cheat days, and so that means I get to eat Dunkin' Donuts in the morning. And so I'd be like, why did I not take advantage of that? There you go.
Okay.
This was a popular meme I saw. I think it was on the whatever podcast. Is that where it was? But basically, what's the meaning of this? Is this whether or not
literally this meme is designed around. Oh, I mean, it's total nonsense. It came from 4chan, right? But the idea here is to see if a person can actually engage with a hypothetical or not engage with a hypothetical. Generally speaking, if you ask how a person wouldn't feel or how they would feel if they hadn't eaten breakfast this morning, you would expect them to say hungry. But usually and the idea here is if they don't say that, they can't engage with hypotheticals, kind of like our friend over here who literally couldn't engage with a hypothetical. That's the point of it. Whether or not
I said I would have been sad
it has validity,
that I didn't take advantage.
Whether or not it has validity or not, and it doesn't in any way, shape, or form because it is a meme. That's what the point of the question is.
Gotcha. I thought that's what it was. Okay. Pamela, this one, Vortomi says this guy should be why we should do away with the 19th Amendment. Remind me, what's the 19th? That's whether or not
that would be the women's right to vote.
Yeah, no, I believe that
but
women.
1stAmender is a man.
I believe that women ought to have a right.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm a man.
Are you sure?
Yeah, look here. I'll show you. I got muscles.
No, you don't have to.
You don't want to see my muscles? I want to show you my muscles. I've been going to the gym.
Jordan said, question for 1stAmender. Females are not males, just as cats are not dogs. If we are using the syllogism, your false view fails your own refutation. Do you agree?
No, because I believe that you're referring to a difference in taxonomic classification, which is operating at a different method than Homo sapiens sapiens. I'm sorry, they are different.
Me too. I agree. It's a different taxonomical classification. Same argument I used against
women
him.
Are in the same taxonomic category, unfortunately.
No, sex is not in the same taxonomical category, you fool.
This next question coming in. By the way, 1stAmender, we appreciate you being a good sport. I know some of these super chats seem to be
they don't like me very much. It's okay.
Well, I like that you smile and you don't get triggered by it. Chase Hatchett says, so women are a different species than men?
Yeah, exactly. They're not. That's why, yeah. Great point. That's my point. The premise is not correct.
This one from Liger Systems says, oh, and then you guys felt like on that. Well, I think we covered it. Liger Systems says
that's incorrect. Women and men falling within the same species because there's only two sexes would be taxonomically correct. There's two. And since there's two, that would be taxonomically correct. He's alluding to the fact that there's a third, which would be taxonomically incorrect. He's been rejected on this multiple times. He just doesn't listen.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Chase Hatchett, you got that one. The Sophist Rhetor says, hey, James, why is your mod silencing gays' voices in the chat? I don't think this is true. So I do trust Max. I don't think he is doing that. So I'll check into, like, I asked in chat if they could show me what was silenced. It makes me think of, if someone breaks the rules, then yeah, they'll be silenced if you use something that YouTube won't allow. But just because they're gay, it's like, yeah, we're silencing a gay, but it's not because they're gay. It's because they broke the rules. So you have to be honest about what's going on. Chase Hatchett says, we got that one. Bump on a Log says, 1stAmender, with sincerity, you genuinely are just confused. I suggest you read some basic Aristotelian metaphysics. You are not understanding categories. Andrew's counterexample is perfectly analogous.
Okay. Unfortunately, he's operating off of differences in taxonomic ranks, not strictly male and female. So unfortunately, it is not the same thing. I recommend anybody to pick up an endocrinology book, pick up a neurochemistry book, pick up a modern biology book. Hell, I mean, I pulled up this one, which is a combination of just both psychological and neurochemical, and it determines the sexual differentiations, and it is called Brain Gender by Melissa Hines. I highly recommend it. If you want to learn more about what exactly is this whole trans thing, I think it's a really good research, right? Because the academics are on my side with this. It doesn't matter how many people think I'm wrong here.
Yeah, and the polls were on his side too. Another soft science, but anyway,
are you about to do an ad populum right now?
The idea here is that, well, that's what you just did. You just made an appeal ad populum.
I pointed out the
in any case, you said most of the academics are on my side. It's an argument ad populum. All of the scientists of the world could be on your side.
People who don't study this thing,
all of your scientists of the world could be on your side and could still be wrong. In any case, in this particular case, he's violating the law of identity. The law of identity is saying in a taxonomical category, this thing is this thing, and it has criteria around it, which makes this thing. In the case of humanity, there's two sexes. That is part of the ontology of humanity. It's part of the taxonomy of what a human being is. So because that is the case, when he tries to defer away from sex into some other category, it is not only a taxonomical categorization error, it's actually a law of identity error as well. It is a violation of logic itself. And I don't understand why I couldn't get him to understand this. Usually most progressives, within 15 minutes, we move on to the second state. This guy just never got it. I don't even know what to do with that.
Oh, that's right. I've just remembered. We got another question I missed. Liger System says trans girls cannot make/push babies. Trans males can't get girls pregnant. Is this not a major issue?
No.
Why not?
Because typically the way that you determine somebody to be a woman or a man is their phenotypic characteristics. It's not whether or not that they can have children.
There's your category error again. So
Well,
your category error
the
comes in
category
again.
error is regarding male and female and
Yeah,
man
male and female.
woman, right? They are different things. And
They're not different
explained to you
things.
the basis of
They're
them
not
being
different
different.
things. They're
I've
both
already
pointing to the same
explained it.
thing. No, this is the crux of the
explained it
categorization
pretty
error.
clearly.
All you're doing is taking a female and assigning the word man to the word female to describe the same phenomenon. So all you're doing is saying, okay, women, which is female, and man, which is male. Both of these are adult males or adult females. All you're doing is assigning the opposite label to them. And you're saying, okay, in this particular case, now you are a male and now you are a female because you are a trans man or trans woman. Your characteristics, though, are still the same. This is where you continuously violate the law of identity. Trans men cannot impregnate women, and trans women cannot be impregnated by men. That is the proof of your categorization error, you fool.
That's correct. Typically by sex, but we're not talking
They
about
can't.
sex. We're
They
talking
can't
about
because
gender.
they're
That's
the
why
thing that
I
they
brought
are.
up
They're the
regarding
thing that they
differences
are.
between-
They can't be what they're not.
Between sex and gender, right? You're now discovering it. I love you, Andrew. You're doing great.
Oh, gee, like in my
Russell.
opening statement where I said one's a social categorization, which is meaningless, and then you proved it multiple times, including your own syllogism, dummy.
Nope.
Russell Russ says, the guy who put down my pet squirrel looked just like 1stAmender. The worst part is that he came back to put down my pet raccoon too. Sad. Monite 23, don't worry, 1stAmender, we know it wasn't you. They say, when did you transition? Okay, let's see.
When did I transition into a man?
They think that you did, but you said before you didn't. Dyranomer says, are you born trans? If so, was Caitlyn Jenner the first woman to win the decathlon?
I don't know what Caitlyn Jenner has done. I don't follow her.
Okay, so Bruce Jenner won the decathlon and then later transitioned and says, like,
I don't know
hey,
anything
I'm
about
Caitlyn.
sports, man. I don't do sports. I don't. I'm sorry. What's a decathlon?
No worries. It's just an athletic event. So
okay.
You don't have to know about sports. They're just saying, so are you born trans? In other words, was Bruce Jenner already Caitlyn Jenner? Was Bruce Jenner already a woman?
That's a complicated question. I would probably just ask. I would ask her. Likely. I mean, maybe at the time that they were Bruce Jenner, according to other people, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But let's say, for example, if I asked them in modern day, hey, were you always a woman? They'd probably say yes. Okay, that's fine. It's just a matter of respect. That's all it is.
I think I understand. So they were saying if Bruce Jenner was trans from birth and won the decathlon, it would have been the first woman that won the decathlon. And you're saying, well, no, it depends on if Bruce Jenner, at the time of winning the decathlon,
I see what you're
considered
saying.
himself as a woman.
Well, they're
or
not
as
in the
a
women's
man.
competition, so it's not the same. It's you're talking about the rules regarding the specific sport, right? And we generally separate the sport based on sexes. I mean, this is a completely different discussion that I would have to address.
It's not. It doesn't have to be. It's like decathlon. Anybody can win it, man or woman, and they're just saying,
Oh, is it not sex specific? I'm sorry. This is
I don't
why
know,
I'm
but
saying I'm not good with sports. I apologize.
Well, I mean, if I went into a competition that women normally, I went to the WNBA slam dunk contest and I won, and I'm still identifying as male, it'd be like, well, James won the WNBA slam dunk contest.
Well, you wouldn't be in there because you identified it as male.
Okay, well, the decathlon allows anybody, male or female. So they're saying if
Okay.
Bruce Jenner, you're saying it depends. If Bruce Jenner thought of himself as a man when he won the decathlon, you're saying, well, then he was a man. But if he thought of himself as a woman, then yes, it would have been the first woman who won the decathlon.
I see what you're saying. I would defer to the experts that make the rules. That would be I know that's kind of again, I don't know enough about that particular sport to delineate.
Oh, why would the committee
I only defer to the experts.
Bruce Jenner is.
By the way, I only defer to the experts who are in Russia who say that transgenderism isn't a thing. I only defer to those experts.
Okay.
Yeah. Because why not? Why not just defer to the experts that we like?
Well, because the entire world of
Oh yeah, the entire world
and neurobiologists and
Ooh,
biologists
are you sure?
and endocrinologists.
Can
and
you show me all these
sociologists.
people who don't exist in Western
it
nations?
exists in multiple countries. Well, you're not going to see people that are being able to study endocrinology in these poor quality of living countries. It's very expensive
Why not?
research because it's hard to put hormones in a petri dish. It's very difficult to isolate hormones. It's not
Wait a second.
Simple.
I'm
it's
super.
a very
I'm super,
difficult process.
I'm
it's
super confused. Why isn't it that I should only appeal to the experts that I like?
It's not an appeal to experts that you like. It's appealing to people that have researched the topic and know about the topic.
Can you tell me about who funds these researchers?
Are you saying that there's like a giant conspiracy? I don't require a giant conspiracy in order for my worldview to be correct. I simply
Does it matter to you who funds researchers? Does it even matter?
Sure, of course it matters.
Like if I told you that most trans studies were backed by pro-LGBTQ organizations, would that make any sort of appeal to you at all? Would you even think twice about it? Or would you say, no, that makes sense, they should?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. They should.
Of course. Of course. All right.
Yeah, I mean, if they're receiving funding, like why not spend some time to research it to ensure that whether or not that there's any basis in the validity? Sure, why not?
Yeah.
I want to increase the rights of all people.
Let's see. Mark says we can read some insults, but for some of these, you have to stay within reason, folks. Okay, Mark. Mark says, First Amender. This one? I don't even know what it means. What's your favorite color crystal? Is this like they think you're a new ager or something?
They're going to put him in a crystal. They're going to put him in a crystal, bro.
I'm very empirical. I'm very scientifically minded. I do not, I don't believe in any of that woo-woo stuff.
Unless it comes to who funds studies.
If you ask, like, what's
then
your
you
favorite
don't care.
color?
Then empiricism doesn't matter.
My logo is blue. My First Amender logo. By the way, consider
like
subscribing to
crystals.
my channel because I debate all sorts of people. If you like my arguments, subscribe to my channel at youtube.com/@1stAmender. 1stAmender.
You can't argue. Why would anybody subscribe to your channel?
Hey, man, it's okay. Don't worry.
Jordan C says, First Amender.
I'm not. I'm not worrying. But why would anybody subscribe to your channel? You don't know how to argue. Why would they subscribe to your channel?
Just fine, but okay.
I like how you caveat it with "I feel like."
Yeah.
I feel like you're coping pretty hard.
No, I feel like I'm doing.
That's what I feel like.
We have to move on. Zach Akers says, ask him if trans women should be allowed in women's bathrooms.
Yes, 100%.
Jordan C says, First Amender can't comprehend what Andrew's saying. Let's see. I'm guessing you disagree with that. All right. Dironom Omer says, First Amender, is it possible to be trans and not be aware that you are? And if so, if Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson was discovered to have the neurochemistry of a female, is he now a woman?
Unfortunately for Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, he takes so much hormones that inhibit towards muscle growth.
Can you answer the actual question?
It's physically impossible.
That's not his question.
Is physically impossible.
Yeah, what was his question though? Do you even remember it? You don't even remember it.
I think they're saying as a hypothetical though.
It's let's say it's like if I can move 10 miles an hour, can I move the speed of light? No, you can't. The answer is no.
Wait, you're saying it's logically impossible? You're saying it's logically impossible that a person could share the exact same. Hang on, stop, bro. The exact same brain chemistry of one of these people and not identify as one of these people. That's logically impossible.
I mean, I guess if he stopped taking all of that and started taking like hormone.
No, he's still taking all of that, but he identifies as this thing.
He would likely.
You're
not
saying
possess
that it's
the
impossible.
Chemical destination to.
Yeah, so it's logically impossible, right?
No, it's like chemically impossible.
It's chemically impossible.
Yeah, effectively.
So if you take a ton of testosterone and you're like a weightlifter, you can't be a woman.
Ooh, good question. You know, you probably could. Honestly, if somebody was like...
Well, then what are you... Fucking God, you're dumb, dude. How do you not get the... well, it's impossible. Well, okay, what about the... Well, then level, you could. It's okay.
So it's just not going to be possible.
How the fuck do you... How do you even function? How do you breathe through your mouth is what I want to know.
Well, I inhale and then I exhale.
Let's just do a hypothetical that if Dwayne Johnson started going in the opposite direction, he started taking a ton of Well, let's say he just got off the steroids.
Hormone
And he's
replacement
not
therapy.
taking anything. Well, let's say instead he's just going fully natural, and he's like, I'm not going to take any steroids at all of any type. Like, let's say 10 years down the road, after all the effects have worn off, then, in that scenario, if it was discovered that he had the neurochemistry of a female, is he now a woman?
Even then, those chemical destinations would likely be very difficult because
Not
even
the
without
question.
anything, like
Not the
genetically
question.
speaking, he has a lot. The answer is likely no. Likely.
Yeah,
no.
is it no?
It's not a yes or no. It's like
Yeah, okay, right. So then the answer is yes.
No, the answer is
they could
complicated.
still
The
be a
endocrinology
woman.
is complicated. It's complicated.
Unbelievable. So they could still be a woman.
Do you
right?
understand that things don't have to be?
Could
black
they
or
still
white?
be a
You can,
woman
like,
or not,
operate
sir?
things at a more like.
Why
at a
will
more
you not
genuine
answer
way, right?
questions?
Because it's complicated.
Will they? Could they be?
Endocrinology
That's all he's
is
asking. Could they be a woman still?
Theoretically, maybe to some level, maybe. But
yes.
Generally, no. Generally, no.
Could they
because his
though?
genetic
Could they be?
disposition
Could
is
they be
very
or
male.
not?
It is a
Could
very
they be?
male genetic
Could
disposition.
they be a woman?
I've already explained it. Stop asking.
Just say
me
yes
this
or
question.
no. Could they?
Move on.
Simple.
This
Could
one
they or
from
couldn't
Kids-
they?
It's so ridiculous.
Kids Idol.
Can't answer.
Kids Idol 970 says, just want to say 1stAmender won this debate hands down. Wow. You say, just kidding. Okay. This is from, let's see.
Oh, that's funny.
You're a good sport, 1stAmender. I like that. You got thick skin. Harbarg Nar says, I'm going to be honest. I think Andrew should stick to the leftist heavyweights like Destiny. Let's see. They say Athletic Toast says, I would appreciate the bet you took. I appreciate the bet you took with me. I would hope that you do attend on Saturday so you can see my logic tree.
Oh, yes. There was a discussion that I had with a thick toast. I was certain that Kamala Harris was going to win the election. And this was based off of Alan Lichtman's 13 Keys to the White House. Unfortunately, he was wrong. I was willing to bet on the 90% probability that he was correct because that was his track record. Unfortunately, in this situation, he was wrong. And so I owed him $100.
The soft science was
Relax,
wrong.
relax,
That's
relax,
crazy.
calm down. Let me just explain.
Was wrong.
Let me just explain.
Hold on.
You trusted the experts, bro. You trusted the experts.
So it was wrong, and it's okay, And so I quickly paid him, and he said that he came to some logical conclusion, and I was just curious as to how he came to that logical conclusion. That's all.
Because he's not an idiot.
I'm not an idiot either.
No, well, that remains to be seen.
We'll go to the freak says, what's logical arguing?
Who has to get the argument explained to the syllogism because he doesn't understand it, but okay.
No, I said that was so that I could help you, not help me.
No,
freak says, what's
logical?
logical?
You asked.
Oh, they say, the freak says, what's logical arguing logic in a trans debate? I don't know what that means. Do either of you?
Yeah, he just means it's something that's so obvious to basically every human being.
Yeah. Logic itself. Okay.
Yes, at surface level, it seems like that it appears a specific way. Unfortunately, when you read the endocrinology and the neurochemistry and the biology and the psychology and the sociology, you realize, oh, wait, actually, it's more complicated than that. And me pointing out the neurochemical basis behind it and an endocrinological basis behind it shows its validity. So
that's it. But again,
this isn't going to go away just because you want to be transphobic.
That's really funny because that's everything, right? If you could do this with like steel, a metal bar. The science behind a metal bar is infinitely complex as well. You can infinitely complexify anything that you want. That is actually another form of a fallacious argument. So what happens is it's the idea that until you can delineate between point A and point B, then A must not exist and B must not exist. It's fallacious for a reason. Everything on planet Earth is infinitely complex, but he wants you to go off of intuition when you make the discovery very quickly of who is a man and who isn't a woman until it conflicts with who is a man and who is a woman in his mind. So it's like intuition is fine until it's no longer fine. Then we need to defer to the experts. But if you're not going to defer to the experts, then intuition is fine. It's all bullshit. These fucking people are a joke. They're a joke.
Seriously, Shelby says, if one looks into the crystal, its soul is taken by the tea woman with her spells. Oh, okay, so the crystal stuff is the new age stuff. Okay, I guess that's
okay. Yeah, I mean,
badass dogs says, question for First Amender. If trans are real women, then why can't they give birth? And if being trans is not a mental illness, then why is
premise of the
this?
question?
He's going to say, but what about some women who can't give birth?
He's baking into the definition real women, right? So I don't know exactly what you refer to by real women. I like to look at things from an empirical standpoint. And
What's a
it's
real
more
beer
complex.
can? What's a real beer can?
Yeah, it can absolutely be a complicated question. And I think
yeah, so you can't tell me, is this a beer can?
Yes.
What makes it a real one?
Well, I look at the typical features.
Yeah, but what makes that a real beer can?
Well, it looks like one. I mean, who's to say?
Yeah, but what makes it one?
Who's to say that that's not where you keep your coins? And it's
yeah, but what makes
not
it
a
real beer can?
I don't know if it had beer.
You don't know.
There's a lot.
So
of things.
Everything on planet Earth is this way. You fucking.
I mean,
dolt.
It's kind of the same problem.
What a dolt! What a fucking idiot!
Dude,
just stop. You're the most embarrassing debater who's ever been on MDD. The most embarrassing debater I've ever seen here.
Man, I mean, I feel like I trounced it.
Is that a real beer can?
100, like a bunch of.
Is that a real beer can? Is it real? Is that a real beer can? Is that a real beer can?
Jump
You're raging.
To another one. Fat Ass Dogs also asked. They said, and if being trans is not a mental illness, then why is the suicide rate super high in the trans community?
Because of stigma. Here we go. Ready?
Yeah, it's usually because of people who degrade them, and their existence.
So stigma
derision is pretty negative towards
because
trans
of
people.
stigma.
I have numerous studies that show that that's in fact the case.
Just say stigma, bro.
Yeah, I know you want things to be black and white, so
well, that's what you just said. It's because of stigma, right?
I just pointed out the reality. I mean, you can get mad at the reality.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
I'm in reality, and you're not.
Do you agree? Do you agree then with most of the leftists that in modernity, per capita, there's as many trans as there was in like the 1920s and 1930s because it's just part of brain chemistry, right?
It's kind of weird, your question.
So per capita,
did there
just per
exist
capita,
people that have these differences at a neurobiological level? Yes. Did
per capita.
They have a definition naming convention?
That's not what I'm asking you.
What it was?
I'm just asking you per capita by whatever criteria you consider trans to be. Were there just as many per capita likely in the 20s, 30s, and 40s as there are right now?
It's a complex question. I'm sorry. I wish I could give you an easy answer, but it's not an easy answer. It's complex.
So you don't know?
Like if you're operating it at a neurological level, then yes, indeed, there would be these genetic differences.
Then how come kids in that same age bracket were killing themselves less than they are now?
Can you just pause for a second? And
how come they were killing themselves way less when there was way more stigma?
Well, because
way more stigma in the 20s, way less now.
1920s. Anyway.
Wait, I thought just as many existed.
Well, I was pointing out the neurochemical level, right?
So if the neurochemical level, they exist, and they were more discriminated against, why did they kill themselves less?
Why do you keep repeating the same question?
Because you don't ever answer questions, bro.
I answered the question. It's just a
you never answer questions.
And usually people who are a little lower in their cognitive faculties require simpler answers.
It just clicked for me, First Amender, that I think he's saying, like, if you say that they're the same proportion or percentage, let's say back in the 1930s, then wouldn't it be the case that you'd have also
the same suicide rates? But you don't, and there was 10 times more stigma than there is now.
Hold on, what was the
right?
So wait, so defining this was the worst thing we could do? So defining this was the worst thing we could do?
I didn't hear first.
Like, it exists
First
one way or another.
First Amender, are you not hearing me? I didn't hear your answer. What was it? You said that the reason that there wasn't suicide back then among children compared to as much as there is today, which is a lot more, was what?
Likely social stigma. There's social stigmatization.
I think there was more social stigma towards ladyboys in the 20s, son. And so why weren't they killing themselves more? Answer. I don't know, Andrew. I don't know, Andrew.
Stigmatization, I've already explained it.
Wait. So you're saying there was no stigma back then, First Amender. You're saying like there was no stigma, so they weren't killing themselves.
They didn't have an accurate definition for it, and so
then the worst thing we could do is define it.
Think about it. like now that I think about it, they probably would have just called it something different, like ladyboys, and they probably would have stigmatized them.
In fact,
and they likely would have. Some of them may have actually ended up killing themselves. And
when all the LGBTQs were in the closet,
I'm going to say that there's the same amount. Yes, same exact amount.
Well, okay. Well, let me enlighten you just to help you out, right? So going back to the 20s, yeah, were there drag queens? Sure. Did they kill themselves at the same rate that trans do now per capita? Not at all. And we do. Hey, stop, bro. Stop. Stop. We do have actual class. Stop, bro. Stop. Shut up. We do actually have classifications for this. Yes, we have classifications for those who consider themselves to be drag in the year 1950 to now. They killed themselves at a far less rate. Your argument here, just so you know, the entailment of it is that by defining it and by putting it out in the ethos, we actually did a great injustice because we created the stigma, which then led to all these people killing themselves, you dolt.
Therefore, we should hide it instead of just like stop people from being bullies, but okay.
Yeah, that would be the conclusion, wouldn't it? What would be the alternative conclusion to that?
Really
what would be the wait, if people kill themselves less,
if mean to people.
Bro, if people kill themselves less if you bully them, then if they kill themselves, if you do not bully them, should you not bully them?
I think if you bully anybody, that it
no. Answer here's my question. Listen to the words.
Can we go to the next question? This guy
shut up. If you were to bully people, if you were to bully people,
well,
dude, stop.
Forward.
If you were,
quick question, Andrew,
very quick. Listen to my actual words. If it were the case that if you bullied people and it saved their lives more than it didn't, should you bully people?
Repeat. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
If you bullied people and it saved their lives more than not bullying people, should you bully people?
I'm not aware of any instance where.
Not my question. Answer my question.
Under your hypothetical, I suppose so, but it's not reality.
Great. And that's exactly what we got now, dummy.
But that's not reality.
When people
get bullied excessively, they tend to kill themselves.
The entire entailment of your argument was that because we did not define it, there was less stigma. That was your argument.
When they're excessively bullied. Yes, that is in fact the case. Don't bully people. Wow, that's so hard.
To get this right, even though there was more stigmatization, towards them than there is now, they killed themselves less. That seems that the entailment of this argument then would be what? The entailment of the argument would be that for you to define it and draw attention to it actually led to more deaths of these people than by never acknowledging it and thus bullying them. You fucking twat.
What
we'll
was
go to the
she
next
wearing?
one. Orange Chaos says
that's a what's she wearing argument. I love it.
Orange Chaos says
you don't even know what she is. How do you know what she's wearing?
Well, no, I'm saying like if she was wearing skimpy outfit, did she deserve to be? I'm sorry, I don't know if that's okay to say. But the point is that you don't create the stigmatization.
Would you advise your daughter to wear less or more at a nightclub?
Create the stigmatization towards the offender, right? And so the offender here is people like you that want to just degrade, I guess, people's own experiences.
Well, let me ask you just a very brief question. I know you won't answer it, but I'm going to ask anyway.
I don't want more questions.
Would you
question, James?
I do want to. Very quick, James. It'll take me 1 second, and then I'll shut up.
Andrew,
I
do.
Very quickly.
If it comes back,
very quickly, would you advise your daughter?
I do have like a million questions from the audience.
To wear less or wear more around a group of men? Wear less or wear more?
Belligerent.
Would you?
I have to do this. We have so many questions from the audience. And last time we said like one more question and we gave you that. So Orange Chaos says, Amender looks like a woman to me, so he must, according to his own logic, be one. Because that was his own argument.
I mean, if I was trans, then yeah, sure.
This one from Twilight Hayes says, I'm a trans woman, and even I know that I'm not a biological female.
That's correct.
Neo-traditional. Is there in any way, does it contradict your argument, though?
Nope, not at all. Gender is different from sex. I've said that from the beginning.
Neo-traditional says trans.
How does that room smell? God, it's got to be.
You mean with flavored aromatic tobacco?
Yeah.
How does the soy and patchouli in your room smell?
I don't have soy and patchouli.
I think you have soy, bro.
I got water.
Come on, don't lie. Is it filled with soy? Is it filled with soy?
I don't know.
Neo-traditional noose says, can a man can a trans man be a trans woman?
No, those are distinct things.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
This one from you guys certainly have chemistry. This one from Well of Jixie says, Amender, you should read how to argue. Okay. Dirty Mike says, First Amender, if two guys observe a person and one guy says they are looking at a woman and the other guy says no, they're looking at a man, how can we determine who's right?
I would just ask them. I would
Yeah,
just
but what
ask.
makes them right? What makes them right?
It's again, it's a complicated question that can be based on very specific experiences, and I'm perfectly okay with that. That doesn't bother me.
Yeah, but what makes them right?
I don't get all triggered when there's
it's a complicated question.
When there's like a trans
what makes
person.
them
I'm
right?
like, wait, are you? Let me see if you got genitals. Let me see what
what
genitals you got.
But what makes them right?
Do you
what
reproduce?
makes them right?
It's like some weird.
Yeah, but what
like
makes
that,
them right
Andrew.
though? But what makes them right?
We've already explained it. We don't need more questions.
No, we haven't explained it. What makes them right?
Can we move to the next question? I genuinely, I do have to get back to work. I have to go to work.
You don't have to do shit. This is the most you'll ever. This is the most amount of people you'll ever have in your pathetic fucking life watching you. Answer the question.
I'm not a pathetic.
This one from Swampy Pubes says, Swampy Pubes says, chat may have potentially given me, let's see, cancer tonight. Thanks for your support, Swampy Pubes. Pamela Haystack says, First Amendment, though, I disagree. You are brave for doing this debate. Solidarity from a fellow. Okay. This one from Saul Jones says this. They said you're brave for doing this debate. Saul Jones says this question is for the knucklehead that Andrew is debating. It's a term of endearment. They say, if you did not eat breakfast today, how would you feel? In one word.
Hungry.
Okay, good. There you go.
Excellent.
Thank you.
But typically I don't eat breakfast. Just FYI. I typically don't. I mean, it's just
fair enough. Fair enough.
No.
Will Stewart 365 says, why is asking for a syllogism, quote, explaining, unquote, something to you? That's literally how argumentation is done. You made the claim, you must clarify. Feel like you did clarify? Because that was actually pretty early in the debate.
Exactly that.
Man of Reason says, some humans have mental problems and most of us want to help by being nice. But, nice is not the way in helping people. Say no more often. Thoughts?
Well, usually what I would do, you're talking about things that possess it can be a psychological distinction or it can be a chemical issue or a chemical difference in the brain that can cause a great deal of suicidal ideation from, for example, puberty. And I would want to go with what is the medically efficacious design. And currently the way that we do it is you take them to a psychologist. They analyze whether or not that they have gender dysphoria. Most of them don't have gender dysphoria. They basically just socially transition there. They usually grow out of it. This is about 90% of them that grow out of it. For the ones that do
so
not,
they made it up.
Let's say, for example, that they do have gender dysphoria, then they basically would have hormone blockers until that they are 18. Once they are 18, they can decide whether or not that they want to go through hormone replacement therapy, which is the replacement of the hormone. Generally, they don't expect surgeries with the exception of mastectomies, but mastectomies are even accepted even among teenagers because there are girls that grow too large breasts.
This one coming in from, appreciate it, Lost Ronin 25 says, First Amender is displaying exactly why Trump won in a landslide. One question, if a tree falls in the woods and no one or no thing is around to hear it, does it still make a sound?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Bay Dallas says, First Amender, following your logic, if a black man looks like a drug dealer, he must be a criminal. Should I start treating him like a criminal and call 5-0?
Call the 5-0. Call the police.
Yeah, as if I knew what that meant. Okay, go ahead, First Amender.
I mean, I reject the premise of the question mostly because I just have different views on the drug war. It's just, I would rather be in favor of rehabilitative measures as opposed to, but I mean, if I were to say, I guess, work within your hypothetical, assuming that I
got to take a leak. I'll be back, James.
If I believed in that retributive justice, I don't know. It's a complex question. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I wish I could give you a better
First
question.
Amender, First Amender says, they say, First Amender, how is your argument not emotional/subjective versus being objective and logical when the closing is, quote, I don't want to be a jerk?
Well, because at a neurochemical level, this causes gender incongruences. So we know that it does exist at an empirical level. However, there are also sociological bases to consider.
This one from Raw Dog says, if it's against my morals to lie and affects me, why should I lie to call someone what they are not? Because of their feelings?
You're predicating the concept that you are lying. However, you could just be mistaken. And let's be honest, at every single day that you walk around, you basically look at people and determine their gender instantaneously.
This one from Airborne Animal says, trans women are women, then there should not be any concern about having them in women's prisons along with real women, right? Oh, okay, yeah. So what do you think? If there's a women's prison and let's say Andrew shaves his beard tomorrow and murders someone and says he's a woman, like,
this is a
gonna
very,
put Andrew
very
in there
good
with
question.
all those women?
I'm of the belief
it's so complex he can't answer it, ladies and gentlemen. Watch.
I'm of the belief of the causing the least amount of harm possible, right? So obviously this would be operated on a case-by-case basis. Basically, whatever would cause the least amount of sexual abuse would be where they go.
Where's that?
It depends. It's a case-by-case basis.
Would you put them in female prisons?
Well, take for example, if a person is in fact
would you put them in female prisons,
they are
bro?
a trans female, they probably, and it's like heavily trans female, like everything about them is very female. And let's say that they got bottom
Would
surgery,
you put them in
in a
female
prison.
prisons?
Yes.
Yes. Why?
Made by Jim Bob.
Because they're females.
Made by Jim Bob says, First Amender, can a biological female be a trans woman? If no, explain why not.
Can a biological female? No, because they're just right from the get-go.
Are they females?
You can't transition to female. You're already female.
Wait, trans women or trans men are females?
I've already explained it.
You don't think trans women are females?
We're going to be here all day, James. I'm sorry. Can we continue?
Let me just, for Jess Gerald says, Amender, what color crystal do you want to be in? This one from Rachel Wilson says, First Amender dismisses all respect to biological females who are deeply offended by creepers in dresses who want to be called women for sexual gratification. Somebody register this. So they're basically just saying, hey, you know, some guys get their jollies. They just get off to this putting on a dress. And they're saying, do you acknowledge that's a real thing?
I'm not going to yuck anybody's yum.
For starters.
As long as you're not hurting anybody, you do you. That doesn't bother me.
Let me, they say, you're dismissing all respect to biological females who are deeply offended by creepers in dresses who want to be called women for sexual gratification. I think that Rachel's saying, like, hey, if some guy is just doing it to get his rocks off, and you're going to say, like, okay, he's a woman, like Rachel's saying, like, man, this is kind of like an insult to us women. Like, we don't want that to count as a member of our class, our category.
Okay. I mean, like, at the end of the day, a person like that could actually end up in prison due to a sexual offense if that's all that's happening. Again, like if there is a victim, then obviously that's an issue, but this doesn't really remove the validity of trans people, unfortunately.
Literally, that's a non-answer. He just didn't even answer anything.
I did answer it.
We didn't.
Saul Jones says, how many Homo sapiens does it take to screw a light bulb?
One?
We don't have any more time for we don't have any time for any more additional questions. Let me just see if there are any that I didn't cover that were serious questions.
Take a few more, James. Make some money, right? Make some money.
Saul Jones, we got one for you, Andrew. They say, can you please quit trying to steal all our girlfriends with that sexy new pipe you keep smoking?
It is a really sexy pipe. I agree with that. But no, I will not be stealing anybody's girlfriend. That's for sure. I'm happily married, and they don't want me anyway, so don't feel bad about it.
I wonder why.
Let's see.
Because I'm old and ugly. They don't want you because you're young and gay.
I'm not. How old do you think I am?
I would say probably late 20s, early 30s.
I'm 35.
Okay, 35.
Wow,
how did you not get 2 testicles in 35 years, bro?
I feel like I have testicles, but I mean, I don't think you want. Do you want a picture of my testicles? That's kind of odd.
Nobody asked for a picture of your testicles.
Well,
What are you
seem
talking
to be
about,
really
Freako?
interested in my genitals.
You seem to be really interested in sending me pictures of your testicle, which reaffirms the fact that you're gay.
You're gonna pay me? I'm pansexual, if you wanted to know. But
Of course you are. Yeah, of course.
I don't know what that means. Real
Nobody
online
knows what the
filth.
fuck that means.
it just means bisexual, but very selective.
Oh, so you do fuck men?
No, not really.
No, let's not.
It's selective.
No, you don't have to answer that. It's really okay. This real online Phil says Andrew W. Bro asks Andrew for conventional method of sex verification, not an infallible one. Then falsely frames Andrew's answer as an infallible one. Do you feel like this is true?
That is correct.
No, I don't feel that that's true at all.
Nobody cares what you feel. That's what happened.
This one, Vort Holmes, says this guy needs to be sent straight to the crystals. Wait, is this something bad? Does this mean something?
No. It's an old meme. You know how Trump had the crystals? He was like, I'm playing with my crystals or something like that. He put out the tweet. And so what conservatives have been doing is they've been saying, we're going to put the liberals in the crystals. And the method behind saying this is they take offense to it. They don't know why. And conservatives aren't actually making a threat, but it makes liberals feel like they are for no good reason. That's the joke.
Maybe spend less time on 4chan and more on reading actual academic textbooks.
Oh, Lord. But then we can end up like you and never answer a question.
No,
can't
then you
write
could
a
be like on the
syllogism, look
facts-based
stupid.
argument, and I did give you a syllogism.
And
it's
it
kind of
was a
silly, though, to
failure.
ask
It was
for a
failure.
syllogism.
It was an unsound argument. You're an idiot.
Yeah, you came at unequivocal fallacy.
You know
but
what
okay.
you should do? You should contact. I'm going to help you out with this. You're not going to take my advice. Contact a guy named Ask Yourself so that you can learn how to actually make proper arguments. It's really sad, bro.
Okay.
This one from Nick says First Amender's entire position is an argument ad populum because he's already admitted he identifies people's man/woman classification based on his subjective definition of respect.
No, based on his own metric. I actually asked him his metric. That's why I asked the argument as to how you determine someone to be a woman. So I used his metric against himself. He tacitly basically came to the conclusion that trans women are women. I didn't even have to. It's very obvious.
It's the opposite, actually, is what happened. So when you ask me my personal, you say, how would you determine X things? Same thing with the cat and the dog. You can instantly say, from my own subjective metric, how else could you judge a thing just off of your eyeballs, right? But the criteria here is still for what a female is. What is a female? Well, here's my definition of what a female is. Never asked me how we would scientifically determine it, only that the criteria needed to exist that they were indeed females. That was the thing which was never in dispute. And he just did a kind of a normal bait and switch, a leftist bait and switch, where he said, okay, but because you agree with me that sometimes you can be tricked, somehow that means they're actual females. It's fucking bizarre. It makes no sense. And that's why the syllogism worked against him.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Airborne Animal says, by First Amender's logic, since he looks like a Muppet, and I believe he is a Muppet, i.e. an empty, fuzzy hand Muppet or puppet, he is such one. They're saying, according to your logic, this is true.
Muppets aren't humans. They're not the same thing. Right? And I'm
This one
talking
coming
about Homo sapiens sapiens.
Wait,
right?
I'm
It's
sorry. Is there a
difference in
taxonomical classification for what is a Muppet?
Yeah, there isn't. It's not a creature. It's just some plastic with.
So then why I don't understand. Why couldn't a person identify as being a Muppet if their brainwaves
because
said
you're
they
not
were a
pieces
Muppet?
of plastic. Like I don't know what to.
Yeah, but
tell you.
all they have to do is identify as being.
Is there
a Muppet,
wood
right?
involved? Anyway. Keep
This
moving.
one coming in from Jay.
Well, why couldn't you make a Muppet out of human skin?
Can we just keep moving? Because I genuinely I do have to work in the morning.
Oh my God, you're such a bitch, dude. Stop being such a bitch.
How about this last one then? If sex and gender are the same, why is reassignment of sexual organs part of it?
I'm sorry. Repeat it one more time.
They're saying if sex and gender are not the same, why is reassignment of sexual organs part of this process of transitioning?
Well, because you're talking about the changing of phenotypic characteristics, whereas gender doesn't necessarily have to be predicated on phenotypic characteristics, but can be entirely sociological, and that's okay.
So not real.
You got it. This one, let's see. The most of these seem like they're about crystals, but do want to say, folks, we gotta let First Amender out of here. Want to say thank you for being here, folks. It's been a true pleasure. It's been a rowdy debate. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. We have many more debates coming up. And if you haven't yet, hit that like button on the way out. We also still have that poll up in the Modern Day Debate live chat here on YouTube in terms of which arguments you found most persuasive.
Who's winning?
And then Mick B. Let me do this if I can do this for Mick B. They say, polite reminder, we're all here because of a trans woman, Lynn Conway, who invented the VLSI chips that make modern computing possible. With that, we'll let you guys go. Are you guys Andrew, I think you're in Eastern time, right? Because you're in Michigan?
Yeah, I don't care though. Listen, when my job, if I agree to a debate, my job's to make your channel money. My job's to make sure I show up and give it the best accounting of myself that I possibly can, representation of my worldview. I'm not going to leave till the debate is done. So, but I do have to ask you this, James. Who's winning? Who's winning the poll? Who's winning?
Well, the poll's not done yet, but I will say that as of now, Andrew has 80%. First Amender has 10%. I'm not sure has 5%. And I don't care. I'm a self-hating soy boy has 4%.
So he's running neck and neck with I don't care. All right.
Let me do made by Jim Bob. Let me do.
I mean, obviously you have a larger audience, so.
I don't understand that though. I thought I was wildly unpopular. Would you like me to read your messages there?
Well,
First Amender, if you could do
what
this as
that
a favor
means
for
is
me.
it's not wildly unpopular, is that a lot of people don't like you. But that's what
Oh, you mean a lot of leftists like Destiny and Bosch don't like me, the circles you run
I'm
in?
just saying that there's a lot.
You do realize that I'm
of
one of the
people that don't like
largest right-wing creators on planet Earth, you dope?
you. That's great.
Yeah.
This
But
one's
I
from
thought
Made
I
by
was
Jim
hated.
Bob.
I was disliked, you idiot.
Well, you
What an
are.
idiot.
This one
By who? By leftists?
By lots
What do you
of
think
people.
right
This is from
wingers?
your
You think
pal.
right wingers love you or what?
Probably
Made
a
by
lot
Jim
of
Bob says-
yeah, I mean, hopefully I get as much people that dislike me as you.
Made by Jim Bob says, First Amender, as an empirical person, do you have any empirical evidence that rights exist?
Any empirical evidence that rights exist? Right. I mean, well, rights are socially constructed. I mean, if you mean like physically on a piece of paper, yeah, but like the actual rights themselves, I mean, that's just a social construction. But again, that doesn't mean that it doesn't
Do
matter.
rights
It does
exist
matter.
or not?
It's a complicated question. Again,
Everything is so complex you
Yes,
can't
it's
answer it. I
complex.
know. Yeah, everything is
Hold on
complex.
one sec. This one, First Amender, let me make it up to you. If it's okay with you to read a few more, is that people are going to get pissed at me.
Yeah.
If they're
No,
like,
I've got.
All right,
another
I'll
10
shut
minutes.
up. I'll
I got
shut
about
up,
10
James.
minutes.
Go ahead.
Benji says, question for First Amender, why does politeness or kindness towards an individual ultimately determine if your logical syllogism is valid or invalid?
That was not required. My syllogism had said nothing regarding kindness. All I needed is to prove even a subset of trans people are in fact women, and he agreed with that.
You got it. Let me just skim in case there's a... Christopher Scott says, First Amender is the most... Let's see. Some of these are just flagrant
They hate me, man.
insults.
They
Like,
hate me.
They're not even trying to ask a question. Wrongful Rage says, Andrew won. Take the L and get in the crystal. Okay.
Well,
Don't worry.
I'll give
Get in the
Andrew-
crystal.
I'll give
Get
Andrew
in the
heart.
crystal.
I'll give Andrew the heart. He gets a heart, right?
That's sweet. All right. Nick says, if a trans woman who still had sperm and a penis, and they would only engage in consensual relations, should they be allowed into a woman's prison where they might impregnate other prisoners?
Yeah, again, I would want the area of the least amount of harm, right? Because there's aspects to consider. There's the safety of other prisoners and the safety of themselves. There can be, for example, somebody who passes really, really well as a female, and they really just have no business being in a man's prison, right? So again, I just look at the least amount of harm. But of course, if this person is going to jail for, say, sexually abusing women, even if they look like a woman, they need to go in the men's prison, right? It's a case by case basis.
Even if they are females?
The argument is just least harm possible.
Yeah, but even if they are females, would you send them to a man's
least
prison?
Harm possible. That's what I would argue.
Yeah, but that's going to be subjective, so I have to ask you your metric.
That's fine. That's how that works. It's okay.
Yeah, I know. So I have to ask you your opinion because it's your metric.
I gave you the metric.
Yeah, I know. So I just wanted clarification on this one thing. So would you send, in this scenario, females to male prisons?
In some situations that may be necessary. Yes.
Okay.
Is anyone else someone actually asked this in chat, and I was like, I don't know. They said, is anyone ever since the election having difficulty on YouTube where you have to like refresh the page several times? I've had that tonight. Like
that is
crazy.
YouTube is rolling out a bunch of new encoding software, is my understanding. And they did put out a memo saying that there was going to be some refresh slowdowns and things like this until they caught up.
Oh, I didn't even know. But yeah, it's so slow. Did either of you guys... Okay, next question. Let me just reload this, and hopefully this reloads. Did either of you guys notice that the YouTube logo color is slightly different red?
Is it?
Like in the last several months.
Is it like your shirt red?
I use dark mode.
Now it's a little bit lighter than my shirt. It's like it's supposed to be a little bit more like inviting or something. This one from Jess Gerald says, please say, quote, get him in the crystal, followed by trollololol for the chat. We'd appreciate it immensely. Get him in the crystal, trollololol. I don't know what this means. This one from Wrongful Rage says, Andrew, we got that one. MKB says, polite reminder that we're all here because of a trans woman, Lynn Conway. What? Yeah, I already read that. Folks, sometimes some of you are like, you didn't read my super chat. And I'm like, I did. It was like 20 minutes ago. But thank you, MKB, for submitting it. Austin Graham says, if an albino African thinks they are Caucasian, are they?
If somebody thinks they're Caucasian?
Yeah. In particular,
the problem is that there's a genetic basis
an albino
behind
African.
it. So, however, it is similar in the sense that different phenotypic characteristics where somebody could interpret that they are white or whatever. Yeah.
This one coming in from Seriously Shelby says, if you want to learn how to debate, go to Debate University. Learn how to debate from the best.
I appreciate that.
It would do you well. It's $500 for the course. I would get it if I were you.
This one, let me just see if there's anything. I'm looking for the serious ones. I'm cutting out all the crystal, all the crystals and the Muppet and all the stuff like that.
But those are really funny.
Oh,
1stAmender, do you have to wake up super early?
Oh, no. No, I don't think I'm buying that.
I mean, you should. You might learn how to actually argue.
I'm good, man. I
Are you sure?
appreciate it, though.
Nick says, if a schizophrenic person has a personality that identifies as a woman and their other personality identifies as a man, which one is right, 1stAmender?
I don't know. It needs a psychologist. That's complicated.
Everything is so complicated that we can never answer. In fact, a beer can, knowing if a beer can is real is so complicated.
Yeah, there's a lot to it.
Yeah, there's a lot to it. It's too much.
Oh, wait. David Muller says that I missed his. Let me just check. They said, if I'm going to identify as a woman right now and we'll say that our Skittle community is laughing at you as well. Let's see, I'm going to identify as a woman right now and we'll say that our Skittle community. What is the Skittle community?
That would be gays.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, I see. Is
Taste
that
the rainbow.
I see. They're saying if I'm going to identify as a woman and say that okay. I think that they're saying if they identify as a woman, would you go along with it? Even like you wouldn't buy that, would you, 1stAmender?
I'm sorry. Buy what?
You wouldn't grant that's true, But let me just I'm gonna let you go in just a second. I feel so bad. I'm sorry.
Good,
You're
you're
not
good.
are
You're
you on the
doing
East
great.
Coast, West Coast?
East Coast. It is 10:56 currently. I usually go to bed at around 11. I plan on sticking up even a little later just to kind of, just go back to my home station where people are likely cheering me on, I hope.
This one from, okay, I'll try to wrap up fast here. It's Austin Graham. We got that one. Blessed Flip says, wouldn't this be semantic argument? Determine means, quote, to ascertain exactly. You can't determine someone's sex by sight. You can only assume. Yeah, it's like, seemed like there was like a.
Correct. This person is understanding how a trans woman.
That's a knock against you, bro, not against me. I don't know why you don't get that. That's actually a knock against you.
Okay.
This one, Godzilla 37, they say, theoretically, if you had a daughter, Amender, would you want your daughter to wear more or less clothing around men?
I personally would not want my daughter wearing skimpy clothing when they're a child. It just seems inappropriate to me. But at the same
she's
time,
18. She's 18.
If she was 18, she could do whatever she wants.
I know, but what would you prefer if she was 18?
Again, I would want her to be happy. Whatever her being.
Well, what would make
happy,
her more or less safe is his question. That's his question.
Her being happy, and I'd get her some bear mace if she's gonna dress skimpy. Again,
so she can dress. So you would say dress like a whore and have some bear mace.
Perfectly okay. Yes.
Okay.
Perfectly okay with that. Yes.
And I'm guessing you have 0 children, right?
I mean, I don't have children, but I've taken care
I didn't think
of
so.
My many younger brothers for years, and I mean, they've grown up quite well. I mean, doing great.
This one coming in from they had asked 1stAmender, would you date a trans woman?
Sure, why not?
And would you have relations with a trans woman?
Sure, why not?
Post or pre-op?
It doesn't matter.
You don't care?
No, I
just want to make sure I get this right and on record. You would suck your girlfriend's dick?
Sure, why not?
This one from Nick. Nick says, if a trans woman who still had sperm, we got that one. I thought I had a new one. Blessed Flip says, wouldn't this? I think we're all caught up. That's all I see. But I want to say, folks, thank you for being here. It's been a true pleasure to have you. We'll end on that note. Let's see. I'm gonna just Twig says I missed you. Let me just check really quick. And Twig, I'm assuming that yours is not an insult. He said it truly seems that First Amendment is just more educated. Woo. Why does Andrew seem to ignore this to favor his own belief?
Oh, you got me. I mean, the idiot couldn't make a syllogism that, when applied to his same logic, didn't. In fact, he even caught himself. He was like, "Oh shit! Now I see what you're saying. I made a valid argument. It's unsound, right?" And this was the case the entire debate. The guy doesn't even understand basic logic. It's sad. But on top of that, all he did was make category errors and fallacious arguments. But that's okay, because one day he'll be sucking his girlfriend's penis. And you know what? I don't know what to say about that. I'm just going to let him do it.
It's okay, Andrew. You could do whatever you want to. All the love coming your way.
Will you at least say,
can I keep my
on camera
background,
that if you are sucking your girlfriend's penis, you'll at least grab the balls a little? Would you grab the balls if you really liked? She
if
really
they liked it. Sure, why not?
Yeah. Of course, you're gonna grab the balls. Of course.
Why not?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you got to do that.
We'll jump into this next one. Want to say thank you very much, folks. We do appreciate you being here. It's been a pleasure. Modern Day Debate is striving to provide a fully neutral platform where everybody has their chance to make their case on a neutral platform. So I want to say thank you to our guests. It's been a true pleasure to have you guys here tonight.
Pleasure to be back, James. Thank you so much.
Real quick before you end the stream, if you guys did like my arguments, I'm a brand new YouTuber, and I would really appreciate it if you did go to youtube.com/@1stAmender and subscribe to my channel. If you like my arguments, right? I debate every Thursday, and I take on anybody that wishes to debate. So I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Is that the channel with 238 subscribers?
Yeah, I got very few subscribers. I just started, man.
I'm not beating you. Listen, bro, I'm not beating you up about it. Calm down, right? It's a very hard path to become a decent personality in the YouTube space. I wish you luck, but I'm just going to tell you right now that you probably should learn a few things before you start moving into the debate sphere. But in any case, best of luck to you. I'm not here to beat you up about your YouTube career.
I appreciate that, Andrew. I really do. Maybe I'll
Great.
one day quit my day job.
You won't be able to. You're abysmal, unentertaining, and all of your streams suck. I know I went back and watched some, but you should try to improve that.
I do want to DD in live chat says modern day debate super chat scammed me. Bro, you can just say like, hey, modern day debate, I think you actually missed my super chat. The whole cynical, like, I'm gonna say that they are scamming me. It's like, bro, like, don't try to twist my arm. Like, gotta grow up a little bit. But I'm gonna read it. So they say, if trans women are women, then why do we say trans? Like, why even, maybe they're saying like, why use that as an identifier?
There's a distinction. There's a distinction. Yeah. Like what?
You got it. And with that, we're going to wrap up. We do want to say, folks, thanks so much for watching. It's been a true pleasure. And we will see you at the next debate. We actually have Daniel, Muslim, a very, you could say, in-house Muslim debate with Daniel and a couple of Muslim professors this Saturday on the Palestine-Israel conflict. You don't want to miss that, as well as a classic Flat Earth debate this Saturday night. So stick around. I'll be back in a minute with a post-credit scene letting you know about other upcoming debates. So stick around. Thanks, gentlemen. We are backstage. It's been a pleasure to have you.
I'm still live, just so you know, James.
I'm also still live as well.
You got it. Thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure, and I'll let you guys get some rest. But thanks for coming on today.
First Amender, you want to continue this on your channel?
I would love to. We do have I have debates specifically on the Modern Day Debate Discord. That's discord.gg.
Well, no, let's just do you and me over on your channel. Just send me a link and we'll just keep going.
Yeah. I'm explaining like where I do the debates. I bring up anybody and it's on.
You don't have your own Discord?
No, I do it. I specifically like helping out Modern Day Debate.
So you don't have your own Discord?
I do not have my, I mean, I could, but like it's a lot of extra work.
You have your own Discord handle, right?
Yeah. I'm 1stAmender.
What's your own Discord handle? And I'll just call you on your own Discord.
1stAmender.
It's just 1stAmender. That's all it's called.
1stAmender. Yes.
Yeah, but I thought you had to
early,
leave,
and I just wrapped up early.
Yeah.
Like I just wrapped up and I just skipped so many super chats because you said you had to wake up.
And now you can continue the fucking debate, right? So this is what I'm saying, James, right? What a fucking scumbag. Told you he's a fucking scumbag.
Chill. Hold on. Wait. It was, you were asking a quick question and you said, did you want to continue this? I'm assuming at a later
you said
date.
Yes. No, yes, bullshit. James, you were here, dude. He's
I'm being
bullshitting
genuine with you.
What a crock,
I am
dude.
being genuine with you.
What a crock of shit. He wanted to continue.
I'm going to go do my post-credit scene. I am going to let you guys go.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Whew. My goodness. That was rough. Honestly, I didn't even think I did that bad. I thought I did all right. Shit. That was brutal. Well, if you liked my argument, I would appreciate the subscribe. There have been other people who subscribed, so that's really, really nice. Ah, man, I feel so bad that I have to leave, because of work and stuff. But yeah, I mean, damn, man, how long was I supposed to keep that going? I mean, jeez. But I appreciate y'all very much for sticking around, and we can spend the time to, I usually when I'm debating, like I'll be playing a game. It's a Chrono Trigger is usually what I'm playing. I'm almost done. I think I'm like about to beat the game. Actually, I'm gonna should I just like quit the game? Let me save the state and then quit, because it's too late. I can't fight Lavos right now. I'm gonna slot 0 that. Yeah, that's gonna be what I'm gonna do. Wow, a lot of haters in my chat. That's okay though. That doesn't bother me. I'd rather, I like improving and getting better at arguing, so it is what it is. I do have some people that they may want to speak to me. Should I? Huh. Yeah, guys, I have one of probably the most amount of people who are watching me right now. I've never had that before. Like I said, I'm relatively not many people watch me at all, but I do think that I genuinely believe that I could actually pull this off. I really do. I know people get upset or whatever. Anyway, that's okay. That doesn't bother me. Here, how about this? I'll show you my kitty. Have you seen my baby? She's such a cutie. I love my kitty. Subscribe for Pepper. She loves seeing subscriptions. Look at her. She demands pets. Yes. Yeah, I do. Hold on. Somebody said, like, it's sad you think you pulled it off. I do actually think I pulled it off. I genuinely believe I pulled that off. Genuinely, in my heart of hearts, believe that I pulled that off. I really do. Right? You could say whatever you want. I pulled that off. I feel like I did it. Oh, look. I got my Chrono Trigger back. What was I playing? Some Chrono Trigger here. Can I finish this fight? Is it even possible for me to finish this fight? Like, I genuinely gotta go to bed. I really do. I'm past my bedtime. Lavos changes attack mode. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. You're delulu. That's okay. That's literally delusion. You think a man can get pregnant, so of course you think you pulled it off. It's okay, man. Relax. It's all love here, man. We love love here. We're all about that love. I just don't feel like being derogatory towards trans people, right? I have you like met like an actual trans person just like out in the wild? They're fabulous people. Like I've never had like a situation where like there's like the red-haired like liberal that's like screaming in your face. Never experienced that. I've experienced that these people just want to be left alone. They want to be appreciated, just like anybody else. And you know, I'm all about it. I'm here for it. I really, really am. We got Corgasm says, "Good job on the debate. Thank you, bro. All the love. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot." Barrier change. Oh, jeez. What did I just get hit with? You have 5 damage. All right, come on. Attack. Darkly Noon says, Diddy's all about that love, too. You know, that's kind of weird. I mean, I'm not I don't know what you're insinuating there. I'm not that. I believe that children have their own bodily autonomy that ought to be respected. And I also believe that children cannot consent. This is pretty obvious to me. Can I just attack? Like, jeez. Is there like a good way? Maybe just ice sword. Ice sword's the move, man. I'm telling you. Ice sword deals so much damage. I don't remember the mechanic of this boss. That healed for 1,000. All right, hold on. Oh, you know what it is? They changed their barrier, so I think I now have to do magic. So that's what I'm going to do. Here we go. All right, ice sword. How many boosters did you take? Boosters? Like 2? Yeah, I think I took 2 for COVID. It was recommended, so I took the 2, and you know, I believe I did get COVID, but the symptoms were in fact mitigated. It was quite good, not bad. Let's see. You lost the debate. I don't think I lost. I genuinely believe that I caught him off guard. I in my heart of hearts, believe I caught him off guard. Your stupidity will be all over the internet in the morning. Congrats, you played yourself. Bro, I don't care. I'm going to go to bed and wake up in the morning and it'll be okay. It's okay, right? I live a pretty good life. My life is pretty chill. I mean, do I have a day job and I don't have a bunch of subscribers that make me money, you know, and I don't have to work? No, I don't have that. But maybe one day you lost, bro, with your inability. Yeah, again, I feel like that I won that debate. I really genuinely, in my heart of hearts, believe that. You suck. Bro, like I said, man, it's all love here. You don't have to be nasty, man. I'm not nasty to you. Let's see, we got here barrier change. Is it magic now? Or let's see what happens if I just attack. Okay, it's 102, so that's not a lot of damage. They just barrier changed again. Man. Should I do magic now? Should I do magic? Or is it just not going to work again? I'm just going to keep attacking. Does it... any damage? Fire. Barrier change to fire. You're not a terrible person, but we feel you weren't debating in good faith. I did everything I could to debate in good faith, right? I wanted specifically for him to determine what a woman was or how he determined someone is a woman. Okay. And he said, if they are female. Well, obviously that's not true because that means that you're pulling down their pants to determine if they're female. That's not what you do. What you do is you look at them. So you determine someone to be a woman by the fact that you look at them. So if there's a trans woman, that passes, you would assume that they are a woman. Therefore, trans women are women. That's how you determine somebody to be a woman. I'm sorry. You look at phenotypes. I don't know what to tell you. That's the reality. Get mad. Play a man's game, you nonce. Have you played Chrono Trigger? Chrono Trigger's amazing. This game's amazing. Have you seen Chrono Trigger? I'm on the last boss. Throw me a bone. Let's see here. I think I got it. All right. Maybe I can ice sword. Maybe I can ice sword. You tried to screw James out of super chat revenue. You're so full of shit. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. I genuinely do have to go to bed. I'm hoping I can finish this fight. Fuck, that's 1,000 health that was just gained. Shit. I have to save the state. I have to save state. All right. It is 11:14. It's 14 minutes past my bedtime. I should be going to bed. I have more people watching now than I have in a while, so that's why I'm kind of like staying up a little bit later. But anyway, if you guys liked my arguments, or if you want to see more of me, or you just want to dog on me, that's okay. Subscribe to my channel. I debate every Thursday, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's called The Sensible Debate. I take on anybody in a debate on the discord.gg/modern day debate, all one word. And that's kind of where I'm at with it. Yeah. So if you guys ever want to have a discussion, we can. Let's do it in good faith. Let's be nice to one another. We don't need to call each other names or anything. Like, let's be honest, man. Andrew, man, that guy, he loves calling people names, and I was not taking his bait. I honestly believe I won that debate. I really, really do in my heart of hearts. If anybody who cares about the facts, that's it. Anyway, y'all have a good night.